Mirrors on the wall, staring back at me. Stranger in the hall, frozen by the scene. Portraits seem to fade. He lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face. I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today.
Welcome to the LXC. 2-0, and they're pretty on track right now. And Zed's going in, actually. I think not Maokai, Hecarim lives, but we'll pick up this Maokai. And the drink was stolen!
And steals it, and then she's going in. She's going to follow the flash onto, oh my goodness,
No longer
and that is not good.
Oh.
Hey, come here.
Come here.
Come on. I have ult 2.
I'm not there.
I have redemption for you.
Just because he does so much damage. I don't even need to be there.
Actually, they just don't do damage. All good.
I should have just kept pushing top.
Penta.
Oh, the penta! Maxi!
Oh, let's go!
Amumu's on a bad spot. Ult from there. Does Kale die? Nope. It looks like Baron Buddies has to step back because they were not ready and too low and they got caught. Looks like Maokai is going to get caught out. Ash arrow to Maokai's face. Amumu goes in to stun. Maokai flashes. TP coming in from Silas. Ari goes down on Ash goes down from Ari. More damage comes out. It looks like the charm hits. Darius cleans up.
I can't move. You guys can't kind of leave me. It's my bad position.
We're just doing this. I stunned. Did you see stun?
Alex had my. You guys are ruining my KDA.
For real, man. This is like some cat V2 all over again.
She's one. Base. Oh my god.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LXC, the League of Extraordinary Champions. We are here once again for another Draft League series, one that matters a lot. It's Losers Finals here between 10KBs, a team that has been sent down. They've battled their way up through the losers bracket versus Lightning Sabers, another team. They've been having to battle it out. I'm excited to be here. I'm Badger. I'm going to be the play-by-play for tonight. I'm also joined by a new face here on the caster desk. Onset is going to be my color. Onset, how's it going, man?
It's going it's going well. I'm your color caster for today. Something about me is I'm currently a sub for 10KBs, believe it or not. And something about this matchup, or I'm excited for this matchup.
Heck yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm excited too, right? I've gotten to know a lot of the players on both these teams, right? Maybe I've even scrimmed against a couple of these guys before. It's exciting to see. I mean, looking at the patch, right, we've kind of gotten a little bit to touch our feet into the waters that is Season 15 here. Gotten to look at some of the champs that are strong, some of the champs that, hey, maybe we aren't getting to see them anymore, thank goodness. Onset, is there any champs here or like any players that you're really expecting to kind of like jump out to you as the series goes on?
I would like to highlight the mid matchup, Mui versus Storm. I believe Storm was a top laner who recently went into the mid lane role. And I'm excited to see the 1v1 for their matchup. Having Mui's revenge, see if he can come out on top.
Yeah, and while this time we don't actually get to see that 1v1 for side select, I really do. I do agree with you, though. I do think a lot of times this mid lane matchup is kind of what I'm expecting to see. I would say last week for sure, but for Lightning Saber, Storm was kind of the player who really did stand out to me. But on the counter side, I would say the jungle mid duo for 10KBs is probably the strongest in the league, uncontested, right? Cherry is by far the strongest jungler in this league, and Mui has kind of coming in a little bit late, has put on a lot of really, really dangerous performances. If you give that guy the tools, he is going to succeed. So I really think it's going to be how are these mid lanes going to play out? How are the rest of the players going to affect this mid lane matchup? That's really going to kind of determine how it goes.
Yes. So, Badger, question for you. Who do
Yeah.
you have winning today's series?
Winning the series, that is a big question. You know, because on paper, I think that there are kind of like not set ideas of who's going where, who's going to be playing well. I think it could go game by game. I think it honestly is going to be close. I would say if Cherry and Mui show up, Lightning Sabers have a lot cut out for them. But at the end of the day, I do think overall the more solid team is Lightning Sabers. So as of now, I could be changed. I'm going to go with Lightning Sabers. I'm going to say 3-2. But yeah, I think
Lightning's?
as we're getting the draft set up here, I know we kind of glazed over it a little bit, but like, what are some champions here, some bands, like band champs you think are going to show up here?
For me personally, I think Cherry's going to be drawing out the first two bands, as she has been all throughout the regular season, which are going to be your Gwen Belvets.
Mm-hmm.
But also something to mention is Griffin. He's known for his Tom Kent job. I was wondering if that will be banned as well.
Mm-hmm.
And which the new addition for Lightning Saber's roster. He is currently a Fiddlesticks OTP, and I'm wondering if 10KBs is going to respect him by banning the Fiddlesticks, or they're going to leave it open
Mm-hmm. I
and
think
see
the
how it
Fiddler
goes.
could emerge here for Witch. Rest in peace to Poop Sock Boss Man. He's not dead. He just can't be here tonight. But still, I think Witch is filling in for that spot here. I think also, if I'm not mistaken, Lightning Sabers may be losing a couple of their bands as this series goes on. I'm wondering if my producers could potentially tell me how many bands they lose. But still, regardless, like looking at some other champs that could show up in those bands, in those picks, Wukong, Nocturne are kind of probably two of the most dominant junglers on the patch. Yes. So I believe it is just the normal E-sub rules. So I think they lose two of their first bans here for Lightning Saber. So that really could come back to haunt them. But still, I think it's like you probably have to choose. Ooh, actually, now that I think about it, because like a lot of the time the Gwen and the Belveth are two champs that I honestly think are kind of must bans for these player or to play into Cherry. So the fact that you are only allowed one ban, I think those champs have a chance of getting through here. Still, on the bright side, I guess it's fearless, so only once. But hopping into draft now, as it's finally time, we see that 10K has elected to take blue side. They were, since they were the higher seed, they did get to choose side select here. I'm expecting to potentially see that Tom Kinch ban. Oh my goodness, I'm a goat, I guess.
Indeed.
Mhm.
What do you expect for the second? I'm expecting Fiddlesticks. If not, they're going to ego pick, or they're going to ego them. There you go.
Yeah. Hey, good job. Hey, you got it already. Like basically that's the Fiddlesticks. I think this third ban could honestly, I'm thinking Callista, as I don't know if Resilient plays a lot of Callista, and I think never mind, they're going with Syndra. I think that is one of Storm's best mid champions. I think that is a very solid ban here, as they're choosing to go with Gwen. So that means the Belveth is technically up on the table. I'm honestly expecting 10K to go with the B1 Wukong. Oh my gosh, we're on fire today on set. We are going crazy.
For me, I am expecting a misfortune pick for the side
Mhm.
of Lightning Sabers, and then they're gonna match it with a jungler. I mean, you have a lot of OP junglers at the moment. You have like Skarner. I would say Xin Zhao, he's pretty strong currently. Skarner, Vi, J4.
As it looks like Mustard is opting into the Jinx here. I completely agree with you. I thought the Misfortune was going to be a takeaway because I'm almost like I said, I've been guessing a lot of these right, but I'm expecting that Resilient is gonna pick up the Misfortune here. I think the champion is too strong not to take away. But over on the Lightning Saber side, they choose to get the early Maokai pick, right? I know that Valka has put a lot of time into this champ. I know that Griffin plays it. It's technically a triflex between that top jungle and support. It's really solid. And look at that over there. It's Misfortune, I guess the queen of the bot lane right now at the moment. Onset as an 80 carry. What do you think of this? I guess early matchup here between the Jinx and the Misfortune.
It is going to be a farming session unless Misfortune can get the early poke. But here they're opting into picking the Braum so they don't lock in the Braum against this Misfortune. It is honestly a pretty strong lane because Misfortune Q also procs Braum passive.
Ooh.
If you
So
did
it
not
looks
know.
like the counter here for Griff. He is very, very comfortable on this champion, his Senna. It kind of gives him a little bit of a poke / heal lane, which is good into the Braum. It's kind of, this is like a little bit of like a fourth wall break here, but this 10K, at least this early draft, looks very, very similar to a game one that they played yesterday on set. Could you believe that? But
Oh,
still,
yeah.
we see we see that Senna is the response here for Lightning Sabers as they're going into that second round of bans. I'm expecting here for Lightning Sabers, they're going to be banning out some strong mid laners that could potentially go well with this. If they're smart, okay, they're banning Hui. There is a champion that could potentially slither her way through these bans. We
He has
saw it
risen
happen
through this
last time.
patch.
Hmm?
She has risen through this patch.
She has risen up a little bit through this patch, right? She's getting nerfed soon, but Cassiopeia, that champion is a little bit bonkers. That champion can solo kill you in lane a couple times. I don't know from experience, but I think it's possible. So I think you got to be really careful with letting that through. Hopefully they aren't just listening to me and taking my draft advice. I know I'm goated with the sauce on drafts, but still, I'm thinking other bans here. I bet you they ban Orianna if I had to guess, because I don't think Cassio shows a lot on Mui's champ pool. I do know that it is one of kind of his like deeper pocket picks, but it ends up being the Yone. That's kind of like one of the more like profound champions that Mui plays. But Vex as a counter pick, I guess counter ban from the side of 10K is really strong. It counters a lot of the I guess the melee mids that Mui likes to play.
Yes. So here, let's see if they're gonna kill off the Maokai flex, or if not, they're gonna blind their mid laner. I would be honestly really scared to be blinding my mid laner here because Movie has a lot of interesting picks.
Yes. I think it's best. That is a Cassante, so I technically think that this could go top. There is also technically an opportunity. I know Storm has kind of been teasing it, that this could be a potential mid pick, maybe trying to bait out a counter, which is Garen. I don't know if he's actually going to pull that out. Maybe Valka ends up taking that Cassante, but I think that is an option as they end up going with the Victor last pick, which is very, very solid. I think the champ is pretty blindable at the moment. He has a couple bad matchups, but it ends up being the Akali. Never mind. Now, you know, they're teasing me a little bit. But Aurora is pretty strong here. I know it has a lot of just early poke, early pressure. Looks like we're gonna have to see, as it looks like Aurora is gonna be the lock in there.
Aurora is locked in. What will Storm be playing?
So
Would you want the Cassante?
Into Aurora, I would say definitely not. I think that matchup sounds horrendous. But I think there are some options to play into Aurora. I think Talia is pretty good. I don't know if he plays it. Other champs, I guess Vegeta could technically take away the Victor. It's not awful here. I guess they're kind of just playing a really, really strong stand your ground comp, which is pretty good. But yeah, I guess the comps are finalized here. We do see a really, really strong, I guess, jungle mid pairing here for 10K with the Aurora Wukong. That's a lot of wombo combo potential, right, with their ultimates. But over on the Lightning Sabers side, I guess, Onset, can you kind of tell me a little bit about how that comp operates?
The whole side, Lightning Sabers comp right now, their only goal is to scale. They just want to scale to the late game because they have a Senna, Jinx, and Victor. If this Victor ever gets online during the mid or during the mid game, it is going to be a hard time to get. It's going to be a hard time to kill him. But also, this Senna, I think the most thing to look at is this Senna. How many stacks can she get during the laning phase?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that will be the most important part.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree, right? If the Senna can get away with murder in this lane phase, just make that Braum have the worst time imaginable, I think it's pretty good. I think there are a lot of ways, kind of like go buttons for the side of 10K to put some pressure on that Senna. But if you're putting pressure on the Senna, you're not putting pressure on the Jinx. You're not putting pressure on the Victor. I actually, in this draft, I know we're technically like not supposed to do our predictions this early, right? We kind of got to see where some things go. Like, hey, what if Cassante goes jungle? Probably not. It's going to probably be the Maokai jungle here. But I think there's a lot of action that 10K is going to try to be doing. But Lightning Sabers, I think they have a lot of defensive tools to kind of like hold it back here.
You know, something for me, if I was Lightning Sabers, I would offer if we could lane swap. Because the way you would want to play a hyper carry and scaling team or oriented team in general is lane swapping. Lane swapping your bot lane to top so you can get through the early levels of the laning phase uncontested. Especially that they counterpick the Cassante with Garen, so this Garen will have a terrible time, while Cassante can just do whatever he would like down in the bot lane, as he is Cassante.
I kind of agree. I agree with you. I would say, I guess I could be wrong here and just asking this question. So the Jinx Senna lane early, does it lose to Misfortune Braum?
I believe it comes down to how well the Misfortune and Braum can play the early
Mhm.
levels. Because as I said or mentioned earlier, this Misfortune she like double procs the Braum passive with her auto Q,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like it kind of catches you by surprise. But let's see how
mean,
it
as
will go down.
Yeah, I honestly think it could go either way. I do kind of agree. I think honestly the lane swap would actually be stronger to just put this Garen in the dirt, right? Garen kind of cannot play into the Jinx Senna from afar, right? What's he going to do? Just flash on you? You have so much peeling with the Jinx, with the Senna, and I don't think Garen has enough early threat to get these kills off. I think it also just helps your Jinx and Senna get accelerated a little bit, get those free stacks. But still, right now I'm looking at these lane matchups. I think that technically while Victor was the counter pick on R5, I think it's not a free matchup here for Storm. I think that Aurora has the opportunity to go for some plays. She can be pretty sneaky, right? Going invisible. And when you have Cherry, who is known to play around her mid laners a lot, I think it's really scary. And it's got to be something that, hey, Storm, if you blow your flash, you have to be basically a coward, right? You have to run back to your tower. You sit there like a good boy. You wait your turn to farm those waves, man. But still, I think this is going to be a great matchup. On set, I guess final predictions before we go into match.
My prediction is I'm gonna be a little bit biased here. I hope 10KBs win. It really comes down to how well they play the early game here, early to mid game. Let's see, if they throw at any point, it's gonna be a really hard time. But that is my prediction. One for 10KBs to
You
win
know
this game.
what? I guess I will be the devil's advocate here. I actually really, really like if they play perfect. I guess if they play perfect, if everything goes according to plan, I actually really like Lightning Sabers comp. I think that they have a lot of scaling on their side. I think a Jinx Senna Victor late game is an absolute nightmare to deal with. And when you have a Cassante Maokai frontline, that's going to be kind of tough to break through. So I'm going to go with Lightning Sabers here 1-0, but I guess we'll have to see as we're going to cut to break, give the game time to catch up on spectator delay, and we'll be right back when game starts.
I never see the lights out. They get me overdrive. Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the overdose. I'm feeling it in my bones. And if you say that I'm lying to you, these habits are killing me. I wish I could fall asleep. The problem is you.
All right, everybody, we are here for game one of this series between 10KBs and the Lightning Sabers. As we see a little bit of action here, it looks like Super Saiyan is going for a little bit of here. He's trying to see if he can bait out Valka, see if he can make him a little bit interested here. As we're going to have to see right now, as we see that the rest of 10K is looking to potentially find something, but we don't end up getting anything here. So, Onset, outside of that action that potentially was going to happen, are there any, like, summoners or, like, any, like, keystones that you're seeing that you're just like, what's going on here? What's going on?
As we see in this matchup, Garen has brought Ignite into the Cassante. But also, my personal opinion why the 5-man ran top is I believe they thought they were going to get lane swapped on, right? Since they noticed that the Garen brought Ignite, they realized how weak he is now in the early game, especially to rotating to other lanes to catch EXP and etc.
Also, one thing that we didn't get to note is a ward was placed topside, so Witch, unfortunately, his clear will be spotted. But as a counter, it looks like both wards were placed, so it looks like we at least see that the Maokai is spotted on Vision, but Cherry, thankfully, is not spotted on her clear, so they do not technically know. They know what quadrant she's in, but they don't know basically how fast she's going to be doing it.
Indeed. As now we see now they know that the Maokai is going to be pathing up towards her to their red or Krugs. Cherry now starting their Grump. We see heavy trading in the mid lane between Victor
See,
and
Mui
Aurora.
is basically forcing him down into the dragon here. It looks like they are getting so much damage here. As Mui definitely came up kind of as the winner in that trade. Looks like they have control over the wave. They dinged level 2. So right now, I would say points over to Mui in this lane. But over on the other side, we see down Mustard and Griff are doing a good job. They hit level 2 first, looking for those aggressive trades. But good call on Rezi and KOJ. They're backing up here.
Yes. Now that Wukong is pathing down toward the bot lane, now they officially know that the Wukong is pathing down because they spot the ward, or they have the ward on the red, and Wukong has yet to take red.
100%. As we do see, the CC abilities did not land their bot lane, but cutting back to what you were saying, Onset, give me a little bit more insight of what you were going on there.
As the Wukong and Maokai are both matching clears.
So we see the root does land here as we see another Q double tap lands. A little bit of heavy trading there. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm expecting these bot laners to do some more, but they're just letting each other know.
Indeed, as both junglers are on their red and blue buffs. They're looking currently as there is a ward in the tri-bush from both sides. They are looking to see which jungler is coming to their lane first.
I'm expecting I do think both of these bot lane, or I guess these junglers are going to meet in this bot lane here. I kind of think it could be either side. I'm expecting that Witch is going to be the first person to act. I'm expecting Cherry to kind of be sitting, kind of waiting for that counter gank, because it looks like right now Rezi and KOJ are pushing in slowly but surely. They're trying to set up for this potential gank. And I think, actually, maybe I was completely wrong, is it looks like Cherry is positioning aggressively for this Dragon. But now, cutting over topside, Ignite actually comes out onto Super Saiyan, but Valka is able to get away here. Not only having to burn his flash, which sucks, but now cutting over bot side, we see that Witch finds the angle onto KOJ. He gets knocked into the traps. He's rooted. He's silenced, and he's dead. That's a first blood over to Witch. His first debut gets him the first blood, and Rezi, unfortunately, is having to run for the hills there.
Something that I would also like to mention, something about for KOJ, we saw the Maokai, Cherry pinging the Maokai, heading towards the bot lane. I was just wondering what would go through their head. But during that heavy trading down up in the top lane, we saw that Valka was able to get a ward in the entrance of blue side, as they will be able to spot out Wukong here shortly.
Absolutely.
But also deep vision coming out from the blue side as well. Like they have it.
They got a nice little vision setup, but also we were talking about that ward. It unfortunately fades right as Cherry is going for that scuttle. I think that is double scuttle over on her side as she's finally getting her reset off. Even though she didn't get that that kill that the Maokai got, she's in a pretty good spot with tempo. And I think when looking at how these lanes are going to go, she's pathing up towards topside, maybe looking to punish the Cassante without a flash, right? Garen has a lot of kill threat even without his Ignite, especially when he has a jungler hanging out with him.
For sure. As we saw, Maokai just based and he bought a Faded Ashes, I believe.
That is the Faded Ashes. He is going for that AP Maokai build, which is it's a build. I think it honestly has some value.
I think the face shaking is going to be really annoying for the side of 10KBs here. As we see Braum rotating to the top side.
This Braum is rotating up, trying to see if he can cause Valka a little bit of trouble. We're going to have to see if the Q lands. Good dodge there from Valka. He's not going to get hit. And with that added pressure that we saw, KOJ being top lane, that means it's going to be a free Drake here for the side of Lightning Sabers. Good response there, making sure they abuse the fact that, hey, that support's on the other side of the map. This is freebie.
Oh yes, as the TP comes out from the Victor early, as there's a TP advantage up in the mid lane. As the supporter is still up on the top side, they're pinging for gods, looking to catch out the...
Storm is in a potentially bad spot as we do see the Fate Between Worlds is going to land. The Qs are going to land. Storm, what you want to do? Hey, he got over the Raptor wall, but that does not matter as Mui picks up the kill on him. Storm, I think you were a little out of position there, especially when we saw that KOJ had not shown back bot lane. We got to be careful here, and that is something that we were talking about. That could be a potential weakness of this roster. They have to be careful here, giving over kills to Mui.
Indeed. But also during that expense, the most important fact is they got the Victor's flash out. So what does that mean? And now they're going to just keep going mid lane with Braum and Wukong. How does this Victor play?
You know, if I'm a Victor in this position, I am crying for help. I am saying, Witch, I need you so bad right now, because if I have the Fate Between Worlds that's landing on Aurora, I have the Cyclone coming out from Wukong. How play, right? Like, you cannot play this game unless you are just basically lasering the wave. But hey, on the other side, it's not completely down and dusted, as we do see that Mustard and Griffin are picking up a pretty decent lead, right, as they're leaving Rezi kind of to be on an island. That is kind of how this team has played. They like to have KOJ move around the map, look for plays elsewhere. But honestly, at this point, Mustard has a slight CS lead, but still, I guess, how is this bot lane matchup ended up playing out at the end of the day?
I would honestly favor the Lightning Sabers if I was this bot lane. Because like I'm just free scaling, and being unpunished. But also another thing, they are looking to collapse onto this mid lane.
Storm is looking to be in that bad spot. Good call here as we see Cherry goes in for the play. The Cyclone is not going to come out, as it only looks to be a little bit of a trade. The Electrocute proc does come down, but a tower shot is the return there. So actually not too bad of a trade for Storm. I'm surprised they committed to it. Also, Cherry is looking to go. Yep, you call it there. Cherry's going for that position onto Raptor. She's only able to take one, so which kind of successfully defended most of his tower. As we see top lane, that W is used here. Super Slay's got to be a little cautious, as we don't see too much action. But right now, actually, Storm is doing a good job of trading into this Aurora. Aurora's probably looking to base, as I don't think she's base.
As we see the Wukong's going to the red, or looking to spot out the red buff.
Yes, as he is contesting that red buff here, which does potentially spot it. He spots it there with the sapling. So I think they're making it aware that is happening, as we do see the TP actually comes out from Mui. They for sure know this is happening, but the gravity field does land on top of it. I think you might actually run out of gravity field. Storm is not accounting for the new TP timer there, and he's not able to get that stun off that he wanted.
Indeed, free control ward for the side of Mui. As we are, but DP was wasted during this time, and Storm did get a heavy trade off. But looks like Cherry is wanting to free Mui.
Cherry's
here.
making the play back again as the flash comes out immediately to make sure that she can get the dash damage off, and it's Cherry's gonna get the kill, but the gravity field, it's not gonna be off as he's not in range. Is she gonna die? Oh my gosh, it was so close. As the gravity storm is not gonna be able to land. They were so close there, but the arcane storm, it's not happening this time.
Yes, as the Senna ulti also comes out to save Storm, but it was just not enough. There's also going to be not much going on for the given moment. It looks like there's going to be a more full clear. Maokai looking to hold one minion in the middle of the wave. Bot lane shoving towards the side of LS. And Maokai on the bottom side of the jungle.
At the moment now, I know we were talking about potentially Mustard being the one with that CS lead, but hey, Rezzy's doing a good job. He's being even in the CS, even when he's down a support half the time. But still, other things we're talking about, I think the next big things is potentially the net set of Grubs is going to be coming up, as well as the Hextech Drake for the side of either team here. Right now, the objectives are tied 1-1. As mentioned, if you are new here, the new feats of strength, how it works is you get an objective if you get 3 epic monsters. And basically for Grubs, how that works is it needs to be a set of 3, count as one of those epic monsters. So if one of them gets taken away here from either side, that is not that. So they got to be potentially cautious of getting one of those stolen. But I think we might be seeing another even trade. Maybe one side gets those second set of Grubs, they get the second set of Dragons. It could go either way here.
As the side of 10 KBs, it looks like we are going to play for the 6 Grubs, as we do indeed have a Garen. As Mui just resets, including KOJ, they're on tempo, they're on time, they're partnered up, going up to the top side, leaving Rezzy alone on an island.
They do leave Rezzy alone on the island. I will also say the vision that's set up right now for Lightning Sabers is really solid, right? They have that bot lane Scuttle Crab. They have the 2 visions set up in the top side of the river as well as the bot side of the river. And yep, you called it there. I think it's going to be 2 dragons versus the 6 sets of Grubs, which actually I don't think is the worst case here for Lightning Sabers, right? Because if I'm on the other side, I guess you have Garen, who has some split push threat into the Cassante. Actually, he has a decent amount. But still, I think right now, I'm not thinking, hey, we're playing the heavy split push game here. But at the end of the day, it's nice to have, as we're going to see if they're going to try to contest here. As Mui's going over the edge, he has that Q on it. He could look to take it, but we see Rezzy getting the ultimate out. The bullet time is going through, forcing out Witch's Flash. It ends up being a lot of nothing here. A lot of damage goes down, but hey, if there's no kills on the board, it ends up just being a Drake over for the side of Lightning Sabers.
As we are looking onto another gank in the mid lane, knowing that...
I feel like I've seen it 3 times in a row. You keep calling it. Storm forced a flash, and we know what happens when Storm flashes. That monkey is coming for his life, right? As we see, they're setting up the control ward. They're trying to fight, but with Mui potentially in the area, he can get there pretty fast with his W. It looks like they're just going to basically lose those Raptors right from under their teeth. And it looks like Cherry, she's been actually not getting too sizable of a lead. She basically has an assist over Maokai, which is nice, but relatively, this game has been actually super even.
Yes, Maokai hovering over the mid lane.
Oh, but now cutting over bot side. I know we keep talking. There's so much trading going on all across the map. As we see, the root lands. Mustard is firing away at KOJ. It's not going to be enough, as the stun is able to slow him down, but now cutting over top, I feel like there's action everywhere. Super Saiyan and Valka are trading it out with each other. I don't think any kills are happening. These two are just throwing hands. They're letting each other know, hey, this is going to be a fighting series. You are not letting us down easy.
Indeed. As we go back to both junglers clearing from bot to top, Maokai could be hovering over or going for a gank up on this Garen, but the thing is, Cherry is also up here.
I think that is potential. There could be a 2v2 that ends up playing out here. I think Super Saiyan knows that he's on wards, right? Which knows that, hey, something's happening here. I honestly think there was an angle. Maybe Super Saiyan goes for that aggressive play. You had Mui and Cherry in the area look for something, but we see how Valka's going for those aggressive trades on his own. Honestly, these is just not extended trades, just these short trades kind of favor Valka, right? He's getting these grass procs, just building up those stats slowly but surely here. So, I mean, Garen's going to outscale. He's going to have that Conquer buff, but still. I think if you can, get those free grass procs.
As we do have the the Braum and
Ooh.
Aurora buddied up together, looking up onto this Cassante. Do you think they could be going for a
I think
dive?
they
Or
are
going
for sure going for this dive, right? But the one thing that is in Cassante's favor is there is no wave in sight, as they are just pulling the trigger immediately. They don't care. They're going for it. And oh my gosh, that was a lot of damage. I didn't even expect that. Moe just immediately dropped the ulti. Super Saiyan throwing down the Sword of Demacia Justice, as I think it's called. And now it's just Demacian Justice. I basically got it right. But right now, that's going to be a lot of money going over to the side of 10KBs. But over on the bottom side, yep, it's a dive on the reverse side. Mustard lands the ultimate, followed by Griff. I got him in reverse, but it doesn't matter. And that's a pickup for Mustard. And, you know, I actually like a kill over on the side of the 80 carry more than I like it on the top lane. I know you feel the same way, Onset.
I mean, there's 6 grubs on this Garen, so I probably prefer all my Garen. You know, because who matches this Garen? How do you contest the side lane? The side lane pressure. But first tower does fall over to 10KB.
That is true, as I think we are still looking at potentially what the... I'm trying to think who ended up getting first blood here. Does the Feats of Strength actually go over at this point? Looking at the items built, it looks like Feats of Strength are still on the table. I'm expecting it's going to be the first person to get these 3 objectives. As we see, Cherry is trading aggressively here, going in with the Cyclone. Storm doing a good job of laying down the Arcane Storm and the Gravity Field, but Mui is in the wing here. He's not going to go in here, as we now see, actually, we see Witch is actually in a weird spot. He's kind of being corralled in by KOJ, corralled in by Cherry, but he's actually not corralled in that bad, as Mui's trying to get an aggressive trade, just whiffing, just letting him know that he could have done the damage if he wanted. But right now, we're seeing a lot of members of Lightning Sabers are positioning mid here. They're trying to set up. They're trying to get in a position to go for this next objective. Whoever gets this objective first is going to be the person to get Feats of Strength, I believe.
Indeed. But also, the big thing to look at here. Cherry just completed their Triforce. Leandri's done for the Maokai. And also, Mui, 1.5 items in. Same with Resilient. They are... farming.
Oh no, Valka just used his W on the wave here with Super Saiyan in the area, which is here to potentially help his buddy out. I think actually you got to be careful if you're Super Saiyan, right? Especially Witch is moving on in here. He's getting out the W, but it's followed by the flash. I think it's going to be hard to follow him here. They're getting a lot of damage. The W does not land. They are getting a lot of root damage here. We see the all-out comes out from Cassante. That is a dead, sliced, and diced Garen. Garen, you unfortunately overextended there, not thinking that the tree was making some noise.
Indeed. As now we are setting up for Storm.
Storm is in a bit of no man's land here as he is placing down the gravity field, but that is a great flash there from Cherry trying to buy space, making sure. And we see the kill goes over to Mui with the not the gravity well, whatever Senna's ultimate is. Dawning Shadow, obviously. But actually, hey, on the bright side, Lightning Sabers, Storm might have fallen, but they're going to be potentially contesting this rift, and they take it, and it's going to be Feats of Strength over to Lightning Sabers, which is a really, really massive side here. Witch is forced to flash out, which is a great flash. Good thing not messing around with it. But still, even though it ended up being a 1-for-1, I'd say that goes in the favor of Lightning Sabers.
Indeed. As now 10KB has pressure all on the map as going for this mid tier 1, but also Drake is up. Super Saiyan running down as well to match.
Oh, we see
if there's any TPs.
Yep, 2 TPs are coming out here for the side of Lightning Sabers. Valka TPing over to that mid tower, as well as Storm TPing into that Tri-Brush. They're trying to contest this Drake here. They think they can fight. Even though they're down a little bit of gold, I still think this is a point where you want to potentially fight. You got to be careful, though. The engage is strong as Mui is looking for the angle. He finds a great ultimate there, forcing out Mustard's flash. The bullet time is doing a lot of damage here, but Valka finds the angle under Resilient. He's buying so much space for his team. He's taking a lot of damage, but Cherry is getting such a massive Cyclone with Super Saiyan in the background. That's a double kill over to Cherry. Rezi is free-firing, having to force away the Arcane Storm. Storm falls next. Super Saiyan, I think, picks up a lot of damage and a lot of kills there. That is not how you wanted it to go. And you know what else? That's 3 kills, as well as that's going to be a dragon over to the side of Storm. Oh my gosh, not Storm. The bees.
As Lightning Sabers, you gotta ask yourself, why are we fighting this dragon? We already have 2 Drakes, but we are down crucial ultimates. We're down Cassante, Maokai ultis. How do we get into this space? We have no vision. You would ask yourself, should we just give up this Drake?
Mui might be in a little bit of a pickle. He has his buddy Resilient here, but thankfully that W did not land. But Cherry is now going on the defensive. But Griff, with the E, it's pretty strong. She cannot be targeted in that mode. Super nice. He's not able to get jumped on by the monkey.
Indeed, as Super Saiyan is pushing down into the bot side, but Jinx is there to match. Do you think Super Saiyan is going to go for the solo bolo down in the bot lane?
You know, you're up 2-1-2. You're probably feeling confident. If you go for that play early, that sets your confidence up super high. Maybe I would have done it. I would have died. I would have looked stupid. But if I got the kill, I would have been hype as hell. Sorry, pardon my potty mouth, but still, regardless, I think it's not bad. Mustard's catching the wave there. But yeah, I kind of also echoing back on what you were saying. I know I was technically calming that they were going for that dragon fight. I think it's kind of okay to just keep scaling up, right? You have Jinx, you have Senna, you have Victor. Just play it slow. It's okay to give the dragon. Like, you're not on
2 dragons up.
you're not on soul point. Like, you're okay to just keep this game going as long as possible. Right? So I think it was a little bit ill to go for that dragon play. Still. They still have the option to go for these plays. They can still continue to scale up in this game. It's not completely out of.
Not yet, as we do have the Garen matching the Cassante. They are keeping these lane assignments pretty well on the side of 10KB. Heavy trading going down in the mid lane, as Resilient is also walking back to the mid after collecting Scuttle. But Super Saiyan, he is really overextended, but the side of LS are going to be rifting towards the mid lane as Cherry and Mui are down in the bot lane looking to catch Storm, as he does flash away when we were looking at mid.
Gosh, I was so distracted by all the shenanigans that were happening mid lane. I didn't even see that flash. I feel like every time we cut over, Storm is burning his flash. I feel like he has had it on cooldown this entire game. But regardless, I mean, how much worth is a 0-4 victor at this point in the game? That's up to viewer discretion. But one thing I also haven't noted is, I guess, stat count, right? For Griff, we're kind of thinking, hey, how far along on this timer is Senna? Senna right now is at 74 stacks, which at 20 minutes, I think is not awful on set. I mean, you know a little bit more about the 80 carry role. How is Griff doing at this point in the game? Right around that 75
He is not doing too shabby, as the Braum was roaming permanently and during the laning phase, so it was hard for him to collect stacks. As Super Saiyan is greeting for Krugs, but they don't spot it out.
Those rocks. Yeah, you're right. I honestly thought Super Saiyan, if he just stepped on that ward by accident, he showed on the wave, he was a dead goner. That soldier was gone and dusted. But right now, we actually see that Valka is the one who's being contested on, as we see Super Saiyan finds the engage. The W is coming out from Valka, but KOJ is on the part. It's a 2v2, but now cutting over to the other side, Moe immediately one-shots Griff. He one-shots the Jinx, and right now, this looks so bad. Rezi's doing so much damage, and the shutdown goes over to Cherry. It's very scary, but over on the other side, KOJ and Rezi. Not Rezi, Super Saiyan put him in the dirt. This is not going the way. I said it was close. Right now, it's looking all 10K.
10K. They are putting on a show. They're putting on a dominance in this game one.
Is going aggressive, forcing the flash out from Mui instantly. He's trying to get some aggressive trading, but the E is not going to be enough. Now cutting over to the other side, we see that Otacon is the objective that's being spawned. Right now, I'm trying to look at actually what this Otacon is. Is it the one that gives the respawns? Is it the one that gives the stats? We're gonna see when it spawns. But oh my gosh, I thought that was gonna take it. Wait, he immediately withdrawn. So I guess it is the respawn one. He's probably going, darn, dude. He wishes it was that other one, because he would have gotten a free kill. But unfortunately, Otacon said otherwise, as it was the respawner.
Indeed, very close to sealing that from the side of LS. But now, as 10KBs, what are you gonna do? If I was 10KBs at this given moment, I'd be pinging midwave. Midwave, midwave. Let's get this tier 1 down. Let's dive them on under their tier 1. Because we have GAs. We have so much to do. Plus Dragon is coming up. We can push out our bot wave, push in mid, look the dive.
I completely agree. I mean, honestly, I kind of view the Otacon when it has this GA as kind of like a mini Elder, if that makes sense, where basically macro doesn't matter anymore. You can do the most stupid thing imaginable. You can play as aggressive as you want because you have those free respawns, right? You can force this tower, and that's exactly what the members of 10KBs are doing. Forcing open this mid tower, it's pretty valuable. Is honestly, they might look to go for seconds here, as that next mid tower is potentially on the chopping block. But over on the other side, we see that Super Saiyan is trading into Storm. I will say for sure that at this point, Super Saiyan can one-shot, but now Mui's going in for the aggressive play. He gets the ultimate off the Fate Between Worlds. Griff is super low. The bolt time is not able to pick up the kill. Witch is trying to buy enough space, but Rezi's going to be able to pick up the kill. Never mind, it's a flash. Mui's having to be the one to take it up. The Q, followed by the double scoop, double hop. It's going to be enough. Mui gets the ult. He's chunked, but you got to remember, that's the withdraw. You are not going to have enough. The nice sidestep there on the W. Ping by the ping. The okay. If I got pings like that, I'd be screaming.
And I would be as well. As now they both, now 10KB just goes back to the dragon. But honestly, what a fight coming out from the side of 10KBs. The flank that Mui was able to find, forcing the summoners out of the enemy bot lane. And what a dive from Cherry, knowing that she has the GA to just do whatever she would like to do.
You know,
If you
I
were
also-
LS,
I
how would you
think
like?
LS right now, you kind of got to be spooked, right? Like technically, you scale. Like if this game is only 6K, it's not unplayable. But when you think about a lot of the matchups, that's actually, never mind, we're going to cut down bot. Super Saiyan is actually taking a lot of damage here. He's forced back. Nice Q3 there onto Super Saiyan. He's trying to continue to trade, but actually over on the other side, Storm is set aside here. Cherry is very, very scary. She's going to get the kill with Cyclone to make sure that that kill goes through. But cutting down, we see Valka actually was able to pick up the kill onto Slan. It's now a 1v1 between Mui and Valka. He actually lands the Q3. He's getting sliced and diced, but Cherry is now here. Valka is trying to buy enough space for his team, but the Mustard goes in. He lands the ultimate, the Super Mega Death Rocket. Mui is low. Mui's going to fall. Mustard gets up the reset. He's finding the angle. Is he going to be able to pick up the kill onto Cherry? KLJ is trying to buy enough time for his team. Valka's looking for the engage back into this fight. It's going to be tough. Mustard is free firing now, but now cutting over to the bottom side. Valka, he finds the shutdown onto Cherry. Mustard actually gets the, never mind, he's not getting the kill, but Griff is firing away. He's firing those souls. He's getting the area. I think right now Griff is doing a good job of just buying enough time, forcing KOJ to go on the retreat. This is the angle they needed back into this onset.
Indeed, indeed. And now they are playing down towards the tier 2 of the bot lane, as KOJ eventually does fall, but the ultimate comes out from Resilient to stop their push to continue.
It's a good ultimate, to be honest. It might look a little silly, but just eating that wave, making sure that they can't just immediately get that pressure on the tower, it buys his team a good amount of time. But honestly, that is the swing that they needed there, right? Valka actually did such a good job of buying enough time for his team, right? Making sure that he was able to get it. I think he landed every Q3 that mattered. That was a great play from Valka. Playing into the counterpick matchup, that is what you need to get back into this game.
Indeed. Now that Baron has come onto the Rift, Baron now spawns at 25 minutes in the game, as we see Senna running out, hoping to get some vision inside of her own jungle so her team can walk in. Maokai looking for the reset, but and refix their waves from the side of LS, as we see Cassante heading down towards the bot. They're looking to get mid-wave prio, as Resilient just looking to take Cherry's Raptors.
The Raptor stealer that is Rezi. Can't believe he'd do that. But still, at the end of the day, that fight was really good for Lightning Sabers. But what did they actually end up getting off of that? Because Rezi used that bullet time to make it so that the wave wasn't able to get that tower. You look at the position of the game, and technically they narrowed that gold lead down a little bit. But right now, the positioning and gold lead is still in the favor of 10K. If they get these fights continuously, right? If they let Jinx go a little nutso-butso, she finds the resets back into this fight, it can still be really good, but still looking at how the rest of these matchups are going, it's very much kind of on, hey, you gotta wait for the other team to make some mistakes here.
Indeed. But the most important part is they were able to get the shutdowns onto the carry of LS. They were able to get a small one, a big shutdown onto the Cassante, so it frees them up to do a lot more on the side lane, as we see Senna greeting her back.
You know, sometimes you gotta be a little greedy, but now just every time I cut over top lane, it looks like these two are throwing hands with each other. Then Tofo's versus the sword, it's part of what happens, right? But right now we see that the levels are finally even up between these two top laners. Still, Slan has that XP advantage. He has that gold lead with the CS. I think that's kind of like part of what we were expecting here. But over on the other side, just looking at the individual gold leads, Aurora is up on the Victor. That's expected. Storm has been dying a lot, unfortunately, this series. But, hey, Mustard is up gold on Rezi right now. That is pretty important, right? I think if the person you want gold to be up on is Jinx, right? If this Jinx gets the chance to free hit, if the side of 10K, they go a little too crazy, they overextend, Mustard's going to go, he's going to go crazy here.
Indeed, but the majority of this gold lead is on the Wukong. Do you have how their main goal is to bring down this Wukong and Aurora? And in my opinion, in this comp, I think it's very easy to do, as they have so much damage for these two. As soon as they go in, it's kind of just...
as we see, maybe that damage is going to land here as Witch goes in with the W, but KOJ is trying to buy enough space. Valka's at an angle here. I think KOJ, unfortunately, the W does not land. We see that the Dawning Shadow comes out from Griff. Cassante is trying to buy enough space here. He's forced on the retreat. The Chompers to buy enough space here. They're going to Cherry, but it's a massive Cyclone! Followed up by the bullet time. It's enough with the Sword of Demacia coming down. Super Saiyan lands. Moo's trying to find the angle in with the Fate Between Worlds. The Arcane Storm is buying enough time. They're still having to fight in this choke. KOJ is looking to to be the next one to fall. Mustard, he gets knocked out. The Super Mega Death Rocket's not going to land, but Mustard is free hitting. Mooey's trying to buy. He's trying to get out. Is it going to be enough? Mustard, he got an minion! You can't be doing that, man. As we see the W's not going to be able to land. Rezi's trying to buy enough space. He's trying to die, but we actually see the Q lands. He hits the double hit. That's enough. Rezi with the aggressive flash in. He's ghosting. Is he going to find the jigs? He's on the hunt. The choppers. He just ran into the choppers. I don't know why he did that. But still, I think there's an angle of it just to find it as Mooey. I might have spoken a little too soon as Mustard's able to get out of that one, but wow, what a fight.
Also during that, we saw Super Slane just get this mid-tier 2 in front of this Victor's face as they are also heading towards this dragon to get on sold point.
You know, I feel like when you are a Victor who's behind and you have to play Luden's Lichbane, I feel like you have to let a Garen do whatever he wants. As now we see that is the third Mountain Drake over on the side. That makes that Luden's Lichbane even less fun to play, to be honest. If I am Victor, I'm kind of crying a little bit, even if I am up a little bit of farm.
Indeed. But I wonder how much stacks this Senna has at this given moment. As she has 108, which is not too shabby at this point. It's a little bit under, but what can you expect?
What can you expect? They haven't been technically in the driver's seat a lot of this game, as we might be seeing a little bit of driving happen, as Rezi is positioning a little aggressively here, as we do see the W does land, making it so that Aurora can't be hop, skipping, and jumping around, which is good. But right now, Mustard thankfully did not die in that fight. If Mustard died in that fight, I think it could potentially be Curtains. It would be tough, as we're getting some aggressive trading onto KOJ. He's kind of just letting him know who's boss. As we see a lot of aggressive positioning here around the top side, right? Mooey is looking to potentially get some free hits over here. But now KOJ is fighting the phase rushing Maokai, but it's going to be tough as Mooey's just free hitting this tower. Nobody went to go contest him here, and it looks like that's going to be a freebie over. Are we going to see incontestation? But Cherry finds the angle back onto Storm. Storm looks to be falling once again. This has been seen, but actually Mooey's taking a ton of damage here. Mustard gets the reset. This could be the angle that they find back into this. Mustard is going to fall. He's heading onto KOJ. That's going to be another reset going over to this Jinx here. Witch is trying to buy enough space. He's looking for the angle back in, but now cutting over to the bot side, it looks like that fight's going down. Super Saiyan is up 2 levels at this point, but he does land the W, but not the Q3 to follow it up. Actually, he lands it. I thought there was going to be some action, but no, not this time. That's not a bad fight, even though they did lose the tower.
Indeed. On the side of LS, I love this fight. All the kills going towards the Jinx. This Jinx, as soon as she's based, she's going to have this IE completed. They are looking to pressure this mid-tier 2. Sadly, nothing comes of it.
I think the Cherry, though, it's a little scary, right? She's still, even though she doesn't have Cyclone up, that monkey is doing a lot of damage, right? She has the Trinity. She has the Black Cleaver. She also bought Randuin's, which is a very smart buy at this point in the game, right? You're sitting on it. Realistically, the only damage threat is this Jinx. So if you're buying that Randuin's to buy yourself a little bit of time, I think it's not the end of the world here.
She just now completed the IE and her feats of strength. She is 3 items strong. Ooh. But also another mention is Valka. He is 3 items strong as well. How do you rip through this Cassante?
Maybe if my name is Garen, the Sword of Demacia, because that guy, he's going to do a lot of damage. His ultimate feels like it's a cheat code half the time with all the true damage that it does. I think if Valka for sure gets a little overzealous, he could be in a bad spot. But honestly, Valka does a good job of kind of not overstaying his welcome in these side lanes. I know a mid laner who sometimes overstays, but you know, he wouldn't do that anymore. But still, Valka's doing a good job of just buying time, just not letting the Garen get away with too much murder, as the rest of the team, hey, they're okay to keep scaling here. That gold lead, it's technically 7k, but as the game keeps going on later and later, as these items are getting completed, the gold lead starts to not be as big of a threat.
Indeed. Something honorable to mention is Griffin is also sitting on 2 items. He is a force to be reckoned with as well. He is ready to throw hands with anyone on the side of 10kbs. His range is getting extremely large. How do you ever just get on top of this Jinx and Senna?
I know, like, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about it, and it's like, technically, this game is... I think it's actually a lot closer than the gold lead is making it out to be, right? As we now see that the side of Lightning Sabers are starting up this Baron. I think they're just doing it for kicks and giggles at this point. As we see the ultimate comes over. Oh my god, he just got one shot! Oh no, that's not what you want to see. Never mind, this is not looking good. As Mooey just immediately put Mustard in the dirt. No heal from Grip is going to save him there. As Mooey is just being a little bit of a sneaky goose, looking for the angle onto this Baron, but now cutting over bot side. Super Saiyan forced to flash out. That's not bad. Even though you're 2 levels down, you're flashing away. I honestly would have loved to see what that happens, but Valka just finds the angle back in. That's another kill. Great flash there from Valka. That's a free kill. We might see. Does he have TP? He actually does. He's going to run out of all out, but still, this is the angle you need back into this. Griff does a lot of damage still. He's kind of a semi-80 carry, but Cherry finds the angle back in. Storm forced to flash, followed by the flash by Cherry. Griffin is free hitting, but the bullet time is going to land. Griff is trying to do enough damage on the backside. Witch is buying himself enough space, but Valka, look at Valka. He's doing so much damage. The unseen, the unstoppable. He lands too. Like, this might be the fight that they need. The flash in. They find the angle onto Mooey. Griffin is doing so much damage. Valka's getting the engage. The flash out from Mooey. It's not going to be enough. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't land. They're on the chase. Are they going to get the rabbit? We won't know because they just paused the game.
Oh my god. What just happened in this team fight? I just felt like 10KB had a winning fight. The misfortune uncontested, having her bullet time just hit everything. But my honorable mention is Valka. He just TPs in. He's disturbing this misfortune. He's disturbing everyone outside of this backline. His W was honestly a phenomenal W.
It was kind of hot, I'll be honest. But still,
For the double stun? Oh my.
Sheesh, it was kind of crazy. And I mean, honestly, I thought that fight was going to be just completely unplayable after, honestly, who we thought has been the main character of this game, Mustard, just dies. But we talk about it, this comp, they technically still have that other hyperscaler kind of 80 carry in the backline that is Griff. That guy, if he goes unnoticed, he is going to be doing some deeps. And that's kind of what he got away with. Valka and Witch doing a great job of just buying space there. Valka honestly doing a good amount of damage himself. And like, that honestly, you had to step up in that moment, and they for sure did there.
Indeed, for sure. But something to mention is there's no more flashes on the side of 10KBs.
No flashes. I honestly think the only flash in the game is Mustard's. If only Mustard had that to avoid an Aurora combo, but hey, maybe he has it for this fight. Right now, I'm also looking at the positioning here. I guess as we're waiting out this pause, I think what we saw is that it was the jungler. Cherry was having a little bit of a ping issue. Hopefully that didn't affect that team fight. We would maybe have to go back and see if it actually did. But right now, I'm looking at the positioning of Lightning Sabers, and they're looking to take that purple slug all for themselves.
But you also have to mention, Dragon is coming up here in 20 seconds. Which one would you prefer, Dragon or Elder? Or maybe you could do both. Depends how fast you are able to get these objectives down and how well you can do it as a team.
100%. I mean, looking at it, Cherry was the last to fall in that team fight, right? She has a 45-second death timer. And with Mustard on the prowl, I think there is the opportunity for them to potentially take both these objectives. It would be a massive, massive swing over to the side of Lightning Sabers. And it honestly could be the final nail in the coffin to basically switch this game around for what we thought was honestly going to be a 10k freebie.
Indeed, but something also to mention is these waves are kind of in a terrorist spot for the side of LS. You know, they have top wave pushing, bot wave stacked, pushing against them. You have mid wave pushed in. And they also have 6 grubs. You can easily just make a quick fast play, trying to pull them away from the Baron or Dragon, anywhere you would like to. Because also you can just concede the Dragon if you would like. Since you have no jungler, you're also sitting on 3 dragons. You have so many options left on the map as 10KB. Or, yeah, 10KB.
10KB, that's what they be doing. But, you know, I agree. I do think it is a little tough. I would say the one bright side is the only person who has the opportunity to maybe go for like a cheeky TP play is Mooey. We've seen that guy can kind of cause some shenanigans. He can cause a little bit of trouble over on the other side. But I don't think he's enough to end the game on his own, right? Maybe if Garen somehow had a 3rd summoner spell, he had that TP, they could make it happen. But as of now, I think we're kind of just waiting to see if Cherry's going to be able to get back into this game, if that ping issue can get resolved. But honestly, this has been a really, really exciting game 1. I've been super excited, and it looks like maybe we're getting back into it. They're saying our game. So we'll have to see if that ends up being the case. I think right now, honestly, we didn't talk about it enough. This is a really awkward spot to pause in, right? Because they are chasing down this rabbit right now, right? I think Mooey, I don't know if he has W up. I would doubt it with just basically the way these fights have gone. If that champ dies, I think that Baron's for sure gone.
It looks like they're all turning towards the Baron.
Sorry to like ruin it, but as we get back into the game, we see them running towards the Baron, starting it
mind.
up.
I'm a
Same with
silly goose.
Valka, Mustard dropping them midway, running, sprinting straight towards the Baron.
That's a
looks like
good
they're
80
gonna
carry
be
right
able-
there. That's a good 80 carry as he's making sure that that Baron falls, as it looks to be uncontested here. As like we were talking about during that pause, there are some pings coming out from this side of 10K. They're trying to make the plays here. As we see, it is a bit of a pause. I'm wondering if that is, never mind, that was spectator delay just being stupid. Riot Games, I love you sometimes, but I also hate you. As they are taking their reset here, I think, honestly, going for that just Drake immediately, just running it down, saying, hey, you're not getting that for free, as it looks like they're going to be behind, right? Mui and Rezi are just going to immediately burst this. I would not doubt, actually, I guess they aren't. They didn't know that they went for the reset. But I think you would need to immediately go for it, as Mui is going to be the one to start it here. They are pinging. They do not, the side of Lightning Sabers, they do not have vision set up. They know that they need to be here. That is being burst, but we see the Donatello come out.
Vision.
It's a good ulti for vision, as KOJ just ults, honestly, for fun. I mean, he's buying time, zoning him off, but there's nobody else that he's actually zoning here. They just gave over, they conceded position here to the side of Lightning Sabers, right? Lightning Sabers are in a great spot.
Wukong is up.
Wukong is up. Garen is also on the flank. He's not flanking from the best position, but right now, you're kind of at a weird spot where you got to be careful. Also, that's a scuttle going over to the side. As we see, Rezi is running for the hills. He's running away as KOJ is forced to flash. There's no flash over on the support. There is no chance they can potentially contest this, as it looks like they're going to be giving it over. So Soul Point is not going to be on the case here, as both teams are actually on Soul Point, just no Mountain Soul. There we go. I figured it out. Oh.
Indeed. Oh my gosh. If you were the side of LS, I'd be happy. We've somehow survived it to 35 minutes of the game after this early game. And we have Baron to sell out this game even more.
I would be a little giddy. I'd be a little excited that I'd be in this spot, right? Because I mean, Miss Fortune, she's strong. If she gets the prime bullet time, it's tough. But also, they have a lot of sustain, right? Griff is still doing a decent amount of heals, even though he has built Cleaver into Rapid Fire. Mui is forced to retreat here, not getting the ultimate Alpha. I also will say Griff is going for those ward Qs, which can help, but you also got to be careful with how many wards you have on the table. As it now looks like finally the aggressive plays are coming over on the side of Lightning Sabers, right? They're trying to pressure this mid tower, but on the other side, they have no waves to match.
Indeed, but an honorable mention to Storm. He finally completed his third item of the game. This Victor is now a force to be reckoned with.
Well,
Now
when
that
you go
we have
Black Fire Torches that third, I don't know, but we see Cherry doing a good job of cloning out, making sure that no early game shenanigans, no feisty stuff would happen to make that team fight not go their way. Storm is in a really weird spot. I honestly thought that Mui was going to call the play there, but no, not this case, as Mustard is free hitting. They see 5 members here. This is in a ram, and it is strong here. Mui does have ultimate, but he is chunked as he's forced to back here. They're looking for the play as the ultimate comes out. Nature's Grasp. As we see, the ultimate is coming out on the side of Braum. They're trying to buy enough space. Mustard is free hitting. They get the kill. Storm finds his second kill of the game onto KOJ. They are free hitting. Mui's trying to buy enough space. He goes in with the ultimate. It's not going to be enough. It's a good bullet time, but not enough as they pick up the kill. Valka is free firing on the back. It ends up being a 3 for 2, but Mustard is up and the 80 carries are up. Right now, it's tough. And it ends up only being the tower. I thought we'd get more there.
They one-shot Griffin here during this fight, but the biggest thing is they got Mustard's flash. These flashes are staggered. It's going to be such a big issue.
You see Mustard is able to attack this tower. Are they going to be able to make it fall? I think it's close with the rockets. They're going to have enough range. They're going to get reset. I think you got to be careful here if you're Rezi. Rezi, why are you walking up? You know that Jinx is going to get a reset. You're getting hit by the W. You're going to die. Dude, Storm is looking like a monster now. He gets a shutdown. Dude, I guess this guy's just been playing well this whole time. That Blackfire Torch third, that was the nail in the coffin for this 10KB's roster.
Little did you know, but also Dragon and Baron spawning at the same time, and now they are. But the thing is, top tier 1 is also still up, but these waves are just going to keep bouncing towards the side of LS. And the end coming down, so the super minions coming towards the mid lane, giving them more prio to play around to the side lanes. Let's see how they get it done.
Yeah, you're sitting right now at like 2 minutes before those objectives. I honestly, they took the mid inhib, and I know everybody talks about it kind of being bait, right? You don't want to just give over mid inhib for free if you don't have anything else to do on the map. But when you have Soul and Baron coming up, I think it's a decent time to take that inhibitor, right? They have the opportunity to kind of brute force these fights, make stuff happen over on the other side here. But now, we talked about that tier 1. It looks like the side of Lightning Sabers, they are going for it. They are trying to not let it here. As we see the W, great W there, making sure that Cherry can't do anything too super crazy, as a lot of actions going on to this top side of the map. But over on the other side, it's been the top laners that have usually been the ones on this side. Now we see the mid laners are there. As it looks like Griff, the double 80 carry comp here from Lightning Sabers, they're going to force it. They're going to get the reset over to Jinx. And it looks like, I don't know how you stop this fight without Aurora being here. I think you need Aurora in this fight. You need to make it an uneven fight if you're 10k.
Indeed, but also Jinx is sitting on 4 items, and she does have the elixirs to sit on. So it looks like they are positioning towards a fight on the side of 10kbs, but nothing is coming of it.
As it might actually be something of it on contrary here, as KOJ looks to be caught out. He gets hit by the W. Valko's continuing to engage here as the Nature's Grasp is going to land. That is a bad flash, KOJ. It's not going to get you out of this one. As now Super Saiyan is by himself. He's getting caught by the W. And now over on the other side, Mui is trying to do it. Actually, I think Mui kills him. It's going to be close as we see... That was a little nasty, I'll be honest. The bullet time is trying to buy enough space here for Resilient. But hey, on the contrary, it's pretty good. Mui's trying to buy enough time for his team, making sure that Storm cannot get any more pressure. But I think this is going to be a tier 2 falling. They have to catch that mid wave. But Mui's getting a little bit done over on the bot side of the map.
Indeed, indeed. But the biggest thing, Victor, he has no flash again. It's going to be very hard. But Jinx Rocket coming down and barely misses.
Barely.
Let's see what the side of LS is going for. They forgot that Dragon is coming up.
I think they forgot that they were the stronger team at the moment, as they're letting Cherry just free hit onto this Dragon. But Valka is coming. He might be able to scout this out. As Super Saiyan is getting in. He's just going in. I think he might have just died, to be honest with you. I think he's buying himself a more time with the gray screen, as Cherry is just trying to buy this. She's gonna go for the flip. Oh god, it's scary. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Who's gonna get it? Oh, he just pulled it. Falcon, that was such a good play, actually. You're making sure that you can't get the smite. We see the TP come out from Victor. Is it gonna be enough? Mui's trying to get enough damage. It's not enough. Griff gets the kill on the Mui. The next falls. That's a double kill over to the tree. That is a great play from from Lightning Sabers. Sorry, I keep saying 10k, but this has been the greatest turnaround. It's been so good for Lightning Sabers. They found the angle back into this game. They didn't let that early game slow them down. Valka, honestly, has been putting on such a performance, making the clutch plays that he needs for his team. This could be the curtain call, as it looks like they're hitting these towers. I don't think they're going to get a chance to respawn this game. As they're going in, they find the angle onto Rezi. I don't think that barrier is going to be enough to save this game for you. They're firing away. The wave is here. It's going to be tough. The first tower falls. The second soon to follow. And I think right now, that's going to be Nexus, and that's going to be game 1 over to Lightning Sabers.
Oh my god. What a game. What a turnaround from the side of Lightning Sabers.
Oh my gosh. What a game indeed. Onset, you were saying it best. What were you saying there? Oh my goodness.
It was just back and forth. I feel like 10k could have just ended. But I'm just lost for words. They just got outscaled at the end. Outscaled. Valka putting on a performance, ulting the Wukong out of the pit so the Wukong couldn't get the smite off. And wow, what a game. What a performance from the side of LS. A big shout out to Storm as he
shout out
ate
to
a
Storm.
lot of the pressure.
He held strong. Storm for sure held strong, as the person who did the most damage in that game was Mui. Mui was kind of free hitting a lot of those fights. He was the one who was doing a lot of damage. And honestly, I mean, it was such a good game. I'm hoping, as much as I want to go to bed, I love my slumber. If all of those games are like this is going to be such a good series to cast. Like, that was back and forth. Obviously, 10k, they're probably kicking themselves in the foot, right? They're obviously sad that they couldn't close that game out. But you have a lot of opportunities to look back at, like, hey, we played a lot of this game well. What are some ways that we can potentially tweak this to look to maybe close out those games, game 2? And also, if you are Lightning Sabers, you didn't get a freebie, but you had to claw your way back into this game. You got to kind of be thinking, hey, this series is still going to be tough. We got to be careful. Like, we can't get away with just scaling each game for free, right? I think a lot of that game, we kind of talk about MVPs of each series. Valka went Falco went nuts, man. Like, I feel like there were so many clutch plays for him. Solo killing a Garen as Cassante is really insane that you're able to get away with that. Followed by a TP, giving you basically the game-winning like team fight. Shout out to him. I think you let this guy do what he's doing, and they're in a good spot.
Indeed, for sure. But the biggest part is this is fearless. These champions are gone from both sides. These 10 champions. Let's see how they adapt in the next draft.
I mean,
it's
yeah,
gonna be very hard.
I'm thinking about it. What champs are potentially still up that are good? I mean, obviously there are only like 10 champs that are gone. Champs that stick out to me, I think Corki. Obviously is a champ that I'm like, I think that champ is kind of slammable, especially if your mid laner can also play it. I'm thinking technically Caitlyn, Callista. I know that Mustard plays it. I think Callista's pretty strong. I've seen an AD carry kind of go nuts, maybe getting 20 kills at one point on the champ. It could be pretty spooky. Also, I mean, like even outside of draft takeaways, I think you looking at the fact that Mui had a blind pick and he was still able to get that pressure. I think that if you are Lightning Sabers, you need to make sure that you have the like basically the setup to not continue to get like try to give Storm as much of a cushion as possible because still that jungle mid duo was so strong that game.
Indeed, for sure. But KOJ, we was also running towards the mid lane, kind of made Storm and a disadvantage. I felt like it was just 1v3 the whole game.
I mean, to be honest, I swear that gank from Cherry, I think I saw her do it 5 times. And honestly, it worked most of the time, right? That is the threat of this champion. But hey, those are really strong champs for both sides. There are some strong junglers up, right? Cherry still has her Bel'Veth. She has her Gwen. And when technically Lightning Sabers are down 2 bans still, I think one of those champions could potentially show up.
Indeed, but this jungler, he still has way more picks as well. I know he plays a little bit of Skarner, a little bit of Xin Zhao, Vi. I mean, there's still a lot of good junglers to set up your team for success.
Hey,
I mean, there's
and
still a Mumu as well.
You know, if the fiddler also gets loose, I'd be a little careful. I'd be a little scared for my boots, right?
Indeed.
As I don't know. It looks like from our thankful producer, shout out to Mr. Soulkeeper himself. We do see that the sides are going to be swapped here as the Lightning Sabers are now being sent over to the death depths that is blue side. Well, looks like they're going to give a counter pick over to potentially Super Slant or Mui, depending on how this draft goes. I think it's a really good call here for 10K. I think if you give Mui counter pick, it's really tough here for Storm. I think you kind of got to play potentially for your strong side. Look for your advantages. Maybe look to find a way to give Valka counter pick or play for your strong side bot lane. Look to play around the outer borders of your map here. I think that's the way that if Lightning Sabers wants to keep this winning streak.
My personal opinion, I think it is a mistake to swap onto the red side. I feel like there's so many good BU1s still on the table. You still have Skarner, you still have Ashe, Corki. I mean, you can even Varus. Like, there's still so many strong picks to be picked as B1 to basically just gather an advantage on towards the red side. How do you
How play?
how play?
I mean, yeah, how play?
I mean,
Like, I do agree. I think Corki, like I said, is that B1able champ. Nocturne, I've seen some people B1 it. Maybe Cherry does that. I think she likes to be the person who's kind of in the driver's seat of these plays. And when a lot of like the kind of like counter Nocturne champs have been banned, you could also go stuff like potentially the Galio. It can be strong. I think it's not awful. I'm trying to think of what a potential like B1 could be for this roster. Like I said, I'm thinking it's Corki. Unless you have another champion that's like, this is for sure happening.
I believe it'll probably just be a match trend that happens on the side of 10K is they just keep putting their AD carry on keep putting him on like utility champions such as like Jin, Ashe, just now Misfortune. You still have Seraphine open, so like as the side of LS, I have this game plan already known that Resilient is going to be on these champions just to facilitate his mid jungle to carry throughout the game, and know that he's going to be weak sided.
He is my weak side warrior, that fella. But still, also just a little like cut into what the production's going on right now. So it looks like the main site that we use for drafting, Fearless Draft, is kind of going through some errors. They're not doing the best right now. So we are going to be switching over to Draft Lol, I believe. We're going to be cutting out just the champions that were used in that previous game, kind of honoring the Fearless system, just using Draft Lol, which I think, honestly, it's not bad. I know that we have the production to run Draft Lol, as I'm assuming that's what we will be running for the main split here at LXC. But yeah, I think it could go either way here. As we're kind of just waiting. They're kind of finalizing the picks here, finalizing the ideas. As we'll have to see. As I'm just hanging out, just getting it done here. Onset, what's just thinking about it. What was the play of that series, right? I know I kind of talked about the Falca like kill into that fight. I mean, do you have another play that you're just like, oh man, that was it?
The play where they were able to get the shutdowns down in the bot lane onto this Jinx and Cassante, they really just gave a big influx of gold towards this Cassante to get himself like, I'm not sure if he was down in gold, but it just kind of seemed like it. He kind of just seemed unkillable after that shutdown, and this Jinx just being accelerated a little bit quicker and quicker. I mean that's a big shadow. I mean that's a big play, especially towards that late of the game.
Oh,
It's
for
like they were
sure.
just able to stall so much. Also the Baron fight that was also really, or not, was it, I guess Baron fight ish. The skirmish down Baron where 10K just lost, and they were able to get the Baron and the dragon.
I'm not seeing. So I will say, looking on our side, it looks like 10K has readied up. I think that the side of Lightning Sabers, they're still getting it ready, as we'll have to see. Going to be busted, as I think we're finalizing some things over on our production side. You're all good. We're gonna take just a quick second. Just kind of like just helping our team out, just letting them know like we're buying enough time for them to get this thing done. We want to make sure that you guys and the audience can get to see this draft. Is honestly, drafting is one of my favorite parts of this game. I think you can kind of see the strengths of a team, see where they want to go, see the strategies in draft. Do you pick AD jungle? Do you pick mid early? Give your top lane support counter pick. There's so much that goes into draft, and when you have 170 champs in the game, it's a nice thing, and I think it's a lot of times super fun to talk about.
Indeed, for sure. Wow.
What
This
you
game
what?
too is going to be such an interesting one. How the adaptation as draft just now started as we head
Oh
into draft.
boy. Oh boy, oh boy. As we do see, the Mr. Kinch has been benched. This time, as Griff is not allowed to play his champ abuser, as we see Syndra now followed up. So that looks like, what champ did they let through? The Fiddler! The Fiddler is now on the table, potentially. They might go for the Fiddle ban here. Never mind, I was lied to, as the Fiddle is going to end up being banned here over on the side of 10K. As Varus first pick, I guess I didn't talk about that in the 80 carries, but I feel like he is one of those reliable blind picks that you can get away with, right? He has so many different builds that he can go. And I think, honestly, Mustard, he's been known to throw around a couple arrows.
Indeed. So let's see if they're going to put Resilient back on another utility champion. That is the biggest thing. Oh, it looks like he's going
Wait
to
a
be able to
minute.
get his Ezreal.
It's the pocket pick is here. Ezreal is here to show up. He said, I don't care if this champion is bad right now. He said, all right, guys, let me lock in. Let me pick the champion of all champions. Now, looking at potential pairings for it, I think you could go jungle blind. I don't know if you do it here
I
if you're
don't think so
10K.
because Belveth is still up on the table.
I think it's very likely that they just go with the standard poke lane here. They maybe go Karma. They could go stuff like, I guess, Rel. I'm completely wrong. Never mind. I guess game
I
one
feel
was a
like they're just preparing the draft up for Cherry. Looks like because as Belveth, what would you want the most? You kind of just want someone to go in for you, but you can also play with an enchanter. But let's not use all our picks on the second game, as we now head to LS is picking on B2.
I think
Let's see.
if you are sitting here right now, you're thinking about the potential answer into Rel. I like Alistar. I think Griff plays it. I don't know if it's what's going to be locked in, as we are going to see if anything's locked in. Nothing actually gets locked in there, so I'm going to guess we're going to be getting a chat in just a second to see what that pick was. It ends up being Poppy. Ooh, I forgot about the Poppy. So Griff is actually known as a bit of a basically a problem maker on the Rift, right? This guy will go wherever he pleases with the champion. He will cause commotion everywhere else. It looks like Mustard is going to be the one who's on the back end, as it looks like they're just going to let Griff go wherever he wants.
By locked in for the side of Witch. Let's see if Cherry is gonna pivot towards her Belveth, or maybe another jungler, maybe Graves.
The Graves. The
The
Graves
Graves.
could come out as we see Morgana. I actually think that might be a Morgana jungle. That is something that I know Cherry has played. I know that Kat is a big fan, and I know that they're good friends. So that could be something that maybe she has learned from Kat, that this champion is a little bonkers, especially into Vi, right? You get that spell shield, it basically makes Vi's champ a sitting duck a lot of the time. You don't get that value. But now looking at bans here, we see the Vex followed by Ambessa. We'll have to see, as it looks like the solo laners are the ones being targeted.
Indeed, it looks like they're going to pivot for a maybe a blind mid on the side of 10KB because they obviously just want to. They just want a fist fight when they want to AD mid. Maybe they'll go for a Yone, but Yone is going to get banned on the side.
No, they said no. I also will say, if you blind pick Yone, Storm coming from that top lane, he has some champs that kind of just throw the Wind Brother into the dirt, right? You got the Renekton. That's one of my favorites into a Yone blind. Other stuff could work potentially mid. I think it's scary to go Yone blind, but maybe Mui is just goated. We saw how well he was playing on the Aurora, so maybe don't giving it over to him. As we see the snake has showed up, I don't like it, and I think it really, really shuts down a Poppy and a Vi.
I feel like you just got flashbacks.
I got a lot
from
of
seeing
flashbacks. I'm scared of the
Cassiopeia.
snake. I am scared of that snake, but we'll have to see what the answer is into it. I don't actually know what his response will be into this champ. Maybe, I don't know, because I
Maybe
don't think he.
Hui, maybe? I don't know if he
Hui?
plays
It
Hui.
could be a Huangle. I think I've seen him play in a couple of logs. I mean, it's not bad. It outrages the Cassio, which is nice. I just don't know how well it synergizes with your Vi and your Poppy. Is
I
the only
mean,
thing I'm worried about.
you just press ARG, right, guys? Like
I guess.
you just layer it. You
Yeah.
buy ARG, but like there's Morgana on the enemy team. It's gonna be really, really hard.
I also think if Lux gets put behind, the champion is kind of just there, right? As we see Mr. Ornn, the B5 Ornn coming out for Valka. He is known as the tank terrorizer. He is going to get it done on this champion, and I'm going to be surprised, hoping to see what that counter pick is going to be. I think Fiora has a lot of value here. I think that could be an option. Maybe they want something that's a little more team synergistic. We'll have to see, though. What are we expecting? What are we expecting?
Just some standard tank up in the top lane. Maybe they'll go Mundo to take it away from Valka for the rest of the series. Who knows? Or Gragas.
They're cutting down to the wire. It's actually not a tank at all. Actually, I mean, we did see, I believe, I think it was the Shy, either today or yesterday, did play a variation of tank Jax. I don't know if Super Slayon's going to pilot it. I don't think he's going to play Fimbulwinter, Iceborne, Gauntlet, Jax. But who knows? It gets a little bit of value. He can trade, get some early grass procs onto this Ornn for free. But now as we see this draft, I mean, looking at it, like on paper, on set, walk me through it. Because I think, honestly, I don't really know at this point.
I think this is just a movie 1v9 show. I don't know how you get him down. You know, like if you decide to buy arm, well, you have Morgana spell shield. He also has W, which will just you can't move, right?
You can't move. That actually, also thinking about it, Ornn can't ulti. Like if we see that the Ornn hammer is called like that, if that goes off, Cassie just pops a W on him. Ult's useless, right? Like you don't get the knockup. It's not going to be as strong. I think Cassio goes so turbo this game. I just think also she's just a turbo champ, right? She's the best top laner. She's the best mid laner. She's the best AD carry. They were like, oh, she doesn't have to buy boots, so she's going to be worthless. Wrong. That champion is broken. I've been traumatized by this too many times. I've been actually traumatized specifically by Mui's Cassiopeia. I think it's going to be tough.
It is honestly going to be very tough. My biggest concern is if you do get this Cassio down, what's left in the tank to get this Ezreal, this Jax? Even Morgana's going to be dishing out Qs. It's like a perma CC comp. How do you move? I honestly...
I think you're kind of playing a pick. You're just playing pick if you are LS, right? You look for the angles. You see if Lux can get a cheeky route over the edge. You see if Varus can get that. Honestly, I think at this point you go lethality Varus. I know it might sound silly, but just like trying to just poke down, trying to get these picks early in the fight are your ways to go. Because in a straight up team fight, it's so hard here for LS, it feels like.
Indeed. And plus you have this Lux. You can just like stand from afar and just
pray you land your poke. And I feel like whoever gets on the objective first, it is gonna be impossible to brute force their way back in. But
It looks like those
knows?
champs are being finalized here, right? There aren't really a whole lot of flexes in this game. We are expecting that Poppy to be in the support, as Vi doesn't usually support. But as we're waiting, we're gonna take a quick break, give ourselves a chance to get some water. We've been talking a lot on set, and we got a whole lot more talking to do. As I think we're gonna cut to break, and we'll be right back as soon as this game is in the Summer's Rift Force. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this game 2 with what is hopefully going to be a pretty exciting series here between 10K versus Lightning Sabers. If you missed game 1, Lightning Sabers did come out to a pretty close win in their game 1, as we're going to see if 10K are looking to bounce back. But Lightning Sabers, they are going on the aggressive here. They got some confidence from that game 1, as it looks like they're trying to cause some early game shenanigans here. But Rezi, he spots it out. He's going to back up here.
For sure. As we do see, nothing's really going on. There's no early wards. They're just assuming it's a standard 5-point. But Vi did start sweeper, sweeping out any vision placed, but there wasn't.
Making sure that no early game shenanigans happen this time. As we do see right now, Mui is potentially going to get that early ward on the Raptors. That's a super, super strong ward. It is honestly before that 115 kind of like spike is really when you want to get that ward done on the Raptor pit. It will spot if she comes in from topside as well as if she clears up. So this Vi will be spotted. On the other side though, Cherry, no wards were placed. As this is an advantage over to the side of 10K with this, but we'll have to see if it ends up actually playing out for him.
Yes, but an interesting rune is first strike on Morgana. I'm gonna wonder how many times she procs it this game.
I don't really know. I mean, I think just going stuff like maybe just Dark Harvest, I think is the way to go. Like you get some procs here. I mean, I guess I don't know what else you'd go. I mean, first strike you get some funny money. That's kind of nice. As we see bot lane, Griff is playing kind of in that bush. He doesn't know that it's probably warded, as they see that on the bot side here, Rezi and KOJ get the early push. As it looks like, honestly, all sides of 10K are pushing into their counterparts here.
Another thing is, maybe Valka's trying to give a quick little shout out to one of the players in the draft league called the Yakovic, as he is also a Ornn OTP.
I do see that guy. I don't think he's allowed to ever play Ornn again. He got it one time, caused a little bit of problems, and it's never showing back up. But Valka, he is known to play those tanks. We saw how well he was able to pilot the Cassante in that fight. I think it's a little hard here when you got a Morgana and a Cassio that are kind of making it so you aren't allowed to ult ever. But, you know, maybe he proves us wrong. Maybe he gets it done. As right now, there's some early CS leads. I will say, top lane, I'm surprised that Ornn is up 6k, even though the wave is like slow pushing back into him. Looks like Super Slane missed a couple. We just saw him miss 1/1 there, but still, regardless.
This Morgana clear. Oh my god. On the last camp, and it's 3 minutes, 3 to 10 minutes, and she's already done with her clear. What does she have left to do? And another mention is, we did see the Vi on Raptors before the ward expired, going up towards them, but Cherry looking to gank the mid lane.
Mui, the only thing holding him back basically is the fact he does not have enough mana in the tank. But right now, Cherry is sitting in the wing looking for the angle. Cherry is making the move here. Storm, he walked up a little bit too far. You had to be so careful, man. Cherry's just going to auto you to death, throws the point blank Q, making sure that he cannot miss. KOJ is here to make sure it's secured. That's a first blood over to Cherry. Storm, we can't have it happen, man. You got to be careful. Oh, no. That Q is not what you want to see here. Cherry is on the move. Does she have smite? She's going to try to steal it, but the root lands. There's no smite. As a good flash there from KOJ, followed by the layered CC. The W into the Q. Another missed Q there from Witch. Maybe he's not familiar with the game of this champion. The Q barely misses there from Cherry. And right now, it's been some jungle dominance, even with, I guess, Witch getting the early scuttle. I think Cherry's going to be able to go down for that bot lane scuttle and get one for herself.
Honorable mention to KOJ. What a good roam from him to come out. What was it? Level 3. He just, as soon as he hit level 3, immediately roam mid. He knows his win con here.
Cutting over top. I mean, that was a pretty good wait there, baiting out the counter strike. Because right now, Valka's just farming up. Both of them are grasp abusers here. As it looks like right now, Valka is in a good spot, right? He has that passive where he can kind of just stay in lane, build his items. But it looks like he's just going to take a reset here. He's saying, I want to build my resources. I want to get my mana back. Mana's always the best. I honestly think it might be TP advantage, as he's not going to be forced to TP here.
But the Vi was able to get double scuttle onto Cherry.
Oh. I will say double scuttle is nice, but a kill's also pretty nice too. So it's not completely the end of the world here for Cherry, even though she did lose that double scuttle.
Are they looking to get an early Drake onto the side of LS? Let's see. And Griffin running towards the mid lane.
Griff is doing his best. He said it's going to be my turn. He's trying to find Mui. Good dodge there of the E. If you dodge that E, Lux is a bit free. As it looks like right now, Lightning Sabers are being uncontested. Actually, Cherry's in the angle. KOJ goes in, but actually a great bait there, forcing the stun into the wall, which gets the dragon. As we see, there's going to be some fights. Rezi actually kind of went a little crazy, not so but so there, as he flashes out. He gets the presence of mind to get a little bit of mana back. KOJ's on the hunt. KOJ gets the stun. The storm. He finds the angle. He finds the root. Cherry forced to flash out, but it's 2 versus 3. Oh no, Mui's here. You got to be careful. As we see, Mui is now on the hunt, finding the angle. The Q does not land, but we do see, actually, Mui goes in deep. That's a lot of damage, and that is a really good play as Ezreal, he's got himself a triple.
He picked up all those 3 kills. Oh my lord.
Lordy,
this is Resilience game to shine.
This is the Rezi special, right? He said, I'm busting out my pocket pick. I'm busting out my best champion. Do you do it when you also have a Cassio and a Morgana on the team? You know, I guess there's no harm in it. But, like, still, this is a game, we talked about it in draft. It's heavily, heavily favored, in our opinion, to 10K. Maybe the side of Lightning Sabers, they prove us wrong. But right now, the stats are saying otherwise. Oh my god. I just, well, you know, when you do that, Storm, he lands the bind into the R. And unfortunately, Rezi still used his cleanse during that, so it ends up being a cleanse for naught as we see the shutdown. He had the 3 kills, and it goes directly over to Storm.
I don't know if you noticed, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Rezi has yet to win a game on Ezreal. But as we are fighting towards the grub,
As we see, there's a lot of fighting going on. We want to talk about it, but right now, Mui, he gets the damage off. He gets his ulti, but I think that's going to be enough as Griff, he goes in and he gets the kill. Griff's kind of in a bit of a weird spot here as he's trying to buy enough time to Storm. He's doing a lot of damage, but he doesn't have mana, but Mustard's here as Rezi is still farming down bot side. It's a 4 versus 2. They're trying to buy enough space. Cherry's trying to run for the hills, and it looks like her running pays off this time.
what a roam coming up from Mustard. I did not expect the 80 carry.
Oh wait, that's real.
Ezreal ulti only was able to cancel the Ornn.
It does stop the Ornn. Unfortunately, that is a tanky guy. KOJ is walking up, just asserting dominance as this. Oh, that was a weird little interaction as the supports are. Basically, they are playing the funny music right now, woo, 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 as everything seems to be missing, but ends up being for naught, as nothing ends up happening there.
But Rezi is collecting a plate towards the bot lane. Storm here to match. Nothing much going on at the given moment. As let's see, Vi finishing up the last rub.
I will say, looking mid lane at, we've kind of overlooked it. Storm did get himself a nice kill with that shutdown, but regardless, he is actually he's still even with his Cassio, but this Cassio is almost up 30 farm at this point. That is a really, really big CS lead, but now actually looking at it, Witch is, he's trying to run for the hills as it looks like Mui finds him on the angle, but no. Witch didn't know he was being hunted down, as it looks like Cherry is just going to take these wolves as that prize. But over on the other side, we cut back and we see KOJ. He's getting spotted on that control ward, so no funny shenanigans are happening bot lane as Rezi. He's kind of just been farming up. He still has 3 kills regardless, so he's still at a pretty good point. He's almost halfway through his Trinity Force, which is a really, really big item spike. So still 10K's in a pretty good spot.
Yes, but Vi, she's just stuck having to clear her own jungle. She can't counter invade, she can't do anything. This is really just benefiting Cherry the most. She's probably just going to look for a quick reset, run out to her bottom side. But she also knows that Vi has yet to enter her own jungle. So like this is just Morgana's playground at the given moment. It looks like Valkyrie is coming here to stop her base, slow down the tempo.
Very nice. Actually, now cutting to bot side, we were talking about top lane, but we see there's a lot of trading going on bot. I thought something was going to happen. Ooh, that's a lot of damage, Mustard. As we actually, you know, we talked about it. I thought that Mustard was going to go with the lethality build. He said, you're completely wrong, buddy, as he ends up going for Bork here. I'm wondering if that is the move here on set. I mean, kind of like looking at this game. Do you think that the Bork is the potential build to go at this point?
I mean, if you don't go Bork, you really have no on-hit damage. It's kind of just like, which one do you prefer as Varus? Which one do you get more comfortable? Which one are you more comfortable on?
Oh, but you know what might not be comfortable is the fact that ultimates are being traded here. Actually, good sidestep there. Good leap from Super Slan. As we see, it's probably not going to be any kills, as Valko does have his tower to keep him safe. As there hasn't been a whole lot of action in these couple minutes, but over time we do see that 10K has built themselves about a 1K gold lead. As that gold lead is about, right now it's mainly on Morgana. Actually, Morgana has all of that gold lead, sitting at about 1K up over the Vi. Like we said, this Vi is just having a bit of a struggle, and it's not honestly Witch's fault. It's just the champ fundamentally just struggles so much into the Morgana, into the Cassio. Who does she have as that ult target here on set?
Basically, no one. Maybe the support. It's really hard to get the ulti someone here, because like let's say if you ulti the Jax, you have his counter strike, you have his E, you ulti Cassio, like she's most likely gonna have the Bill Shield up on her, but she also has W, as we see the dragon finishing towards, going over to the way of 10kb, as Mui looking deep inside the jungle.
He actually is going to get a little aggressive. Oh, and that's a root. That's a dead. That is a deadlocks on my screen. The ultimate followed up. The scream is enough as Mui picks up a kill. He did not expect Cherry to throw that bind. That bind is a bit of a problem. Throwing up the peace sign. She knows that she got away with murder there as she's going to clear her camps. What is new here for Cherry on the Morgana?
I feel like Storm should have knew. Cherry was just sitting on a ward when she threw up that Q. What was Storm thinking? But also, Rezi trying to kill steal Mui's kill with Ezreal ulti.
Hey, if you're not throwing Ezreal ults to kill steal, what are you doing? What are you doing, right? You gotta be getting all that you can, right? If you only have 3 kills, that's not enough for Rezi to carry. He's got to get it done. He's got to take everything he can here, as he is wanting to put this game on his shoulders. Which honestly, I'm happy for. I want people to put this game on their shoulders. I want them to look for it. But look at it. You also got some people who are also carrying some of the gold burden. As Rezi canceled his back just to let him know.
Done on Ezreal. The Rylai's done on Cassio. 1 item up on the Morgana. Boots completed as well. On the side of LS. Do we fight these grubs? But we see the bot lane rotating up towards the objective to control and establish vision and maintain the control, as we see KOJ up in the mid lane. Cherry running.
No, they do have 3 members here of Lightning Sabers sitting in the wing, as we do see that the root is coming down, but a root in return is landed from Cherry. Griff is charging up his ultimate. It lands on Cassio. That's a target you wanted on. As I am surprised, it looks like I think you can fight it if Cassio can get back here. I'm surprised they're kind of conceding. They're going to go over, I think, with this. Oh, I would go over with the blast cone. Find the angle. Go for the play. Make this happen. KOJ's at the pit. He's kind of by himself, actually. He might be in trouble, as it looks like Valka is the target who's on target here. Witch is trying to fire. Griff, he's going in with the engage. The horn does not land. He gets caught. Vi finds the angle. Vi goes in. He's on Super Slate. He's doing a lot of damage. Mui is in the wing, but Storm finds the root. Is it going to be enough? Mui actually lays it. Oh my god, wait, does Mui pit? Oh! Wait, he gets
Mui movement!
The Mui movement. Oh my gosh, I feel like we're going to be using that a couple times. It ends up being not the cleanest fight from either team, but you know, Mui, he's sitting 3-2-3. He's probably feeling pretty decent.
Yeah, for sure. There's... But the thing, throughout this whole time, we saw the Ezreal just taking plates down on the bot side, but I feel like you also had to give a special shout out to Valka during that Grubs fight. He was just holding off he was holding off Super Saiyan from entering the fight the whole time.
That is what I'm Super Saiyan, man. He honestly, he hasn't had his Trinity Force yet. He doesn't have all the kills. He doesn't have as much gold, but when he gets that Trinity Force, honestly, it's pretty good, right? I mean, I'm also surprised Ornn is actually up farm in this matchup a little bit. I also think Trinity is not bad. I think it's kind of the standard that you go with Jax. Honestly, Super Saiyan, I thought he was going to go for the proxy. I thought he was going to go for the Dayan special. Not this time. But right now, it looks like Mui is just farming up. Sitting at a pretty sizable lead. It wasn't as bad as it was earlier. Lux is pretty known for just being able to catch the wave, just throw her E, just do a ton of damage. Also, one thing we didn't note about last game is kind of where the Otacon spawned. Looking at this game, it does look like it is another top lane spawning here, which is, I think, in the favor of 10k. I think, honestly, they'd be okay going in, as we see the aggressive E forward from Rezi, as it looks like he is throwing some warning shots, just letting him know who's boss. Valka just firing up, getting some farm for himself, but right now it looks like we're kind of at a little bit of a downtime here.
Bit of a stalemate. But I feel like this stalemate is just gonna keep favoring these sides.
As I thought that stalemate was gonna happen, as we see Griff gets channeled. Oh, and that's a nice cancel there from KOJ, making sure that Griff is not allowed to use that ultimate, but Cherry does not land the root, as it looks like they're gonna choose to back off here. Mui is on the hunt. The snake is hunting for her food. They do not find it, as it looks like Valka might be the one who's in trouble next. They're trying to get that wave force in, but it's got a little bit of time. They're trying to move down, trying to help out their top laner here. Oh, that was a bit of anti-synergy there from the side of Lightning Sabers. They boop him out, but they wanted to go in, as it looks like it's going to end up being nothing there.
For sure.
I just feel like the item on Vi going Eclipse into this team might be a little bit rough.
I mean, what else you go? I mean, like, if
At this point, you
just
gotta
go full
just
take.
play
Like,
full take and play for your R and pray your team can do something.
I think you go Zanyas. You ultimate and you Zanyas just to buy space. You are a
Maybe you
Can't
go
have
GA
minions.
second, you know?
GA second just be a problem. As we've just been talking about it, right? And it's like the game. It's not been like blown open, but like 2K and oh, that was a funny jump there from Super Saiyan. As the root is not going to land. Storm was just throwing a warning shot as he does sometimes, but right now we look at it as the bot lane of Lightning Sabers. They're pressuring this wave. They're trying to get priority for this dragon. But right now, Super Saiyan is getting his base off. He's probably going to be walking down as he does not have TP up. But on the contrary, Storm has his. He's going to get free hits onto this tower. So if you are the side of 10K, you got to make something happen.
Dragon is spawning. Rift Herald is up. Maybe first hour goes down to Storm. They do have 5 grubs at given moments. It looks like 10KB is contesting the mid wave, but I feel like you just easily clear this
Essentially
wave
erases.
out.
We see Griff is actually pulling the trigger here. They find Cherry. They find a good angle there as KOJ is able to get the Magnet Storm. That's so much damage. Cassio's getting so much done. The double kill lands out, forcing out the flash. Various gets a double kill in return, but Cassio is unleashed. She gets the triple. She's shut down. Storm lands the root, lands the binding. Another shutdown went over. Actually, no, it's just waiting. There was a lot of kills all at once there, but we see Storm. He's throwing the ulti onto the wave. I hate this champion. She can just do that, but Super Saiyan is here. He doesn't go in
He
though.
is here to defend mid tier 1, but throughout this whole fight, Storm was able to collect the first blood tower before TPing into this fight.
Hey, well played. Well, I mean, honestly, that's a really good swing if you're Lightning Sabers, right? You look to find the angle back into this. They didn't go for the dragon. They chose to go for the... Actually, they didn't even get the mid tower. Griff, great awareness there to just go in for that play. I'm surprised he's actually full HP. Even throughout that entire exchange, he took no damage. He was the first to lead the charge. I guess that's the play, but now we see it. Mui is on the hunt. He is finding the engage back in. KOJ is going in. He's trying to get the root up. Mui is unleashed. He's firing the Serpent's Fang. He's firing the Twin Bites. Griff is trying to get the bolt. We see it. Griff goes in. Cherry's buying time. We see it's a lot of going on. Rezi is firing away at Valka. Valka's going to die. Super Saiyan on the back is doing damage to Storm. Storm is isolated. Griff is low. Cassio is doing tons of damage. Super Saiyan picks up Storm. It's a 2 versus 4, and Super Saiyan is leading the charge, but that is a good knock up there. Actually, and it turns the kill. That's a double kill for Vi. We said this champ was going to be useless, and Witch said, no, I'm making something happen. The root lands. Is it going to be enough? He steals the dragon. I guess, hey, that's what you needed. Vi needed that mobility. He picks up a dragon. Honestly, Lightning Sabers are putting up a pretty good fight right now on set. Oh my god, wait a minute. I thought the fight was going to be over, and Mui just flashed in. Said, no, I'm going to kill you. I don't have to land anything. You are just dead on my screen. Hey, but on the bright side, Mustard did pick up that kill onto KOJ. But hey, I think KOJ's okay with dying a couple times.
Wow, this has been a crazy game. It's just constant fighting. As we do
and
have
there's a little bit more fighting as the root does land. You know, Onset, you don't get a time to talk. The Twin Fangs are gonna keep going regardless. I don't think that Ornhorn's gonna be enough, as that that final spark does a lot of damage, but it's not enough to bring down the snake.
Yes. Also, Mui has completed 2 items. He has the Seraphs completed. He has Rallies. He has 10 stacks on Dark Seal. He is almost completed with his 3rd item.
Indeed,
oh my god.
Indeed, man. I think this guy is unleashed, right? He is moving and grooving. He is getting so much done. I will say there is one bright side. If you are Lightning Sabers, they were able to take over that Beats of Strength. So the Cassio will not be getting a little bit extra move speed on top. So she's pretty scary, but she's not going to be the speed demon that she could have been.
Is resilient also on 2 items. Looks like Jax is heading towards a maybe Bork. I would assume that is a Bork.
I think it's a workable angle for the Jax, just assuming with the items here. I think it's not bad. I think he can kind of throw some fists with most of the players, most of the champions on that team. And you know who can really
completed as well.
Yes,
we see
and
Cherry hovering over Cassio, as there is no vision established on the top side as Otacon is being spawned in. We see Griffin running up. Looks like Storm has taken a base. Vi up on the top side. Looks like mid is being contested by both AD carries. Mid push going towards the side of 10KBs.
we were able to spot out where Rel is. We don't know where Cherry is at.
I mean, we do, but like they don't. But still, looking at this Otacon, right? I believe it is the Voracious. So that is the one that will give you basically X 25% of Epic Monster stacks on top of it. So I think this is technically the stronger of the two, even though those respawns can be really scary. So I think that we are going to expect a lot of pressure as Cherry's in a very, very good spot here, right? Valka has to be aware. He's got to be careful as the Q, you know, I don't know if he just knew. I don't know if he was goaded there, but like that was a great dodge there from Valka.
Indeed. As also, it's just a winning play for the side of 10KB. This Jax is just applying too much pressure down in the bot lane against Storm.
I will say though,
he's keeping his Lux
yeah,
stuck in this lane.
the Lux is locked in the lane, but you know, if I'm a Lux, that Lux just gets to farm for free. As we now see, the one is not free is the fact that Griff is going in, and KOJ, he just goes in for over top alley-oop. As we see, Griff knocks away the Morgana. She's pretty scared, but Rezi almost dies there, and it's just KOJ by himself. He's not able to get out of this one. The root does land from Cherry. As we see, Witch is taking a lot of damage, but there's not enough damage to follow. Mui's here! Is he going to find the angle? As we see, Cherry goes in, lands the ultimate, makes it possible. But honestly, Valka, you got to be careful. Mui's looking to try that. It's a great ulti, but the knockup lands. Mui's taking damage. Mui's by himself. He's going to be able to heal. He's healing. It's not enough as Griffin is able to take down the kill. Cherry is buying enough time with his Zhonya's. Rezi's trying to buy space. Rezi, you got to do some damage. You got to cause some problems here. He's going in. He doesn't land the Q. The Mystic Shot doesn't. We are ulting. Why are you ulting? You're going to die. Oh, no. What are you doing? You got to keep kiting the Ornn. That is not the play you want to see for 10K.
That is not the play you would like to see at all. You waste your Morgana flash, your Ezreal flash. Well played by Mustard. He just immediately tries to escape the Morgana to hit onto Mui, but Mui reacted so
no,
well.
Valka tanked the tower shot by going for that dash. He was able to flash out, so he's not in too much danger. If that was a Leona with Eclipse, I think there would be a bit of a scare, but it's just a Rel, so he's going to be able to get out of it this time.
Maybe Resilient has a little bit of PTSD against a Leon with Eclipse. But
is a spooky champ regardless. But still, I mean, honestly, what I thought would realistically be a stomp has been, once again, a banger game. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of this is there have been a little bit of blunders from the side of 10K. I think as this game continues to go, it's going to get harder and harder. Also, hey, one note is Storm now has more farm, and I'm wondering if he has more XP. He does. He has more XP than this Cassio now. So the tables have been turned. For these mid laners. I will say, though, the gold says otherwise, as we now see Griff is finding the angle in. He's forcing KOJ to sit in his place. KOJ is kind of just running around buying time. The flash out, making it so he cannot get that nasty flash engage. As we see another TP, Storm might be in a bit of a bad spot here, as Super Saiyan is forced to back out the Q just to assert dominance. It's not going anywhere. Mui is buying time for his team, making space. Witch is out of the fight. Griff knocks away the Rel. The Rel didn't have flash anyways. He wasn't going to be able to do too much. Mui is doing damage. He's throwing the Twin Fangs. He is clobbering this Ornn, but we see that the members of Lightning Sabers are on the retreat. Rezi is firing at this mid tower. I think you look at Rift Herald if you are 10KBs at this point.
Yes, but it is also very dangerous. Like, they can immediately collapse on top of
Rezi
your
is
champ.
playing
Rezi's
pretty impressive. I mean, you have the dash out, which is fair, but looking at it, good call there from the side of Super Saiyan and Cherry. They're going to take it while Rezi is buying time. But over on the other side, we see that the Dragon is being contested, and I do think they are just ignoring it. I don't know if that control word just made it so they couldn't see anything there, but it looks like that's actually a good response. But actually, there's just so many objectives I can't cast this season. As we see Otacons now being taken over on the top side, it looks like with Switch on the bond, he's getting the Dragon, but that Voracious Otacon is going to go into the hands of 10KBs. We see the stun land. Is it going to be enough? Griff is trying to find the angle in as we see the Ornn Horn lands. I thought that final spark was going to be enough to take the Otacon. The Otacon said no, as it looks like, actually, I was wrong about my Otacon buff. It is another respawn angle here for the side of the bees.
Yes. I mean, I feel like this is just favors 10KBs. This whole sequence. We have Rift Herald. Sure, we may lost Dragon mid tier 1, sure, but we can immediately just come up on the map and force their mid tier 1. We also have GAs now from the Otacon. We also have Rift Herald. That is the most important part. They can just force whatever they want.
As Rezi is forced to E away, he's able to get out. One thing also I will note, we do say it is in favor. They now are on Soul Point. It is Ocean, so that is pretty good for the Lux, pretty good for the Varus. It's not game breaking, but it's very nice to have. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly probably best for Orange, you're right. But also, it potentially lets you get Elder. And I will say that a Lux and a Varus are really scary with the Elder Drake. If they find a pick, that champion is just one shot instantly. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. With that Elder, that could be a potential angle for them to close out this game, because right now they're making a lot of plays on the map, but it's just, I just don't know if you had the firepower with your comp to kind of like brute force this win without a little objective help.
I'm trying to see what the next game plan is going to be for 10KBs. It looks like they're just going to ARAM it down the mid lane with
Classic.
Rift Herald.
That looks to
Maybe
be the
not.
play as Rezi throwing the ultimate. It does hit Griff. That's a pretty valuable target here as his
But Warren just takes bot tier 1 as well. I feel like 10K is just losing all across throughout the map.
Hey, I mean, right now they do brute force that mid tower. It looks like they're trying to trade. They are pinging aggressively here, as it looks like they want to make the play. Griff is charging up the ultimate. He actually says, just kidding. As we see, Valka is forced to ultimate. Storm actually had to flash. We didn't cut to a topside. Valka is forced to flash. Mui gets the nice death stare. Griff is taking a lot of damage. The Twin Fangs are doing damage. The withdraw comes out. Mui's able to pick up the kill on the Griff. That ends up being a 1-for-1 unless it's Otacon. But the flash comes in from Super Saiyan. It's enough, and that's good. That's going to be another tower coming over. I know we talked about it being a bad play, but Super Saiyan said, nope, I'm going to make it a good play.
As Mui keeps running forward, we also still are sitting onto this Rift Herald. It looks like top tier 1 is coming down. We are pinging towards the Nasher. See, and we still have these GA buffs. Like, maybe we're going to play for the turn here. We just want to fight.
Yeah, I think that the GA buffs, they actually just fell. Because I was going to say, I think they're on a timer here, but right now, I don't know if the side of Lightning Sabers, they know that. I also don't really think they're in a position to fight at this point. Like, look at it. The Cassio, she has 3 items plus a Seekers. That is a scary snake. And, you know, I like snakes, but that one, I don't know if I like that one that much.
They took the Barons so fast. The Vi, no one knew that they were just going to be on Baron. There was no vision set up. They didn't know. They didn't even know that they ran up towards the Nasher. Like, there's just nothing. As now 10KB collects Nash. There's also important fact, they're still sitting on this Rift Herald. Maybe they can close out this game. Ezreal looking to complete BT. Mui looking to complete Zonia's. He's about to finish his 4th item.
The
Morgana sitting on 3.
The Mui movement has been strong this time. Even though he hasn't had the flashiest of plays, I feel like a lot of times you call it wallet diff or stat checking is kind of what it feels like this Cassio's doing, right? Just applying so much slow, applying so much just pressure with the snake, right? Because if you position ever wrong against this snake, you are in a lot of trouble, right? Because she's just going to run you down. She has the perma slow with Rylai's. It's tough. As we see, we talked about it, that Rift Herald is being placed bot lane. I actually think that's a good call, right? Give Jax a little bit of an extra help. Let Shelly help do that damage for him. As we see, the Cassio is forced out, but Griff is trying to make the play, and he's going to make it now. As we see that Ahri is going to go in. Ahri's not even in this game, but Vi finds the angle, forcing Storm to use his ultimate. The final spark does not land, but now cutting over to the bot side, Shelly and Jax took the tower. It ends up being a 4-for-4, and ends up being for naught, as that Q does not land there. Morgana is still, she's going to be able to keep throwing him out, as Rezi forced to E-back, getting hit by the root, as it's going to be a continuous siege here.
I just feel like you have to E down from the Morgana. This is your go angle.
You gotta go, right? It's like right now you're kind of getting slowly choked out. It's tough, right? Cherry is in a position to force. Oh gosh, she's in a bad spot as she doesn't get hit by the root. That's actually good positioning here. But now cutting over bot side, Super Saiyan ended up in a pretty bad spot himself as he's gonna fall. Mustard picks up the kill, and I think just a little bit of overconfidence here from the side of 10K.
But these Storm, he's low on mana. Dragon coming up, like a lot of this Lux and Varus, they are but 2 big ultis are currently down, or all ultis are currently down on the side of LS.
I mean, yeah, I think basically that means this dragon is just free for the taking for the Cassio, right? She's just gonna keep farming up. She's healing every time. Like, also looking at it, I know one thing that is underrated, I feel, in my opinion, when playing into Cassio, is the anti-heal. Conqueror plus her Twin Fangs, she gains a lot of HP from those stacks. If you just get a little bit of passive anti-heal, I think Lux is able to potentially afford that. I think champions like the Varus can potentially get, actually, and no, not really. I think it's realistically only Lux that can apply it. So maybe it's hard to opt into that at this point in the game. As we see right now on the other side, we see that the side of Lightning Sabers, they are able to pick up that scuttle. There's not an objective, though, so I'm wondering if it ends up actually getting that much value here. But I've been yapping a little bit. On set, let me know how this game's go. What are we looking at? What's the way that Lightning Sabers gets back into this game?
They just have to bait out this Morgana shield. I fear they just have to get this down, get this Morgana shield down, just for this Vi to engage on top of this Cassio. But it's gonna be really, really hard to get on top of this Cassio. Even if you do get on top of her, she still has Seras. She still has Zonia's. Same with this Morgana. She has Zonia's complete. Jax is gonna be also pushing in the mid wave. Resilient, sitting on 3 items. He is still a force to be reckoned with.
He is,
But the biggest thing is these Ornn items upgrades are being complete as we see it. We see Bork on towards this Varus, Storm Surge on Lux, and Sundered Sky on this Vi.
I mean, like, yes, the ornaments are nice, but I'm wondering how much value the gold value ends up getting into this comp, right? Because like, it's not a gold issue. It's how the comps work, as we're going to see that comp go into action here, as the Vi just basically gets shut down by one Morgana E. Mui is doing a lot of damage. He's getting the stun off, as actually, that's a great Zonya's there to try to buy enough time. Witch is in a bit of a bad spot. KOJ is able to land the ultimate. Witch falls. We're going to see if it's going to be enough. Griffin is trying to buy enough space for his spawn. We see that KOJ is going to be the next to fall. It's actually really good. A great use of Steadfast Presence there. Mui's the one chunked here. Rezi is actually in a positional spot to kill a lot here. He flashes in. He gets the double. Is he going to be able to find the quad? If he's able to clean out this fight, it's going to be good. Cherry's trying to buy space. Valka's going to fall. It's a shutdown over to Mui. There's only one person left, and it's Storm. Is he going to be able to buy enough time? He has the final spark, but it's tough. As we see right now, this might be curtains. We see that red side is going to be able to look for that game. They get 2-0. The final spark lands. It clears some of the wave, but it's not enough. As it looks like Storm, he's going to base. He's trying to get that final curtain on the end, but the Q is going to put him in the coffin. Ezreal's able to pick up the kill, the fake Quadra, and that makes the series 1-1.
Wow, what a game too. LS did not give up. They fought throughout this whole game.
I will say, I mean, we talked about it, right? They did not fight up, but like at the end of the day, we kind of predicted it. It was a bit of a competitive. I mean, like, look at the Vi. Like, the Vi, looking at this post-game screen, she was only able to do 9k damage this fight. Griffin on the Poppy almost put up as more numbers, right? And honestly, that is not on Witch. I do not blame Witch for that. I think a lot of it is just the side of 10k, they did a great job of making it so, hey, basically, we're playing a 4v5 because this Vi does not have an opportunity to play the game at all. And they did a great job. They played around the Morgana. They played around the Cassio. Hey, but, you know, on the bright side, Lux did the most damage in the game. So not too bad. Not too bad.
Something you also have to look at is Resilient. He also put up a really good fight towards the end of the game. He was able to pick up a few kills. What was it? Triple or double kill on. He was able to shut down this Poppy. He also got a snipe on towards Varus, which was very, very nice coming out from this side, or coming from Resilient, able to let them get the end.
Oh, for sure. Very, very nice. And honestly, we probably could have called it, but we're going to go back to another flip as red side seems to be the side of the winners. As right now, it looks like LS is switching back over to the red. They want that priority. They want counterpick. They know that there's some strong champions in the game, but they say, hey, our champ pool goes a little bit stronger. We're going to go for those counterpick angles. Not Resi. Oh my gosh, Onset. Looking at it, do you agree? I mean, do you honestly agree with this switch here for LS? Do you think this is the angle for them to get these wins?
It can be. Maybe they're looking to counterpick Resilient here. I mean, as you did mention, Mustard does play a little bit of Callista. It could be something where they bait Resilient into first picking maybe like an immobile champion. Like maybe Jhin, and they just lock in Callista and pray you stomp this lane.
Very true.
Heading into game 3.
Very true. I mean, hey, regardless, we're at least going to 4 games, which is pretty hype, right? It's more than last week, which is pretty awesome. Lightning Sabers are not going to get that 3-0 that they were expecting. But I also think, I'm probably going to call it just until it gets picked. If I'm 10k and I'm thinking, man, what's an AD or what's a pick that I can get away with first picking? It's the Yordle in his little plane. I think it's Corki. I think he's coming out to play. Because I'm thinking just about the mid, like the pool, right? We're getting into kind of deep territory, even for Fearless, right? And we still have 3 more games to go. But I'm just thinking, what are these early game picks? I think also as it keeps on going, red side gets more and more favored.
I feel like there's still a really good B1 pick on the side of Um,
Aside of 10K, 10K.
10K indeed. I feel like they're still a really really good B1s. You still have the Corki, but also something to mention is why maybe LS could have gone blue side as well. I feel like you still have really strong B1s. For instance, you still have Skarner open. Like I feel like that champion is kind of strong on this patch. I feel like maybe that's something to look at. Looking forward to this next game.
I think that champ is turbo. As I will say, I think that champ is B1able. I think for any team other than 10K. I think a lot of the time they want to put Cherry on a carry. No rhyme intended there, but still, Cherry is kind of one of the lifebloods of this team, right? Kind of her, Mui, and I mean honestly, like the rest of the team, it's just I think you want to put Cherry on a playmaker, and while Skarner can be that playmaker, I think she wants to be the person who's able to kind of finish these games out, get the damage on the board, and so I think she can pilot the Skarner. I also just think
Or
Oh,
maybe
go
the
ahead.
Skarner towards Witch. I feel like there's if you keep banning the Gwen, there's
Mhm.
really no other champion. Maybe Lilia or so. Maybe
I
Cherry pulls out her Kane again, as she
I
did
do
in the
think
previous
that
game.
is I think that is probably the more likely play that happens. Because I do think that which he has shown games on the Skarner. I think he is willing to take on that more supportive role. He had a very, very good showing on that Maokai. I would honestly not be surprised if they blind it, especially if they're choosing to keep that Gwen ban. I know that Cherry can play Lilia, and that can be an annoying draft to play, or I guess matchup, but like I think it's not the end of the world. Oh, pardon. I think that's not the end of the world here if you are LS. I think that Skarner is probably that option that they're going to go with.
Mm. I'd also worry for the mid lane. You know,
I
where
agree.
there's so many There's a little bit of champions gone, but like,
I mean,
what does
looking,
Storm have up his sleeve against Mui? I feel like Mui has
yeah,
just been running over Storm throughout these last two games.
I mean, Mui has been running over Storm a little bit. I do feel like if I am Storm, I want to worry a little bit more about, hey, making sure I'm not getting caught out. Because Cherry, she's always hanging around mid lane, right? She's waiting for Storm to get out of position. He's been playing these immobile champions. Honestly, if I'm Storm, I want to maybe have a champion that has a little bit more mobility in their kit just to give you a little bit more safety, right? Maybe if it's technically like it might not be the flashiest pick, maybe going like a Galio is an option here. Let Witch maybe potentially play that carry, see if that's an option playing that more. Like you have a little bit more mobility, you can tank a little bit more damage. Other good champs, I know that he plays Ari. Else does he have that's a little more mobility centered? He could go with like one of those like 80 top laners that he plays, like Renekton. I don't know if you really blind that, but that's always an option. As right now, I think they are finalizing the draft lull, as we did have to switch over to draft lull from after game one. They had an issue with the blue side is the one that is without bans, and it's actually red that is without bans. Thanks to which didn't do it, but just an esub does that. So, but yeah, I mean, realistically, I think mid lane, there are also a lot of threats if you are Mui that he still has up his sleeve. He has the Silas. He has, I think he plays a main Akali. A lot of the time, he's going to be playing these melee mids that are kind of playing these flashy styles. And I've also heard from an anonymous source he has a pretty mean Katarina. I don't know how good it is in comp, but if you keep filtering Mui with the kills, I think that champ could go a little crazy. I also would hate to cast that champ. I don't think I'd be able to keep up, to be honest with you.
uh, for sure, Katarina's a bit of a interesting champion, dashing everywhere and etc. As also resilient. He was finally able to get his first win on Ezreal. I know it's a little bit off topic, but he was able to get his first win on Ezreal throughout this whole LXC draft league.
That what
He must.
Hey, beast mode. Hey, beast mode. Hey, it's not about you got to just keep shooting sometimes. And you know what? Rezi shot, and he shot his mystic shots to win there. So shout out to Rezi. I think right now he's got a little bit of confidence. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He's going to get it done here. As we're kind of just waiting for these people to finalize, figure out their game plan. They're thinking, hey, what do we get to counterpick with? Because that's probably what they're thinking. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of just hanging out. Just they're just taking their time. They're making sure that they get it done here as we're trying to see if that draft link is going to be up and available for the squad. As I got one, but Onset, I think you're waiting on it, so we're getting it
Yeah,
done for you.
I'm waiting a little bit.
Well, just doing a little bit of a tad of a bit of waiting as we see
Mm.
10K's running up there. but we'll have to see as we're getting that ready. As I see 10K is ready. Now we're just
As we are
waiting.
currently waiting for Lightning Sabers.
They're taking their time, man. Hey, they want to win this series. They are making sure that those bands are crispy. Those bands are efficient, even if they only have 3 of them.
Badger, who was your MVP last 2 games?
Oh,
Completely forgot.
I'd love to answer that question on set. Last 2 games, I was
Yes,
okay.
game 1. I don't think we mentioned.
Oh, I did. I said Valka.
Oh yes,
Valka was
Valka.
my
I'm
MVP.
sorry.
Oh,
Game
it's
2.
okay. You know what? I'll forgive it this time. I will say MVP. It's actually tough because I would say Mui was that MVP, but like I'd probably give it to Cherry. Actually, I think Cherry was making a lot of plays that enabled Mui a little bit more, so I would go with Cherry. Also, you know what? Super Saiyan actually kind of was getting a lot done, but still, regardless, we'll talk about that later. We're finally in draft.
All right, let's see what the bands are coming up from the side of 10K. Tom Kench, as per usual.
As
See
we
what
are
they're-
waiting it out, seeing I bet it's going to be a Syndra ban here as well as the Fiddler, or it could be the Fiddler then the Syndra, as I think that is fair. It's a fair call to make. I think honestly, I might sound crazy. You could leave up Syndra and potentially bait Storm into playing it, make him go for a champion that's like you get a melee mid counter pick into Syndra. She's not as strong. There's stuff like Akali. There's stuff like Silas. I think that's what they're pondering at the moment. I know Syndra can be scary, but if you give strong counterpick, you know what? Never mind. I guess it won't matter.
Maybe just to get Storm off his comfort, as Gwen is banned again. Let's see what the B1 is going to be on towards. Or
I
B4
mean,
10K.
I'm not gonna say it because I've said it. Okay, I was like, okay, it's Leona. I was like, it better not be the cat. But I think Leona's
An
interesting.
interesting B1.
I think. I mean, looking at the champs that usually do well into it, right? Isn't Brahms usually one? Rel's usually one, and they're off the table. So maybe that's why they're prioritizing this Leona as the main pick. I'm
Maybe
trying to think what Griff's answer
Tarek?
is.
He could go Tarek. I believe it's not too shabby. I don't know if Griff plays Tarek. As we see Corky being picked up on the side of LS.
The Corky's been unleashed. He's finally here.
I feel like you're forced to go Tarek.
They actually said, on contrary, we're gonna go Renata Glask. Maybe I think Tarek is not bad. If Griff has a Nami, but never mind. No, he's gonna go with the Renata Glask. He is going to buff up and make sure that his Corky does not die without putting up a fight first. As we're gonna have to see what that response is going to be. I'm wondering here what the AD of choice is. Looking through my options here,
Maybe he could go. There is a chance he goes Sivir or Zaya here, and just free scale. Zaya's not too terribly into Corky. It looks up for
As they
for
said,
a Ziggs
we're
Leona lane.
They said we're putting Rezi on the Ziggs. We say, hey, you've been strong as that weak side warrior. We're gonna keep going with what works. As Ambessa comes out, the slam. This is technically, I think, a triflex between all 3 remaining roles, top, jungle, and mid. It's actually not a bad slam here. But I don't think the instigator has been played yet. I would expect that to be the ban. Maybe you just honestly, one thing I've been doing in some of my draft games is just putting Renekton into it and just basically matching the Renekton wherever the Ambessa goes. Unless, I guess she could go jungle technically, but Amumu ends up being that answer, which I think is solid. It gives you a little bit of engage. As we see, Lilia is banned on the other side. They're calling out that this Ambessa is not going in the jungle.
Indeed. As Vex being banned towards 10K, trying to force this Ambessa mid. Let's see if they're going to ban the Renekton.
And another interesting note is that Mordekaiser, I actually think it's a ban for the jungle. I think they are trying to make sure, hey, we want to just basically make it so our Amumu is not useless, right? We want to let our Amumu be out in the field, not get sent to Brazil, so that he can get his ultimate. He can get his ultimate a lot of value. And I think Vex is a good ban. I'm expecting, no. That's the opposite side. Is Orion is the ban. I think I have seen Storm. Storm does play the Orion. He's pretty comfy on it. I'm just thinking here, if I am Storm, I know he does play Corky. I think there is an angle where you actually pick Valka's champ now.
There is a way where you just pick Renekton.
Yes,
I'm thinking flank it between both lanes.
Yeah, I think it's actually you go Renekton. Never mind, they're taking the Corky mid. That can be scary if I actually think there are some angles where Corki could be in trouble mid, especially when you don't necessarily know who this mid lane matchup is going to be. There are champions like there he is. There's Yone showing up. Yone can be a bit of a problem solver. He can throw some fisticuffs. It actually might be Silas. Oh wait, oh my gosh, the ultis actually are so good for Silas. I think even just the Renata and the Amumu, but never mind, he's gonna go actually the Talia, kind of a standard counter. It also does pretty well at stopping the Amumu from getting a lot of traction done, but other than like the Corki Amumu, it's kind of just a lane counter, at least at this point in the game.
Yes, and for top lane, there's. Do you take the Ambessa, or do you just give it to Cherry? Do you just lock in a tank here up top? It's
I
really
honestly think at this point you have to send Mbessa jungle because Renekton is still on the table. Yep. Ooh, this is still that's technically a flex between the two lanes still. So it does hold strong. I'm trying to remember how Renekton actually does into Volibear.
There is a Teemo R5
Wait,
angle
Teemo
here.
does well. Teemo
He
actually does
does
well into
well.
both of these champs. Wait, that actually might be the move. No, you better go Teemo. Actually, I think Teemo's kind of turbo. Oh, come
You
on.
have
Go
to
the
pick.
Teemo.
You
I
have to
need
pick
Teemo
Teemo into
here.
resilient.
I think Teemo is the play. Come on,
Teemo
please do it.
R5.
Gragas is the lame pick. Don't you do it. Valka, you know the answer. As it looks like he's gonna slam.
He slammed
He
Teemo.
does it. Yes,
Teemo
that's actually, oh my gosh.
R5.
It's what we needed to see. It's actually such a good play. It is what they needed to see. The mushrooms are being unleashed. They're being thrown around. If you, for any viewers of the LXC that need to know, this champ has a bit of a history, for being not the meme champ, but like he's a goated counter pick in the right hands. And Valka as well as Yakovic. Shout out to Yako in the chat. I think he gets a lot of value here. If I've ever seen a Teemo R5, it's this draft right here.
But for sure, Teemo comes out. Oh my god. I know during the content, Rezi was flaming a little bit from the Teemo pick from coming up from Valka during which series was it? Do you
I
remember on top of your head?
believe, was it I'm trying to
I
remember
believe
if it was the. Gosh, was it actually?
it was the first series they played against, I believe.
So that was against Squid Squad, I believe, because it was played into Fort 20's Volibear, correct?
No, I think you're thinking about something else. But I
Oh, I'm lying. I
believe.
was thinking about something else, but still, I think regardless, it's a pretty strong pick. Oh man, I was thinking about
man.
something else, but man, actually, so okay, on paper, Teemo aside,
Steamrolls.
Teemo does kind of go turbo. If they camp the Teemo, though, it's a little spooky for the little guy. I'll be honest. I mean, I think there is some range over on the side of 10K. You have Talia and Ziggs, but if the side of Lightning Sabers are ever out of fight early, it's kind of tough to play.
Yes, I mean, this is gonna be a really, really hard game to pull off as Lightning Sabers. You technically have 380 carries and an Amumu, like
Hey,
and a
but
Renata, but Renata doesn't really bring much of value towards the team here, in my personal opinion.
all right. Okay, so I'm guessing, is that your prediction then? Do you think 10K is gonna win this game?
You know what? I'm going to go with LS. I love the
You're
Teemo
going with
pick.
LS. You know what? You know what? I actually think that Teemo gets enough value into the Ambessa and Super Saiyan. I'm going with my heart this time. I do think LS. I think they got this game. Also, I mean, we got to look at it. I mean, top lane has not really been the deciding factor for a lot of these matchups. It's kind of been that mid jungle that we've been seeing. And I will say, Ambessa Talia is a pretty strong duo, especially when you're wanting to fight around the grubs. But we'll have to see, as I think we're finalizing those bans, we're finalizing those picks. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for Game 3. Welcome back, everybody. I say it once, I say it twice. We are in for a banger series here as the series is tied up 1-1. LS was the one who was the victor in game 1, but 10KBs, they were not going to go down without a fight as they take game 2. But game 3 here, Valka up top with the Teemo with Ignite, but he's being compensated. Mustard's got an interesting summoner spell there, doesn't he, Onset?
He does indeed. He has TP. I mean, it makes sense, right? He needs to follow his Ziggs all around as we get an early ward down.
Oh, the sweeper! Sweeper tech to get the money. Honestly, that's what you need right there. They said, no, you're not spotting my clear for a 3rd game in a row. But it looks like right now Mui is just trying to get his mana flow procced. Oh, and it looks
But
like
they still
Resi
are.
gets
They
mana
dropped
flow.
another ward on top of his Raptors. And it looks like it looks like it wasn't spotted out.
Was it non-spot? Oh no,
It was
dude!
not
For a
spotted,
3rd
dude.
time in a row, Cherry said, "You know what? I will get to have a free clear." While which he's unfortunately been spotted a 3rd time in a row.
But I'm also trying to understand, grasp on Volibear.
But
How is he ever
wait,
gonna get?
wait a
How is he
minute,
gonna
you
like
can
proc it?
grasp on the bear. I think this will be procced not very many times, but maybe he proves me wrong. As this matchup, I know we were going to kind of talk about how these matchups end up going. Tell me a little bit about how this top lane matchup ends up playing out. Onset.
It's just the Teemo favorite matchup. Volibear can never really go in. He decides to go in for the stun bolt. Guess what? Teemo can just blind you and boom, it doesn't go off.
Boom.
There's really not much to it. And plus, Ignite on the Teemo really disfavor this.
I will say,
but I do have a fear. Amumu is pathing away from Teemo, and Mbessa is pathing up.
Oh no. I've only heard disasters. When people see a ranged top laner in their game, they start seeing red. Right? I think a lot of times you should be pathing up to the jungle. It's a little spooky sometimes, right? They're looking to, if they shut down this Teemo early, he's a lot less of a stinker than he could have been, right? Also, one thing I want to note is the early shove and the early poke actually goes the way of Mustard and Griff here. I guess that is part of the fact you're playing double ranged into only one range, but still, Ziggs is taking a decent amount. He's forced to use at least one of his pots already. So right now, it's kind of also with the fact that Amumu is pushing down. If you can maybe get an early push into a crash, a bounce back, that could be a really good angle for Amumu to get something done bot lane.
Also, a tier start on Corki. He is feeling himself this game. Doran items are a little bit strong at the given moment.
Doran items are a bit turbo. I also think tier rush is not something you go in matchups where, unless it is free. Like maybe if it was like Corki versus Galio, Corki versus Silas, if maybe the Corki had hands, I don't know, through experience. But I think you still go Blade. You get a lot of pressure early. You can just auto to death that Talia. She has her rocks, but she also has to be very cautious of her mana. Just going tier kind of just concedes a lot of this lane.
Yes, I still have like a little bit of a question. I know, especially down in the bot lane, I know a lot of supports love to bring in a double range, like Sivir Renata versus a Ziggs and a melee support. You usually bring a sweeper onto the on the as the double range just to deny the bush prio or like the bush contest inside this lane.
That's fair.
But
I will say, hey, they already had Amumu already had the sweeper. They basically said we can't have 2 sweepers at once. That's too broken. But Griff, he is asserting his dominance here. He is trying to make sure Resi, with his low mana and his low Yordle self, is in a bit of trouble. He's having to struggle for these waves. As we see K&J just forced to walk up, taking a little bit of damage in return. Some bounce back to ricochets. As we see right now, Mui is kind of just putting a lot of pressure here as it's been Valka on the other side putting pressure on the Volibear. The Volibear shoved under tower. He's not having fun, as the bear probably won't do. But hey, maybe he can get a grass proc every 3 minutes or so to make up for the fact that he's being bullied. There's always the option here. But now looking at it, I mean, just the wave state and the way this is going, technically, we see that LS has a little bit of a gold lead.
They are collapsing onto this Teemo. You see Mui running up the river. Same with Mbessa waiting, but I feel like they know that there is a ward there. They're looking.
They can sense it.
Maybe for the respawn. It looks like they're looking for the respawn camps. Ooh, as First Blood heads over to Mustard.
How, You know, I was lost in the sauce there. I didn't see how he ended up dying, which is bad on me. But now cutting over mid, we see Storm is trying to contest back. I think that's your angle. You see it, but actually, Witch, he goes in with the Q. He has another one in the back pocket. Is he going to be able to land it? But Ambessa has Conqueror. That's a lot of damage in return. And when you have Mui on the retreat, he's hiding you back. We see a lot of aggressive positioning here from this mid jungle. It feels like it's the talk of the town. And the seismic shove does land, forcing out Storm's flash. I feel like I've seen it once. I've seen it twice, maybe even thrice. He's got to be careful here with these flashes. He's got to be careful with his positioning because now he is a prime target for a KOJ and a Cherry attack.
For sure. But also, Amumu did get the
Oh,
kill.
Valka, you got a little cautious here. The flash, good response there from Super Saiyan. Valka's going to flash. It's not going to be enough as Super Saiyan's able to pick up the kill. And Valka, he just got a little bit too close. He was kind of in melee range of the bear. And I know you have your stun, you have your blind, but you still got to respect him a little bit, man. The bear's going to throw hands eventually. We do see some aggressive trading here from Corki, as he should be doing, right? He's got his E up, he's got his W. That Talia has no mana, right? She needs to base, she needs to potentially get her tier off. I know sometimes Talia's, I'm a big fan of Talia, so sometimes they will go for the Luden's build. But when you're going phase rush, I'm probably expecting to just see the Archangels into Leandries. It is pretty standard, and I think it does get a good amount of value into the Amumu. But also, the rest of the team is relatively squishy, so maybe she goes for the burst build. Onset, do you have kind of an opinion on that, or do you think it's just going to be standard stuff for the Talia?
I think it's just going to be standard stuff for the Talia. There's not really much to do it as a Talia,
it's just there.
In my opinion. Maybe just shove the Amumu away. But as we do see, Slayan does back and he gets a cloak. He is really scared of this Teemo.
I mean, hey, man, I would be. He's down 6 far, but that guy is spooky. He is making sure that he is going to survive this lane. And I mean, to be honest, ends up being not too bad. Even though Valka ended up dying on the top side, it ends up being not too bad for LS as they do take over that dragon. They get the dragon control. Oh my gosh! Wait, the Hex Flash! He gets spotted! KOJ! Wait, that might have been the most goated angle of all time. As we see, Mui finds the angle, finds the shove onto it. I don't think that's the target you want! You don't get enough cherries, the one to die. Wait, that's awful! Well, you didn't get the shove that you needed. Storm, he's unleashed. He's trying to go in. Is he going to find the angle? He doesn't land the Q. That ends up being a 2 for 0. KOJ going in with the Hex Flash of all time. And he's not even able to get the Rock Slam.
Unfortunate, but also the grubs are being started up on the side of LS. These objectives are just going their favor. Also, first blood for the feats going over to the side of LS as well, as Sivir was able to pick that up.
Good
Looks
call,
like...
good call.
Also, Dragon also going, first Dragon going to the side of LS, first set of grubs going to the side of LS. Everything is just going to the side of LS.
LS, man. I feel like we are basically on the old Korean broadcast with the amount this guy is being talked about. But still, it's not about the player, it's about the team. And right now, it is all S, like we're talking about. I mean, honestly, looking at the CS leads from this game, Mustard is, he's up a pretty sizable amount. I know Sivir has a good amount of ease of CS in her kit. But also, looking at the rest of these maps, we see Corki is up. Good on Storm. He hasn't died yet. That's a props to him. But, honestly, it's actually CS leads all up across the board for LS.
Indeed.
Indeed. As we do see Valka, he did get that CS lead back here as he's just trying to trade aggressively. That aggressive word from Valka making sure, hey, you don't get to go in that bush. That is my area of expertise. The guerrilla warfare is the part of the Teemo. I'm surprised. I'm sad he didn't go the Badger skin. That's one of my favorites.
Lane gank coming in from the side of which he's here to cover the gank.
The sweeper to make sure that she does not run over the mushrooms. This is actually a great move, but she does not account for Witch on the angle. He gets the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Cherry is actually conquering all over the place. That Q didn't matter as Witch is able to pick up the kill. And Valka, he's a stinker. He gets away.
Oh my! Wait, 2 for 2.
No, wait, I thought it expired. Did it not expire? I thought that second one expired on him. Regardless, he doesn't get anything out of it. But still, it's been LS all the way. Right now, you look at potentially your win cons, the ways to get back into this game. And right now, hey, Slayan's up a kill. That's pretty good.
Slayan may be up a kill, but this Amumu, he's up too.
He's up too.
This Corki is free scaling. Same with the Sivir. I'm starting to have worries for the side of
one thing. This is maybe not the biggest deal, but one thing I think that's interesting is on Maokai, he opted to go a Leandri's rush, but on the Amumu, he's going for the Sunfire rush. And I'm kind of thinking to myself, I'm like, if I'm ahead on Amumu, I'm being a stinker. I'm going Leandri's here. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I'd
But
for sure go the same way.
I don't know, but hey, maybe he knows something we don't. This is the Witch of Black Mass. He has some propaganda. He has some magic that he has under his belt. But looking at it now, we see the wall is landing from Mui. I mean,
kind of.
he's just asserting dominance. He's letting him know. But
here.
wait, Mui, what are you doing? You're in a bit of a bad spot. KOJ goes in trying to find him space. The good Renata ulti. That is a great flash over for Mustard. He's gonna make sure he gets these kills. Oh no!
Double kill
Mustard
going to the side.
picks up the double. Call it Kendrick the way we're screaming Mustard because he's getting so many kills on this board, man.
3-0. Wow, I feel like they're just running away with this game. Cause Storm's he's just a little
Storm's
lad
hanging out,
running
man.
around.
Storm he's just like, oh boy, Mui went down to bot lane and died. This is kind of nice. I just get to free farm. I get free plates. And if I'm Corky, I'm kind of happy to keep this game scaling in my favor. See the ultimate. Oh man, on set. What a game we have in store.
For sure. As we do have Dragon and Grubs coming up at the same time. But I feel like Feast are just going to go over to the side of LS. They already have 2 objectives done and first blood. I mean, they just have to rotate to one, pray, or not even pray, just play the fight well, and
You might need more. You might need more than prayers at this point if you are 10K. They are down a pretty sizable amount, as it is 4K at 11 minutes. That's a hefty chunk. Looking at, I guess, the individual gold lead as well.
And Triforce getting
guess,
done
hey,
on Corky.
Yeah,
for this objectives running up, if you see Renata running up as well, KOJ running towards the mid lane, but he was also spotted running up.
Wait a minute. Mumu is in a bit of a bad spot. Never mind. Witch is making it so the play is happening to him first. The second Q lands. Cherry is getting absolutely obliterated. That was basically a solo kill. Mui falls next. Storm picks up the kill. He's finally wanting his revenge. Ends up being a 2 for 0, and I think the Grubs are going to be next on the menu for LS.
As they are getting 6 Grubs. Oh my. First tower looks like it might be going down as well. It looks like Griffin is giving all the gold over to Storm.
Oh,
he said, Storm, you've been having a rough one this whole series.
KOJ is making the play, though. Mustard might be in a bit of a bad spot. Rezi is farming the wave while KOJ is 1v1ing this Mustard guy. I don't think you have enough damage in the pocket. Maybe if there was a specific AD item, he had a chance, but this time, no. He doesn't have enough in the tank, and Mustard's just going to be able to run out.
Maybe Eclipse Leona solo kills there.
I think so, but I don't even think he has enough gold to afford a pickaxe at this point. So, I don't think he's getting that close. But it's just right now we're seeing the Amumu's gotten so much value. The Corky, he's kind of just
going down on top.
Looks like
Super Slaying having to ult away.
Having to ult away, just letting them know. But I think honestly, I guess Ignite was used from Valka. It is pretty good, but there's just a lot going on, and most of it is not going the way of 10K.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, what is happening in this game? It looked a little bit catastrophic at the start when Teemo died. He burned his flash for no reason. But now he's like respecting what's going on now as Ambessa is running up top. We see Griffin resetting rank towards mid. I mean...
Wait, I don't think you should have stopped your base. Oh, wait a minute.
He's sitting invisible.
Wait, he's got him. Wait, oh no. No. He fell for the most
Leona
classics of blunders. Oh, wait, KO is here. Wait, the flash actually lands. He lands the stun. The root into CC. Cherry, is she going to be able to land the ultimate? She does. Actually, hey, she doesn't know the tech, actually. So, for all the Ambessa mains out there, she dashed after she used her ultimate. What you actually don't use your dash right after your ultimate because you immediately get the Q crescent, which does a little bit more damage. Did it matter in this fight? No. But hey, for all you Ambessa players out there, it does matter. So, live and learn, guys. Live and learn.
Oh. She lands a crazy hook or crazy Q there.
Bandage.
Also, Bandage shout out the Mustard to autoing the tower instead of the Talia.
He said he can afford some stuff. As we see, KOJ is getting in there. He tanked a lot of. Griff, I don't know if you needed a flash there, buddy. But you know what?
EP coming out from Super Slayer as well up towards the top.
Super Slayer, not even slaying anymore. He's slayering. But right now, oh my goodness. as we're trying to be mature, obviously, as this cast goes on. This game, it's I've cast closer games before onset. I will be honest, I almost called you Resi again. But I think it's tough. It's like you don't really have a lot of ways to get back into this game. When realistically, the person with the most gold on your team is it is Cherry. She could maybe go for some crazy plays. She's going for the full lethality build. Shout out to Fort 20. I know that is his signature build. Nobody else has ever built it before. But
The
But
only
man,
build he knows how to play.
yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Unending Despair done on a Mumu. Oh my.
Man, oh
As
man.
we do see a lot of junglers these days going it. And Otacon spawning up on the top side. You just have to think,
What's
how
the
do I
move?
get back into this game?
What is the vibe here for 10K? Does KOJ slam Eclipse? Does he find the angle to 1v1 the Sivir? Probably not. But, I'd love
Probably
to
not.
try because honestly, if I'm 10K at this point, I'm thinking, all right, this game's a little tough. I potentially look, hey, what are some ways we can improve? What are some ways we can kind of get some value out of this game, not make it a complete wash? Because realistically, at this point, it's a time bomb, and that bomb's going to eventually explode. Even though the person who's throwing bombs is not the one that's going to set it off. Oh my god. Wait, okay, Storm kind of was murdering the jungler right in front of our faces. Storm is looking to go.
With Leota is collapsing as well. Storm is just
Mind you,
healing
KD is fine.
himself.
He's kind of sitting in no man's lane. Corky, you gotta be careful, Corky. You have a tower, but right now,
He misses.
oh,
Flash coming out from Dalia.
no, the shove, the ultimate. It's not enough as Storm's able to flash away, get it done. It's just nothing's working for 10K right now. They're losing all the objectives. They're losing all the kills. It's 9K gold lead. And right now, maybe you try to kill this Storm fellow. Oh, and we see the ultimate is able to land. They find the angle and the Storm. Oh, Storm, you went a little too close. Flew a little too close to the sun. You're not Icarus. That Storm was a brewing, and the rain took you down. As we do see Sivir with the TP was able to pick up that wave, make sure that tower does not fall. Mustard picking up for the slack that Valka does not have. He's able to salvage this game. It would have been lost.
A little bit. As Dragon is coming up, it is going to be for them to get onto Soul Point. Teemo picked up the eye, and he's starting to place that as Mbessa is also running up towards the top side.
You got to be careful here if you're Teemo, right? You don't want to get over and dash. You see that Cherry's in the angle, but she did use her ultimate on that kill onto Storm. So it is Teemo just a good. He gets to run away. As we see, the first item was completed for the Volibear. The person we were hoping to be the carry, the one who was going to be able to do the damage, did go Kanik Rukrin first item. So it's not looking fantastic on the damage side for the Volibear. But when he has the tier as well in the back pocket, I guess he's going Fimbulwinter? Question mark?
Little did you know it's a Service Embrace.
No. Actually, honestly, that might be value. But actually, wait, no. When you have 3 AP, maybe no. But once again, we see another objective is being uncontested here for the side of Lust. Shadow, Lightning Saber. Right now, as Griff is kind of just walking around knowing he kind of owns the Rift. He can do whatever he wants. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. He unfortunately miscalculated the amount of value that Flash will bring to the table. Griff is just buying space. He is so fast, right? He has the empowered boots. He has the speed. He has that cloud. They're looking for the angle. I thought they were looking for the angle onto Resi there. I was going to go into caster mode, but man, I'm talking away on set. Just like, if you're thinking, what went wrong in this game? Why is it so blown out of proportion?
I mean, you just lost on the bot lane, like level or minute 3 or minute 4. Just giving the Sivir a kill just to accelerate her scaling, as we see Mbessa trying to wrap around to catch onto Storm.
I think
knowing
I'm
that he
gonna
has
have to
no
talk.
flash.
Once again, Storm, you are in a bit of a bad spot, buddy, as right now it's hanging out. It looks like Cherry finds the angle. We see that the wall is going to come out as a response. They are not able to trade 1-for-1 as Storm definitely wanted to. Moo is able to pick up the kill. I believe it is not a shutdown, as now Resi is the one on the hunt, which finds the angle. He lands the Q. That is a dead Amumu if I've ever... He didn't ulti. I honestly thought that was an ulti for sure. Resi was going to die. Resi is doing his best onset impression with his KDA at the moment, the 0-0-0. He is saying he does not want to be involved in this game. He says, hey, this is not my fault.
Honestly, I don't blame him.
You know, to be fair, I kind of agree. I think this game has kind of been a little bit of I'm Ziggs, I'm your rock, but if I don't have a good enough foundation, I'm gonna crumble as well. He's able to do some damage and poke, but like who's he poking before they clobber him, right? I think it's tough.
He's gonna be poking the Teemo. Who knows?
He's gonna be poking the Teemo who's invisible, who we can't see, but he's gonna throw Qs until they hit. As right now we see Otacon is actually the vision is set up very, very nice. And we're gonna have to see actually which Otacon it is. Is it gonna be the one that respawns for a third time in a row? Maybe. I think they buffed the rate in which the respawning Otacon, I think it's Voracious is its name. As it does look like it is Voracious again. As I was looking at the fight. It is actually Voracious once again. He is back, and it is going to be more respawns, letting the team lock in, go for the trades. Is actually looking at this bot lane skirmish. I know Otacon is fun, but right now it looks like it's to be uncontested. As we see, there's a little bit of action here. Mid lane, Storm looks to be wanting to go for a fight, but I think it's tough, man. You have respawn. Wait, you should go for this fight. Go for the fight. Go for the fight. It doesn't matter if you die here.
Oh,
I don't think you flashed though. Storm. Oh my. Oh.
Storm. Oh. He was able to go 1-for-1.
Once again, guys, mid lane is the most skill-intensive role. I will stand by that. But regardless, we see that the Otacon was taken topside, and with the wave pushing in for Lightning Sabers, it looks like a tower is going to fall, with Witch on a very, very nice flank. He doesn't get the ultimate off. The curse is not going to land. It's a happy mummy today, so sad mummy's not coming out. But we see that Super Slan is trying to defend, and it's going to be tough. But the 4 members there, they have their respawns. They are hanging out. They're having a good time. As we see the angles coming out, pretty good ulti there. Curse of the Sad Mummy as the ultimate. All 3 go berserk. That is a great ultimate. You said this Renata was not getting value. I stand completely incorrect. It does get value. As we see the inhibitor is going to fall. It's a pretty good one. It's that top lane inhibitor. As we see the walls landing. I think they're finding the angle on the Storm. We did see the W land. The Seismic Shove does not land in response. Now cutting over bot side. I think that's the fight that's a little bit more important. We see another withdrawal come out. There's a lot of action going on both places. If you could spectate my screen, I'm going all over the place. There's something happening. As we see Cherry, she finds the angle. She finds the showcase. She lands it. As we see the respawns come out, they get 100 gold at least, so it's not the end of the world. But on the other side, Storm was putting a lot of pressure. He was firing, and right now, Mui, he's a little chunked. He's got to be careful here. But no, Storm's going to back away. He knows, hey, that Otacon no longer with me.
No more. He decided to die with it down in the bot lane and burning his summoner spell flash as Soul is also spawning up here in 40 seconds as everyone is running out into the map top lane. They took down the inhibitor. How now they have to match or now they have to kill the wave. And
I will say, with this dragon spawning, you're on Soul Point. That is the prime inhibitor to take, as I think you could bait this team in. They know. Honestly, they probably have to go for a fighter. It's just GG. So they could potentially look, or they just could concede. Depends on if you want to die a coward or die fighting. It's up to them what the angle is. And as Mui for sure wants to keep going in, as he is not going to die a coward. As they are now pressuring this mid tower. Their Resi ulti, I think it tickled them. I think actually the Amumu got hit and he was
playing for the minions.
Playing for the minions. We've seen him do it a couple times. He is making sure those minions go to him, regardless of if it has to be used with an R key. But still, I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
As Amumu is heading down towards the dragon to start the full. As we see the Ambessa still in base, they're just gonna give up because there's no way to contest this dragon. I feel like maybe someone should be pushing down the bot wave as well on the side of LS.
Jay taking a good amount of damage there. I will say if Ambessa's ulti got the range buffed by like 5 times, there's an angle where she could get the dragon, but unfortunately not this time. Maybe if she was Briar, she threw an R down, she lands the smite. It could be the hero play that they need, but. Unfortunately, Briar was not drafted. I don't think she will ever be drafted unless we have a Briar specialist somewhere in chat. But regardless, it's just honestly like I keep trying to talk, but like it's just all lightning sabers. I mean, I think like how do you go into this game for if you're 10 KBs?
I feel like we just have to adapt to maybe go over to the red side. It feels like red side is just 100% win rate this series.
It is. I mean. But the thing is, what happens when they win on red side? They just take back red side. It's an infinite curse of whoever wins game 1 wins the series. If red side wins every single game in this series, I might cry. I might shed a single tear. I don't know. It won't be on stream though. I don't get paid enough for that. But regardless, I mean, just it's tough. I mean, we talk about MVPs of the series, right? Series games. Who's your guy, right? Like, who's the guy who's really just gone above and beyond? Who's kind of like just caused them to win? Because I have maybe an unconventional answer, but you know, Valka's taken some damage. I don't think he's ignored, but Onset answer here.
I mean, from the side of LS, non-biased or not non-biased, I guess.
We can say, you know what? We can say it's up to you. I think bias
up to me.
Me.
I mean, up to me. I don't really know Witch. Well, I feel like Witch has kind of been a staple. Granted, he has been a staple on this side of LS, as now they are starting up Dragon. Looks like Mbessa is also down on the bot side.
Wait a minute, Valka. He's in a spot. He's looking sneaky. As he finds the angle, back in. Oh, wait, Cherry! Ooh, good sidestep! Wait a minute, that's the Teemo specialist right there. As we do see, the ultimate is baited out. He gets a good chunk on the chain. But, you know, echoing back to this question, the unconventional pick I have here is I have KOJ's Hex Flash as my MVP for this game.
For this game.
For this game, I do think so. KOJ, he had a lot of good angles to go in. I think he Hex Flashed a little bit too close to the sun, right? He Hex Flashed not knowing what the side was going on. That mid fight just didn't go the way that 10K was expecting. I think, honestly, if the right target was shoved during that exchange, maybe it could have gone the other way. But right now, it's like, what do? Like, you know, you're kind of just, you're sitting here, the Baron's Baroning, your Sivers Sivering. She's 4-0-2. She's got 3 items completed.
Same with
Rezi, I want to see you on the board. I want to see you get a kill, assist, or a death. Just one of them. If you got to go down with your ship, he's playing like a KDA warrior. He wants to see himself on the stat screen at the end of this game, knowing that he was not the problem. And you know, he wasn't. He was not the problem this game. He kind of got it done. But right now, it's just, it's tough. I mean, he's chunked. Maybe this is the angle.
All right. We have the bot wave also shoving in for this side. For this Teemo, they're gonna someone has to answer this Teemo. It looks like it's gonna be Volibear.
Volibear has been known to answer the Teemo. He enjoys playing into the Teemo specifically, but it looks like Mui wants to find some action himself. But right now it's 4 members. They're just doing the classic siege. They're making it hard for 10K to find a way back into this game. Cherry, you might have to go for a superhero play. I don't even know if she has enough damage in the tank to get it done, but it's just everything going the wrong way. Nothing's going their way. They took a tower at least.
Teemo. They have 2 inhibs down. Let's hope
it wasn't a perfect game at least. It wasn't the worst. Cherry's taking damage. Now the final tower falls. Witch finds the angle. Bear goes in. He gets blinded immediately, and he's in trouble. As we see a 3-man ultimate lands, Mumi's doing a lot of damage. Leon is the first to fall. Witch, is he gonna fall? Renata, he's engaged. He's got to find an angle back in. Wait. Oh, wait. He actually got revived. Never mind. He finds the angle. Rezi, he's on the hunt. He flashes in. He doesn't get anything.
Flash Q.
The flash in. Wait. If Storm dies, Rezi gets the assist. Is it going to happen? Is Rezi going to end up on the board? Is it going to happen? Wait. He finds the kill. Does he get the kill? Is it going to happen? Oh,
in the game.
He went 0-0-0. And it ends up being the perfect game for Rezi.
Rezi was not the issue. Rezi quite looks like a guy I know.
All right, we are back to main screen here. What a game here, Onset. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts after that one.
If I was Resilience, I'd be kicking myself. I'd be kicking my team here, like, guys, what went wrong? What is happening? Maybe we should be strong siding bots. Like, let me gap this mustard guy. Or at least attempt to.
I think with how it's played, I mean, I just looked at. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh. I looked at damage. I don't know if you're still on the final screen. How much damage do you think this Volibear did in this game?
He did a good smacking.
Volibear did a whopping 3,013 damage that game, and Rezi was doubting the Teemo. I need to see a message from Rezi, either in any chat. I need a screenshot saying Teemo was not the problem. If he sends that message, I'll be happy. Teemo was anything but the problem, as he almost did 6 times the damage of the bear, which, I mean, part of that is just the matchup, right? So, like, that's nothing.
Maybe shout out the KOJ as well. He somehow did more damage than
Hey,
the
KOJ,
Volibear.
KOJ was getting involved. You can't say that guy was not getting involved in this fight, right? I think it wasn't too bad. I mean, I also think, honestly, okay, bringing it back a little bit, we're having fun. I mean, that game was obviously a little bit interesting, but still, I think if you are 10K, you know that game was just interesting. You didn't really have anything to lose at that point, right? You're kind of just like, we know this game's a little tough. So I don't think their mental's in too bad of a spot, right? I think they're okay. They take back red side the best side. I think they're okay. They're gonna potentially look to win this game, and I think realistically, it might come down to game 5. I think it could come down to game 5. They're happy to be on red side. Red side's been so strong.
So strong.
I
throughout
think we're
this
gonna
whole
have to
series.
see.
So strong. I feel like I don't know. To me, I think there's still pretty good picks.
There
this
are
lineup.
there
A lot
are
of good
some
picks.
good picks, and I don't know if our producers can potentially put that message that I saw in the chat, but I will say it. Rezi said it. Teemo, we've learned that champion is not the problem. He proved us wrong, Velka. He piloted that champ. He got it done here. So, but regardless, I mean, we're kind of later in the fearless stage, so there also are a couple things that do change with how draft works. If I'm not mistaken, it is now only the first 3 bans, if I'm correct, that are affected. So
correct.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, so that means the side of LS only have 1 ban.
They only have 1 ban, so it gets. Oh, they do. They get their bans now. Wait, they get their ban. Sorry, producer. Just one more time. They do get all of their bans. Interesting. So they get all 3 of the first round bans. So it ends up being now the East sub. Actually, they bounced it out, right? So it ends up they fought through that deficit in having those bans gone. So now it's basically even game, at least when we come to draft. So Onset, we've been playing 3 games.
Favors LS, no?
I think it does. I think it favors LS a little bit. I mean, there are a lot of champs. I think Moe has a pretty good champion pool when it comes to mid.
I feel like you don't focus on Mui here. I feel like you target your bans onto Cherry. What does she play?
Belveth is still up. She has not picked it yet. She hasn't picked it.
There's 3 bans now on the side of LS. Let's see how they use these bans accordingly. Because now they can do their Gwen Belveth bans. Maybe shoot some other random jungle ban.
Shoot indeed. I mean, you think about it. You got Belveth, you got Gwen. Nocturne, I guess, is still on the table. What else has she played that's been funky? That's still up. Looking through the champions, I guess she plays Viego. Viego's not an awful pick. She pulls out her pocket. Guys, Skarner has not been picked yet. I think maybe we go a whole
Maybe she
series.
pulls out a Kindred. I think she did pull out her Kindred.
Oh, she has pulled out Kindred.
Regular season.
I will say Kindred is strong. I don't see Mui as much of a Galio player though. I mean, potentially, like you could just go with another pool, just play something else that works well with the Kindred. But I don't know. I mean, the pools are getting a little slim here on set. I think, honestly, I don't really know what either team's going to go at this point. I can't say they're going to pick Corki again. It finally got picked. What am I going to do now?
I mean, down in the bot lane, there's still amazing picks. You still have Kog'Maw, you still have Kalista, you still have Ashe, Seraphine.
Hey,
if you
who
play
else
Hwei APC,
you know who else you got? You got the Gangsta. You got Twitch.
Yeah,
they could pull out Crime City Twitch. They could. I think Mustard. I think he would play this champ. I think you give him what? I'm trying to think. What Lulu's still up, right? Lulu's still up. You go Twitch Lulu. Go back to
Nami.
The classics, guys. What if we just see Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu? I think that could be the move.
Maybe. What about Zeri Yume?
Zeri Yume.
It's on Yume.
Oh, hey. KOJ, he's gonna bring us a run for his money. No, sorry, KOJ, but I want to see you. I want to see you lock in. You are gonna die trying, and I want you to carry this team to the end of the finish line. But maybe I think KOJ, he is an engaged specialist. We've seen him put in some work, right? He played well. He played it pretty well, even playing into that counter pick matchup, right? I will say I think he has been forced to blind every single game, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong?
Yes, I believe so. I believe he has been blinded every single game. But like I feel like there's an engaged champ here that you can pair well with your jungle and AD carry mid. I feel like I don't know if you see it, but like
Is
I
it
feel like
Big Hookman?
Nautilus.
I see Big
Hookman,
Hookman on
Nautilus.
my screen. He's been sneaking through. As we apologize for the delay. It does look like we're kind of like fixing some things, trying to figure out where the band's gonna be. Trying to see like, hey, is LS getting all 3 of their bands? As right now, I will say so. Actually, I'll pardon that, but other champs, I'm thinking like, I mean, we're looking at like champs that we want to see. I think Mui's Yone could get through at this point in the draft.
I hope Storm locked in Renekton.
I want to see that instigator show up.
I feel like there's too many mid lane champs open, too many OPs,
too many OPs.
counters as well.
You got Ari. I'm surprised Ari has not been picked yet. By the way,
I think Ari Hui. Like
Oriana. Well, no, Oriana was banned. Okay, no, Oriana was banned. Ori is still up. Let's see. Vex is still up technically as a counter pick. Yeah, I don't think you can pick Yone. Wait, no. 10K is red. So there is an option they could counter pick with Yone, but like I don't know. I mean like yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're still kind of like debating on like, hey, are these bans gonna be in the first phase for them? Are they gonna be in that back phase? So while that's going on, we're just gonna take a little bit. We've been talking you guys' head off, maybe saying some things that don't make sense. So we're gonna recoup and we'll be right back.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
And we are back after that little hiatus there. We did figure out the shenanigans that were going on with the bans. What ended up being the solution and the resolution is LS is still going to keep the 1 ban, while 10K is going to keep their 3 bans. It's just going to be no 4 or 5 bans for either team. So it ended up getting worked out. But I will say, so it's kind of going to be the same thing that we're going to see in this first 3 phase. There's a chance they ban Storm Syndra. I think there are options into it, especially if you're... Never mind. You know what? No, I guess not. I guess his Syndra is the greatest thing of all time, so they're not going to do it. As we see, Caitlyn is coming out as Mustard's answer. Pretty good AD carry that's still up on the pool that's blindable, in my opinion.
I feel like on the side of resilience, the way your team wants you to play, just be helpful no matter how behind you are. I think the pick here is just Ashe.
I know Ashe is not in the best spot, but I know a singing songstress who's never mind. There is the actually exact opposite of the singing song. They're going with Lulu Cog blind. They are crazy. By the way, wait a minute. Storm took away the champion. There was basically a light mage that I was thinking could go really well here. Wait a minute, they took away all the good poke supports.
I feel like maybe just go Blitzcrank. You're Griffin. You're up 1 game.
I think you go for it.
I feel
right?
motivated. I'll be like, guys,
There is a
Take me
mental edge
Blitz.
to locking in Blitzcrank, but they went the exact opposite angle. They are going with Soraka. They are just going Enchanter for Enchanter, heal versus the shield. I think Soraka's not bad. She can kind of be a bully. I've seen Ted, shout out to Dira. He is pretty good at making that champion look like the most obnoxious laner of all time. So I think Caitlyn Soraka is going to have a lot of value here. I'm thinking potentially it's probably going to be jungle as this third pick. Maybe Skarner? Actually, Skarner is still up. I think with Gwen Band, you might look at the Scorpion. I'll see. Nope, they go.
Ooh,
Whoa!
Oh, instant slam for the Belveth on the side of 10k.
Insta slam. They're going Ivern. Interesting.
Wow.
Okay,
The way
so
you usually want to play Ivern is with a melee support that can go in with you. But like now, how do you go in on the side of LS?
You do. We'll have to see if it's going to be. Also, it looks like they are conceding. So those Yumi Nami bans are basically they are just speeding this draft up for us because technically there is not a no ban option on draft lol. Shout out to these teams. They are respecting our time as it is already is 11:20 for me. It's kind of past my bedtime to be honest, but regardless, we're looking at it and like you need some hard engage if you're LS at this point, right? Like it's got to be somewhere. I'm very surprised they went with the double enchanter here for LS. Maybe they're just saying, "Hey, Mustard, you're gonna get it done." But Goose is the answer. They are going peel. The Goose is gonna be loose for Super Saiyan. So we'll have to see what that response is. Look, man, I know some people don't like it. I think Fiora goes a little crazy. I don't know how good it goes into the rest of the comp, but in the lane, it's kind of nice. So I'm just thinking what you go here if you are Valka, because like you maybe just have to go engage, but you're playing into Gragas, so it's like
Maybe you pull out the Mundo and never die.
Mundongus actually, but then if they pull out Mundo here, it would just be okay. That's not awful. That's not an awful pick. Blind Ari is not the worst. Oh god. You know what champion is up, by the way? His name is Big Silas. Huh?
Oh yeah, Silas is up.
I'm thinking Silas gets slammed here for Mui. He's pretty comfortable on the champ. Other champs that jump out to me, not Yone. I don't think Yone does super well. I think it's Silas, to be honest.
Thinking
Maybe
just an instant Silas slam.
it's instant Silas. We'll have to see what else. Mundo, you called it. You actually called it. So I mean, look, man, I'm sitting here and I'm going, guys, Grievous Wounds goes kind of crazy. We might need some Grievous Wounds because Mundo, he has a lot of support over on his side. So
maybe you're like Mui, be like, guys, I think Katarina is really good here because my ulti applies Grievous Wounds. And
wait a minute, you were no, they go Yone. Actually, you know what? He just proved me completely wrong. As they go Yone, it follows back up on a little bit more engage. Give your Cog and Lulu a little bit more space. As we do see that pocket pick comes out for Mui here. I mean, you got to tell me what's.
Lost for words.
I'm a little lost. I mean, LS, they're known for a lot of things. In my opinion, maybe not their blue side draft. I don't know if you agree on set, but we just look at how they've been drafting these game on blue side, and it just. I think Ivern is. I just don't think Ivern's the pick here. I think you need to go. If you're gonna go Ivern, you have to go engage support, right? And I guess you're playing into Lulu, so you're like, I don't want to do it, but then save Ivern for potentially like Game 5 or next series in Grand Finals. I don't think it's the best, right? So it looks like at the moment the players are going to be taking a bathroom break, so we're gonna save that little mumbo jumbo of getting into lobby. We do know where most of these lanes are gonna be going. We'll be right back. We're gonna grab a snack. Also, you guys better grab a snack too. We might be going to Game 5. Who's to say? Also, but before we leave, Onset, who's winning this one?
10 KBs. Let's go to Game 5.
I think we are going to the scrapes. Maybe of the silver variety. We definitely are. But we'll have to see as we're going to be right back when game ends up starting.
Pull up my select
Welcome back to what is game 4 of what might be one of the longest series or greatest series we've ever seen here at the League of Extraordinary Champions, especially in this draft league. I'm joined once again by Onset. The current score of this series is we are sitting at the... Oh. He got the auto off. Never mind. We're sitting at 2 wins over 2 LS, while 1 win is over on the side of 10KBs. We've seen that every team that has won this time has been red, as we see a little bit of all chat, a little bit of shenanigans going on in the mid lane. Onset, how are you doing?
I am doing all right. This is going to be a long one. Hopefully, we make it down to the game 5.
The game 5 Schlabber knocker. So, we talked about it a little bit during that draft phase. So realistically, my win condition for the side of LS is Mr. Mundongus himself. Falca has been known to be a bit of a menace on the money man, as they say, Mr. Money Man himself. But looking at it, we see, once again, a ward has been placed on the Raptors. Ivern is not allowed to have fun. Oh, but maybe he knows his Ivern clear. Never mind, this guy has hands. As we see, he's going back. Getting it done as we see. Mui is trading aggressively here. He knows his tower range very well. As we see some aggressive trading. Oh, spacing! Mid lane. That's what you want to see in the mid lane. But honestly, I also wanted to mention it. I don't know if Ivern is the only champ that now requires a potion to do their clear. But he did end up buying the potion that is kind of minus 50 and a little bit of like vacuums.
Mind me here, but there has been a trend in this game as well. Which has been buying potion from level 1 this whole series.
The whole series. Okay, so it wasn't just an Ivern thing. Maybe he's just a potion merchant. I like potions sometimes. Usually that's when I'm in lane and I'm against someone scary. But you know, those jungle camps, they can also throw hands every now and then.
For sure.
But looking at the...
Also,
go ahead.
Quick one is here on Gragas.
He did go... Okay, so... I will say tier here is not awful because, I mean, realistically, you're not killing the Mundo. At the end of the day, you don't have enough damage. So I think just going your tier stacks is not awful. We see a little bit of shenanigans here. And Cherry is here for the early level 3. Actually, an early heal there from KOJ, trying to get onto Griff. Griff is forced to flash, and it's not going to be enough. Cherry picks up that early kill. Rezi isn't even level 3 yet. This is the start that 10KBs is looking for.
Yes, and the Kog'Maw flashing as well, trying to secure the kill. Maybe trying to KS a little bit from Cherry.
Rezi never. He would never. That guy is never. But we
never try to KS.
Which is in the area. He is looking for the angle to get something done. Oh, I think they got to be a little cautious. I know you have 3 people, but like, you don't have enough damage to avoid the numbers advantage. I guess Griff is in the area, so. And with Mui
also running down.
Yeah, Mui, you got it. You beat me to the punch, man. But still, regardless, right now looking at the farm, I guess Cherry went for that early kill. Oh, the stop, but Witch is actually up a level. Cherry, I think you have Mui here, but wait, maybe she just knows her. Oh no. The flash was a little overzealous. I think you got to save that for the wall, my friend. But now Mustard is the next on the target. Rezi falls. KOJ picks up the kill. Mui's the one who's throwing the hands. Rezi, he gets the ultimate. It's not going to be enough as Mustard dies earlier. But Mui picks up the kill. A double, in fact, as Griffin is the only one left alive. Guys, there's already been a lot of kills in this game. But this time, it's going over to 10K.
Double kill picked up for the side of... Or double kill... picked up for Mui. TP coming out of Storm to the mid lane as we see Kog'Maw running down bot lane. Maybe he should be running mid to pick up the wave, but
he should have been. But you know, hey, an 80 carry's got to go bot lane sometimes. That's just it's like a moth to a flame. You know, that happens. And you know, realistically, looking at this game, I mean, hey, Valka is up a good amount of farm over Super Slaying, which is where you need to be, right? You need this Mundo to find a way to free scale, right? If he can free scale, it is doable, but at the same time, the early game threat of a Bel'Veth, of a Yone going for these plays, you have that early game with Bel'Veth, you had the late game reassurance with the Yone, with the Cog, with the Lulu. Mundo's got to put in a little bit of a clinic. A shift even.
Concern, or a side note here is Ivern is just getting all the respawn camps from Bel'Veth.
Oh,
This guy,
so this guy is like, he's a little strong.
he knows his Vern. He knows the Vern. But, I mean, still, he's only up one I guess it has taken all of the camps from Cherry, so he still has his to farm. So he's technically that CS lead of only 4 is a little bit more than it actually appears. Cherry's kind of just hanging out. She doesn't really know what to do at the moment. I would expect her to just start her recall. Oh, but actually, she's looking to see if she can get a invade off, maybe? It's looking like she is the person, but she is spotted out by the Vision. Valka is coming out to make sure that Ivern is uncontested. We see if the root does land. Storm lands it. Oh, that is not a Badger Charm if I've ever seen it. He unfortunately whiffs it. As we see, Mui actually is not level 6 yet. This could actually be the angle they need back in. He is stuck there. They are waiting menacingly. You gotta predict the flash. The flash is out, and they see Valka. He does have 6. He has not used ulti yet, but ends up being a 0 for 0. I thought that those two were in a bit of a pickle there.
Well played coming from Mui. He flash into Q3. He was really patient. As there's a heavy trading coming down to the bot side. Also, Oblivion ordered.
Oblivion Orb, it has been bought. The item of all items that honestly counters most of this team has been purchased by KOJ. So I will say also, Mui did ding level 6. Actually, Ari is still full HP. I was thinking that Mui just goes in, he throws hands. It's going to be tough, but Mui, he has his set on a tree. The blade is known to cut down wood on set, but right now, Ivern knows and he's running away.
Ivern collecting a sizable lead in the jungle as he is still trying to clear out his second respawn camps. Now he's heading towards the bot, trying to trade objectives, get this dragon. As there was heavy trades down in the bot lane, forcing the Coglulu to take a terrible back. I would say a pretty awful back.
I mean, also... oh my gosh, wait. We didn't even... you probably said it. I'm going to be honest, I'm zoned out. I'm a little tired. But, like, look at the CS lead, right? You probably already said it, but, like, Caitlyn is up a pretty large amount. So, even though this LS is down a little bit of gold, individually, Caitlyn's up 500 gold just on her own.
The kill in the early CS. It is
looking
nasty. Good for Mustard. Mustard is putting...
Mustard the Menace. That's what they called him back in high school. I didn't go to high school with him, but that's just what I'm guessing. But like, I mean, he's like, they've been doing good. Even though they gave over that kill to Cherry and that gank, I think it is not the end of the world, right? This Cog Lulu, it's got to scale up a little bit, and they can use that time of the scaling to kind of get that early lead right. Because Caitlyn, if she gets ahead, she's a bit of a stinker. So we see, which I thought he was going to try to go in and try to sneak in for a lane gank, as some junglers do. Charm ends up landing mid, gets the electrocute trade, but you don't have a ton of more damage in the tank as Movie is just going to go in, trying to bait it out. The Q3 does land with the E, the Fate sealed. He's trying to get it done, and that is such a good trade there. Honestly, that's kind of how this matchup goes mid, right? If you don't have enough damage to burst, especially when you have Vamp Scepter on the Yone, this matchup gets really, really hard for Ari, right? Because Ari, she's known for a lot of things. Her damage compared to other mid laners is not one of them, right? And when your other laner is Ivern, where's the damage that's going to be able to kill this? Like, if you're not able to land the Q, it's so tough here.
Yeah, there is. Mooey's just looking to mess with his
Dubert Moobert is he is taking away the grubs. He said no peace for the birds. He is a bird chicken hater. This guy might as well work at KFC the way he's killing the birds. Like, I mean, like, he is taking them away. Ivern's getting mad. He takes some of them. He saved some of them, but... Oh, Chick-fil-A too. Yeah, they probably kill more birds than KFC, right? I don't know. I don't know at this point. KFC's like big, but like Chick-fil-A's bigger. But do you know what? That don't matter, as we see that the purple void monster that is not Baron is taking a ton of damage. Damn, Griffin with the flash, the banana to kill them all. Rezi's by himself. It's just KOJ. The flash, I think he actually just walked into the trap. I don't think he knew that it was there. KOJ forced a flash out as well. That's a flash for flash. I think that's all of the sums. Moe is potentially looking to go, and he has his ultimate still. I think. Oh wait, there's a TP down Mundongus. Mundongus is here, and Ari is also in the area. I think that was that Ari TP? Yes, it was. Yeah, that's 2 TPs coming out from the side. Mustard is trying to get it done. KOJ, you gotta run for the hills, my friend. There are 5 members of LS on the hunt. KOJ, run for your life! Rezi, he finished the back. He said, "My support. I don't care about him." Belvet, they are fighting a funny little fight here. A good charm there from Storm on the final pick of the ultimate, forcing Cherry's flash. You know, this game might be more interesting than we thought on set.
A little bit, But I feel like Mui's gonna put on a performance. I feel like I don't know, I have a lot of hope for Mui here. He's on one of his comforts, which is Yone. He put on Last of Us on play Yone. He just randomly got a triple kill in the mid lane. Solo, by the way.
Yeah.
But first tower does go down to the side of LS, so that is one objective, or
Have
one thing
feats.
done for feats.
Feats
As
have
Dragon-
not been taken, which is technically feats are up for grab. Either side could take either. I think at the moment the objectives are tied up 1-1. So it will be about who gets the grubs, who gets the dragons. Obviously, it's about the objectives, but still, who's going to get these objectives first? And then that next set that's going to come up, that Rift Herald and that third dragon, that's going to kind of, I think, be the deciding factor of who gets the feat. Basically, who rushes it down faster.
I feel like if you're the side of 10k, I wouldn't want to fight this next set of grubs. Like if I press tab, I mean there's a redemption done on these for the Iron, heavy trading going down mid, like, and they're rotating their mid or their bot lane towards mid to contest
and you
this
know,
grub.
it looks like Super Slaying is not going to be super staying here as he's forced to E away, maybe potentially conceding these grubs over. It looks like all 5 members of LS are in a position to contest. They might try to take away one grub. If they can take away one grub, one of these is gone. As we see, Storm actually gets a great trade onto Mui. Mui is potentially forced out of this fight. He does have a Vamp Scepter to make it a little bit interesting, but I think now it's hard. Storm goes in. He finds the angle. He has one more charge. That is the benefit of Ari. Oh, the flash. I think I've seen it again. Great tank there, actually, from Belveth. That actually... Oh, my gosh. Wait, does she get out? Wait, that was actually nuts. You know what? I know I'm like... That...
Applaud.
If
Give my honors to the
that's
jungle.
my jungler... If that's my jungler, they're getting support. They're getting... Oh, my goodness. But no, wait, Super Slaying! Super Slaying's hanging out!
I'd give an honor to my Gragas as well. He attempted to take a grub.
Goose, no, he didn't take a grub.
He attempted.
The attempt was there for sure. As we see, he goes in. He said he was willing to die for that grub and make sure that they don't get the objective. Unfortunately, that Vern said otherwise. He's able to secure all 3. But you know, it is technically 2 for 1 as we see the members of 10k are going down for that dragon. And Mundongus, he's getting free access to this tower as the Goose is he's not able to get there in time.
The side of LS, man, they are putting up a fight this game for sure. I feel like they're like they're at like their strongest points of the game. Like they have Ari item complete, Caitlyn collector done, Redemption and Moonstone done.
Well, that's
strength
is not going to be enough. I think you got to look for some angles here. It is hard to pick out Storm. He does have 3 flashes basically always, sometimes 4. But when you look at it, Yone is kind of at the point now. He can just keep farming. When he gets Bork as well, it's a little nasty. I'm kind of surprised by the positioning here of LS. They're sitting behind. The charm does miss. Griff is in a bit of a scary spot. I guess he does not.
It looks like they just want to not allow them enter the mid lane.
You know what? Valid. Sometimes zone control is the best kind of control. But looking at it, I think Mui is up a pretty sizable lead. He does not have his Bork yet. The zoning, Fate sealed there for Mui, as it does look like Griff. Oh my gosh, that's so much healing. You need a little bit more heal cut, even though KOJ is on the hunt. The Q3 misses. He is 2 for 2 on missing his abilities, but you know he's going to hit that third one for sure. The Q3 is up. Is it going to land? He's not going to go for it. But regardless, that was kind of a fight over nothing at the end of the day. It was a bit of an NA ram. As we see, you know, I know we haven't talked about it on set, but can you tell me a little bit about the vision that's been set up around this dragon?
The vision set up for this dragon is in the favor of 10k as they
we don't know if that's actually going to matter as Storm is on the hunt. He's looking for that pick onto whoever he can find. He finds the angle maybe as it looks like they might give over this tower, but remember that first tower was taken bot lane, so this doesn't actually affect the feats of strength, I don't believe. So, but also another thing that needs to be noted, the Yone, he has the big Bork item. He has the Blade of Viego, so you gotta be careful. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Super Slaying goes with the zoning E. I think that might be, if he hits the Q, he does not hit it. But now, Storm actually a good trade onto KOJ. Rezi coming in with the block. The support is being supported. Good for Rezi. As we see, Super Slaying, he misses an E, but he's Gragas, he has Phase Rush. He's going to be able to get out at the end of the day regardless. So he's okay.
Very important. They got mid-tier 1 down as well. Because Rezi had to take an awful back. And they had to concede the first... had to concede mid-tower. I feel like if you're the side of LS, you just have so many ways to make plays happen on the map. You have mid-tier 1 down, bot tier 1 down. And especially when you take down mid tier 1, you have so much room to like just invade their top side and play for this Rift Herald that is coming up and top tier 1. Like
100%.
how does 10k play if you
How
play the
do? I mean, like, how do at this point? Like, also, I mean, it is LS who is up the objective, so they get first choice on the Rift Herald. Oh, I thought there was going to be some shenanigans that happened mid. They decided not, which, you know, good for them. Oh, forcing out an ulti. I think you just take that as a win. Watch, maybe
Mui here, you're shouting, "Let's fight this Rift Herald! Let's fight this Rift Herald, guys!"
Go for the rift. Go for the rift. I'm waiting. I'm trying to bait out. Mui didn't use Fate Sealed there. If he finds an angle, could be a potential dead fox on my screen. But no. Oh, wait, he swam! Oh my gosh, the charm, it misses. The Griffin is using the ultimate to buy enough time. We see it. Oh my gosh, does he live?
Mui lives. Well played. He played that extremely well.
Played. Was he actually? I don't know if he was actually on the vision there. I'm guessing he was.
Yeah, I believe he was.
Which is, I mean, that's the only angle you have to be careful of if you are Storm, right? You kind of like, you're down your ultimate, you're down your flash, and like, Mui found the angle
on the top side of the map.
Like, yes, like that is kind of what you need to get back into this game. So props to Mui there, but still, that is, on the flip side, that is really, really bad for LS, right? They're conceding a lot. They gave over tower. This Mui man is up, oh my gosh, he's up 1.5k just on his own. If I'm ever wanting to carry a game, I'm thinking, if I'm Yone, I'm in a pretty good spot.
Work also being done on Kog'Maw, but during that whole time when they were fighting, they took Rift Herald and they also got top tier 1 on the side of LS, so it's not a complete loss.
Not too bad.
Just yet.
Not too bad. I will say, on the flip side, that 1.5k gold lead that I was talking about in the mid lane is flipped in reverse. Mustard is up a very sizable amount. He's up basically 1.5k as well against the Kog'Maw. I'll say Kog'Maw does have a Lulu to kind of back him up, do some damage, but you know what? You know what Lulu can obviously do on set? Just start supporting the Yone at the end of the day. Like, technically, we can throw this Kog'Maw under the bus. I know Rezi probably doesn't want to hear that, but like, you gotta play for who's your win con, and right now, it's the Mui man.
Mui, and you know, you also gotta throw Cherry into the mix.
That's true.
She has been playing pretty well on this Bel'Veth so far, and she also has not too like a 60 gold lead. You know, that's
something. That's like half a control word. Oh, KOJ gets caught. Storm, great pick there. They find the angle. They find the little Pikaruski. Is Storm, I think he's positioning for more. He uses the first pull. He uses the second. He misses the charm. That's not needed, apparently. Griff is trying to go in with the zoning. It doesn't matter. As Daisy is tanking a lot of damage, she falls immediately. We're going to see if this tower falls. I don't think it's going to happen. As a nice knock-up onto Mustard. Mustard actually just healed off that interaction, though, I believe. As Mui trying to do enough, trying to do damage. Rezi is trying to play front to back. They're tanking damage, Super Slan, covering for his team. He's not playing that tank build, but the charm misses once again. He's not able to find the target that he wanted. Sometimes you call that the field goal, but this now for sure is the tower tier 2 for them. Super Saiyan looks to be positioning for the aggressive play as the root does land. Charm following it up. Super Saiyan forced to E backwards. The fat man is very mobile, and it ends up being a tower for the side of LS.
Wow, and wow. What a fight. Mui was able to find the Caitlyn, but he just didn't have enough damage to take her down. As she was able to use barrier, she still has Soraka R, she still has Iron shields. Like how do you get through this Caitlyn?
I mean, how do you get through the Caitlyn? I mean, one thing we've kind of been overlooking a little bit this game is Mr. Moneyman over there. Onset, can you tell me how much of a gold lead that is?
He has 1.1k, or is it?
Yeah,
I don't even know. Yes.
I mean, I will say,
he has a lot of money.
He has a lot of money. This is the first time, though, I have seen the Unstoppable Force meet the immovable object that is Yone versus Mundo. Oh my, wait. Oh no, did I just jinx him?
My.
Oh.
Money man's ult.
Oh,
he's fine.
He's okay. He's okay.
He's working his 9 to 5 right now.
He is working his 9 to 5. He's hitting the gym afterwards, as you always got to do. You got to be flexible. As Mundo is peeled up basically to full. I think if you are Yone at this point, you could potentially spec into an Executioner's. I think it's okay to sit on it. It gets a lot of value out of the team. Oh, and I guess Bel'Veth has the Executioner, so maybe he's saying, I don't need it. I think if you're going to be matching this Mundo most of the time on side, it's not a bad pickup. I don't know if you agree, though.
I agree, because like you're gonna be the one mainly hitting this Caitlyn as well. Who's gonna apply this Executioners or any anti-heal?
Yes.
As TP is coming down from Mui to the bot lane, same with Storm. He is TPing down. They're gonna be able to collapse.
There is
onto
going to be a bit of a fiesta as Valka is here. He does not have his ulti though. That's the thing he's got to be cautious of. Griff does use the ultimate. Storm going for the angle. Ultimate to zone off the potential invisible Shaco. Yone actually hits the Fate Seal. Good Zonya's there from Storm. He's trying to buy enough time. Witch is the first to fall. Yone is on a rampage. Mui is doing a lot. He's trying to recall back. He gets it. Valka's going to be potentially the next to fall. Mustard is free hitting though. There could be an angle. Rezi gets rooted. He's getting shielded. He's getting healed as it now looks like it's going to be 10KBs who are looking to pick this Otacon. One thing to note is this is a different Otacon from last time. This is not the respawn, so they got to be a little cautious about how this fight goes. But right now it's a weird 4-for-4, and it looks like the members of 10K, they're choosing to go on the retreat here.
Yeah, there's no jungler on both sides.
Just flip. Just flip. What could go wrong?
Just
Flip the game. It's not like if you lose, you go home. Like,
I mean, we have Super Saiyan TPing towards bot tier 2. It looks like they want to get onto the map quickly as possible to contest this Otacon, knowing that there is no TPs on the side of LS. And
yeah,
they're pretty healthy.
They are pretty healthy. Gragas heals, and you got a Lulu, you got a Yone who heals. Like, it's just healing on healing on healing on healing, right? Like, it's pretty nice.
Well,
and I mean, go ahead.
Yone's level 14. I think that has been overlooked. Storm's level 11.
Yes. But I will say, regardless of what happens, Storm does have a charm at the end of the day, and if Mustard can do enough damage, and I mean, he has a lot of support, right? He has the Soraka, he has the Ivern, but right now, this Otacon is looking to be uncontested. It just seems like it's Super Saiyan who knows what's going on, but hang on, they might have enough time to potentially fight their way out of this. They got to be cautious here as Cherry is on the move. Cherry's looking very scary. She got this. That's not what you want to have happen. Witch falls. Cherry gets a reset. They find 4. Super Saiyan is the one on the move. He has the ultimate. He lands the cast. He finds Griff. He's going for the angle. Super Saiyan is taking a lot. And actually, it's another respawn. I guess I just don't know what Otacons do. But Super Saiyan, he tries to find the angle, but it's a Spirit Rush coming out from Storm. Storm does not have enough mana. Mustard is isolated. The shutdown goes over to KOJ. That's not who you wanted to go over to. But Mui is doing a good job of buying space. He has his Immortal Shield, though, purchased, and that is a massive swing over to 10K.
As now we are sieging down towards the bot lane tier 2 as Q3 does land onto this Ahri, forcing the flash out.
So we saw it's going to be enough. They have all of their withdraws, right? They can just keep going in. They could be aggressive here. Cherry's going to die, but it doesn't really matter. I guess it's technically Mui by himself, but realistically, he's going to go in. Storm, you got to be cautious. You got to back up, right? You got to be careful here. So it's like, it's tough, but like, what's the angle?
The angle here. I mean, there's no more GAs on the side of 10K. I mean, if I was LS, I'd be happy. I mean, granted, the fight we didn't get the objective and stuff, but I mean, we got the GAs done, and we got the GAs done, but there was nothing accomplished realistically. I mean, a few kills went over.
Hey, I mean, you got Otacon. I mean, I guess yeah, the GAs went down, but that only does give the revive. It doesn't give as many rose petals, because like one thing we haven't talked about a lot is I guess the rose petal count over on the side, because I think it does give adaptive force and experience, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it does for the whole team.
Yes. So honestly, realistically, both teams are about tied up in rose petal score. It's about like 17 to 18 each. But honestly, those things, they kind of add up over time. So it is the angle. I think this game has gotten realistically pretty close. A lot of it's on Mustard, right? Actually, most of it's on Mustard.
All on Mustard and Mui. Mustard versus Mui.
Mustard versus Mui. Maybe on Mundo if this game goes crazy, crazy late. But you got to think about it. A lot of his shielding and a lot of support, you don't want to be with your team if you're Mundo, right? You want to be just pressuring side lane. And speaking of pressuring side lane, I thought there would have been an angle where they try to go on Mundo, but he does have his tower to hang out with. But right now, looking at it, just it's a very tense game, right? This is the exact opposite of Game 3. We knew basically after 3 minutes what was going to happen. I feel like this game could go either way on set.
I feel like 10K's in the driving seat right now. Mui's Mui, but like he's so far ahead of this Ahri. It looks like he's gonna be completing his IE soon if that is his third item. But Baron is coming up, and they're looking to contest mid wave. But if I was
as Mui
Denver-
chooses to go in, the ultimate unfortunately does land. It forces out Mustard's flash. That honestly might be good enough to take. I think you take that if you are 10k. But it looks like this side of LS, they are not wanting to go down without a fight. As Daisy has shown up, she might just insta pop, but no, they're gonna force her back. Also, Valka is here as well to make sure that his team is in a decent spot. Cherry does get rooted. That is a decent amount of damage, but she did use the damage reduction from her E, I believe, to get a lot value there. But right now, you just look at the pressure, and it just seems like it's 10KBs who are leading this driver's seat, right? You do have the bushes from Ivern, which is very nice, but right now, it just looks like that purple slug's on the horizon, and I think it might be 10KBs.
Yes, they have so much damage for this Baron. Like, if I'm going to be honest, you can like sneak it with just Bel'Veth and Yone. You can have also have just Lulu there to empower, but you don't really need the Lulu. Cog was also in this game, but he's just kind of been he's just been
hanging out.
there.
Regardless, he does some damage. He does it maybe not as much as the other two, but he's gonna do damage still. So like it's technically an option, especially when you are buffed up by the Lulu. It's not awful here. I think like technically you still gotta account for Rezi in these fights, right? I know we've been saying it, Mui, but like Rezi is still gonna be able to do damage, especially if he's ignored in these fights. I will say most of the time the fights are not going into Rezi. Mui is bringing the fights into him, right? Just with the nature of how LS's comp is. They have two enchanters there playing back there, just basically saying, hey, Mustard, we're trying to keep you alive, man. And you look at it and it's like Ari realistically loses value in that comp, but just with how the game state is going, it's kind of just how you have to play if you're wanting to win this.
Yeah, I feel like there's just not enough damage or damage spread to go around for the side of LS. But also Rageblade being completed for the Kog'Maw. He has officially hit 2 items. He is going to be scary, especially with this Lulu power up. But also Mui has completed his IE. They just want to fight.
They need to fight, force things. I know people are very hesitant to just force a Baron. I know you're technically the gold lead is only 1k, but like, who's the gold lead on? Mundo? Mundo is strong, but you have a Yone, and that champion he's up 3k on the oh my gosh. I'm looking at just the individual gold graph, right? And I'm looking at the fact that Yone is up, he's up 4k on the Ahri, but he's also basically up 2k on the Mundo. The most fed member, I guess, of both teams is Caitlyn, and he's up 1k on that Kate. So, like, if Yone finds his angles, he finds the fights that he wants, I think it's hard.
Mundo is also just gonna get shredded by this Yone. He has like really no armor besides his plated steel caps and Undying Despair, but I feel like they bring no value, especially into this Yone.
Yeah, I think Yone he has enough damage with the Bork to kind of continuously go for that fight and get that sustained damage off with the E on the recall. It's tough. I don't think you can ever have the Yone matching the Mundo, and maybe that is what we see is they're both heading towards the bot lane. Will we see a potential kill? Who's to say? As Cherry is doing a good job of making sure that this Baron is potentially a sign of danger for LS, trying to deny as much vision as possible. That's one of the jobs as a jungler at this point in the game. Who cares about your camps? You want to just make sure that the big camps are the ones that are getting taken.
I also have a feeling like maybe KOJ and Cherry should just be linking up a little more to get deeper vision within the enemy jungle, because I feel like they just have the powerhouse to be able to do that. Or maybe just put Mui on one of the just play for Mui, whatever side he's on, go establish a vision there so he can play as cocky as he would like to. Because there's like, how do you stop this Yone?
I'd
if he's just
love
given all
to
the
give you an
resources.
answer, right? Our Storm is pinging it, right? Yone has such a massive gold bounty here, as we see. Now cutting over to the side, it looks like the 3 members, I think they are going for Baron at this point. I think they call it, right? You have enough damage with the Bel'Veth and Rezi. I think it's going to be enough, right? But it looks like they're just kind of holding their ground. They're making sure to look for an angle here. I mean, like, it's tough here. Like, how do you play? Like, Mui is just putting on so much pressure. He's up 2 levels. He has control over the wave. He has control over the Qs. The charm does land, though, from Storm, but I think he laughed a little bit when that Storm hit. As we... Ooh! Wait. Yikes. I mean, like, at that point, like, that was well played from Mui, but also, like, at this point, you're just going to get stat sticked. If you overstep at all as R, you are insta-dead, right? Like, you have to be super cautious. You have to be playing super, super careful. And Storm dies, and I think Baron's falling right with it on set.
It is indeed. As you see, LF sprinting to this dragon to get themselves on the soul point. But now 10KB sprinting as well to the dragons. We're gonna get another brawl, but
Wait, they're going for a
Ori,
TP. Wait, they might look to
they're gonna for
potentially
the
stall
end.
the bases. Yone flies overhead. The Mundo for sure saw that as he ran right directly in front of his face. They're actually looking to potentially go for the end. They don't care about this dragon. They're looking to put pressure on the map here with this Baron. And look, wait, we forgot about Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth passive. She's spawning all the minions. How does the team deal with this? Ari does not have enough like damage to clear this. I think this could be the final push here on set.
Neither does Caitlyn.
How
do you stop this Bel'Veth and Yone? They are committing all the resources onto the Yone.
I think the Yone is saying
here's the
otherwise.
thing.
He absolutely just threw hands at Griff. Mui is unstoppable. He's healing so much. It's going to be enough. Is Lulu able to keep him alive? Mui is going to fall, but Ivern picks up the kill, but it might be not for naught. There is a Bel'Veth. There is a Kog'Maw. They're doing so much damage. Super Saiyan is doing a lot of damage himself. He's hanging out. He got his first kill of the game. Good job, Super Saiyan. But still, Cherry is firing away. She's popping and popping and popping and popping. She's getting a lot done. It's doing a lot of damage. She's threatening the play. It's going to be scary. Super Saiyan is taking damage. He's going to die. Caitlyn picks up the kill, but Cherry is on him. He finds the angle onto Caitlyn. He's going to die. Cherry, she goes it. She gets the pick. Look at that massive wave. It's going to be hard to hold, and we are going to scrapes.
Congratulations, we are going into game 5. Silver scrapes as Mundo finishes the game as 0-3. I wish he got 4 more assists for the 007, but not too.
So,
as
oh man. I mean, what a showing there from Moobert Dubert. Mr. Mui on the Yone was putting on a bit of a clinic, right? He found the Fate Sealed, he found the angles, and it just wasn't enough, right? You gave him his pocket pick, but like I said, blue side, who cares about blue side? I think they're gonna switch one more time on set. How are you feeling about that?
I agree as well, but like
yeah.
There's no more bans.
There is no more bans. So you know what champion just shows up now is Gwen.
But also Griffin's TK.
Wait, Griffin TK. Oh wait, dude, all the fun champs are
and
unleashed
Fiddlesticks.
here.
And we have
wait, get them all.
Yeah,
wait,
which is
okay.
Fiddlesticks.
Actually, wait a minute. Maybe this is going to be exciting. I'm kind of excited as we're kind of waiting to get into that game 5. I think these teams know we're just gonna we're gonna go through draft pretty fast because there are no bans, right? It's gonna be kind of nice. Storm is maybe gonna get his Syndra. We have a lot of champs that are still on the board. I will say, with no bans on the table, you gotta think a little bit differently about how draft goes.
You have to be really careful of the way you draft because you have Cherry's Gwen still is now officially open. And Storm Syndra is also open, but like I feel like Moe has a special pick into that one. If I'm not, if I am gonna say, I won't say what the pick is, but I know what the pick is.
Do you know the Storm pick or the Mui pick?
The Mui pick. If I know the
I know.
special Mui pick.
Oh, the special.
And I really hope it does happen. I really just hope it happens.
You know a special Mui pick. Interesting. And once again, we see that red side has been chosen for a 4th time in a row here for the side of Lightning Sabers. Oh my goodness. Teemo was in fact not a problem. This is a bit of a flashback to what we might have seen earlier in game 3. Thankfully, Teemo is still off the table because it is fearless, but just a bit of a highlight to what horrors occurred in game 3. Primarily at the hands of what Valka did on that little Yordle. I think, guys, learn if there's a Teemo in your game, don't underestimate that guy. He's got to get it done. But
he solo won in that game.
that bear did 3k. That bear did 3k damage. But still, I mean, just harping back on how this draft is gonna go. I think this is the one time going red is not as strong, right? Because you don't get your bans. You don't like the Gwen's gonna be up. I guess the Gwen's gonna be up, but like I'm like thinking that does help Lightning Sabers. This is the first time they will be even in bans against this team.
I have a feeling, I think they should just not pick their jungle early on the side of Lightning Sabers. But
on Lightning.
I wish I could discuss more, but I don't want to give any hints towards the side of
There's
10K
lore.
on how they
Knows
should.
some lore.
No, it's just the way of like thinking right now, and there might be a good champ into some of cherries. Might be a little bit of good champs in there.
That is
But
true.
I'm kind of curious what's gonna go down in the bot lane.
I am a bit curious as well, as it looks like they're taking a second to get those drafts set up. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back as soon as draft starts. Welcome back, everybody, for the final draft of this evening. This battle between the Titans, the Lightning Sabers, versus a whole lot of bees. These people have been brawling back and forth, taking game after game after game after game. We look at it. Has it been that red side has won every single game? Yes. Does that mean that 10K is going to lose this game? No. They know the odds. They know what they're playing against. No bans are on the line. This is where it really matters. Onset, what are we thinking?
I'm just hoping for an exciting game 5, a bloodbath, a back and forth, a very close game 5. I don't want it to be one-sided. I just want it to be a really close and fun series for both teams, as they have reached the losers finals, and it's something that they should be proud of.
For sure. I know some teams that have fallen. The teams that have fallen along the way. Badgers, Bozos. Rest in
F5,
peace. Rest in peace. F5.
F5 in my heart.
La Espada. Squid Squad. And it's just these three left. The winner of this match, they go on to face Weird Al Yankovic Esports. And we'll have to see. As Gwen insta-locked for 10K. We were talking about it a little bit outside of draft. We thought maybe they're going to hold on to this pick, but it is Cherry's comfort. It's her go-to. And they said no bans on the line. It's what we're locking in. In response, Mustard instantly picking the Jin. The Fiddler is here to play. The Fiddler's here. This is what Witch is known for. This is his champion. Oh my gosh, all these champions are unleashed. Galio. That's the answer. Galio and Ash. The picks are just flying. There are no
Picks
bans.
are flying.
I'm
They have
expecting to
thought
have
of
some
this
time.
in advance.
I guess they have. They were thinking. I mean, honestly, with no bans, you could basically just map out an entire draft if you want. So
For
maybe
sure.
they've known, they've taken this time during this break, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna lock in." Also, do you think that Galio has a chance? Oh, and there's the Kinchy. Big old
There
Tom
is the
Kincher
Kinch.
is in play. It's one of Griff's best. It's one of his favorites. No bans. We're going right into the 4. I think it's gonna be mid lane. I'm expecting it. Oh gosh, but what do you pick? I was thinking an AD mid, but like, what do you play? You know,
I feel like
maybe.
you just have to go for some wonky
What about
flex pick, you
Viego?
know?
I've heard people like mid Viego, and it goes pretty well. How's
Mid
that sound?
Viego.
The
Yeah,
Gator.
I was
The
leaning more
Gator
towards
is
the
here.
Gator.
How did we make it 5 games without seeing Renekton? I don't know. It was honestly a miracle, but you know, I like Renekton, so I'm okay with it. I know it's one of Storm's favorites. I think Valka plays it as well. He's a bit of a problem on the champion. Gives him the 80 that it needs, right? We are just at the point where they're just like, they're picking whatever they please. You know,
They're
I'm
picking
thinking
their
about
comforts.
picking comforts. I think that Galio, there's a chance it goes top. It's not 100% going mid. But what's the pick? Rakan. That is the pick for KOJ. They said, hey, you're going to be an engaged support till the day you die, Buster, and I'm giving you that last one. Did Nautilus not get picked a single time? It did not.
It did not.
Nautilus did not get picked. I guess they say, hey, no, into the Kinch. We're not playing the hook, man. You know what? Actually, maybe that's what we should be thankful for, the fact that Nautilus wasn't picked a single time during this series. But man, they are going
What
in.
is the last pick for
What if you go
10K
Nocturne
views?
here? I know it sounds crazy. What if you go Nocturne here and you'd send? No, you don't do that. As it's Darius. It is
Darius.
Galio mid. I think you send the Renekton mid. And then you give Valka the counter pick of the century that is no, Wukong's gone. Not Gnar. What is the answer? What is the
Maybe
final
there's-
pick?
Maybe
Not
there's a little speculation that maybe Darius goes mid.
Maybe is they've done some crazier things on set. I've seen, actually no, I haven't seen anything too crazy. What's the pick? What's it gonna be? I guess it's nothing. All right, well that's the end of the series, guys. They are playing a 4v5, and we ended up seeing what it is, guys. Drum roll for all of you in the audience. It is none other than the Rock Monster himself. Interesting. It's a little interesting.
Malphite.
Rock
That
Monster.
is a Valka special.
That
If you
is
look at his OP.GG, he has been spamming Malphite games after Malphite games after Malphite games.
that guy is hard on the rock, not rock hard. He gets it done when he locks in that champion. It does a lot of damage to the Darius. I will say there is a Gwendolyn. So you gotta be a little careful. Not the monkey from Bloons Tower Defense 6. There is a Gwen who does a lot of AP, and she does a lot of it pretty often. So you gotta be cautious there. I think it has some value into the Ashe, but let's see how it ends up looking in this game 5. I doubt that they send like I think the Darius is basically going to always go top. I was gonna say maybe they go Galio in response, but like, I mean, man, look at all these champs that just got freed, right? The Gwen, the Fiddlesticks, the Tom Kench. These champions are all unleashed. They've been banned this whole series. These people are known for these champs. It is goated. They are going to get it done. And right now, it's anybody's game. This is honestly the first time I've looked at the draft and I've been like, I don't want to know. And do you see that? You see that on set?
I see it 100%.
Oh my.
It just throws me in wow, you know. I feel like LS it is up to them on how to execute this game.
They are opting to send the Galio topside and giving Mui the Darius. I don't know how much time he has on it, but we are going to see top laners duking it out in the mid lane, as everybody intended with this game, obviously. But just man, go ahead.
It makes sense, you know.
It does.
Because Galio W, you know, it gives him a shield for AP.
Gotcha.
And what does Malphite do? He does AP.
He does, unless you go Trinity Force Malphite and go W Max.
What about Bork?
Maybe Bork Malphite.
Bork Malphite.
I have once seen in Bork Orn being played by the Orn OTP called Yakovic.
Yakovic, he is an innovator. That guy plays a lot of Orn. He can do whatever he wants. But does Valka play enough Malphite to be able to be a Bork leader? I'm not 100% sure. I will say this top lane matchup's a little interesting, right? I guess top lane matchup that's in the mid lane, because like this Renekton, he was thinking, ooh, I get to play for free into Galio, but Darius showed up. It's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that innovation. But you know what? Champ gets a lot of value. Actually, okay. I thought he got a little bit of value. The one counter to the Fiddler is if he gets spotted on vision, right? He wants to jump scare you. He wants to FNAF jump scare you, right? What's a champion that can get vision relatively for free?
Ash E.
Ding, ding, ding,
on
onset.
Ash.
You got it. So, once again, the series, the match, everybody's pride is put onto Resilient. Is Resilient gonna go home? Is he gonna come up big? We're not gonna know until this game starts, guys. But I'm excited. Onset, are you excited?
I am so excited. We get
And
to
I hope-
see Witch's
ahead.
OTP. I am
And you-
so excited.
We're gonna have to see. I hope you guys are excited. We're gonna be right back after the spectator delay to hopefully see the best game of the series. We have finally made it. We are at game 5 of what has been a fantastic series between 10KBs and Lightning Sabers. They've gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But it's all accumulating in this game. No holds back, no bans, nothing's off the limits here. They're going bar for bar. And right now, it's anyone's game. Onset, it's been your first cast. How's this been for the first one?
It is not good. It has been. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's a little late. It has been going well as early W has to come out from their recon to stop the incoming damage from Tom Kench. We have an early ward from Fiddlesticks in the middle of the lane.
You know, he does get a lot of value. That is the real Fiddlesticks. They never know. They won't know here. But I mean,
still the trend. He still has pot in the jungle.
He's getting it down.
On Fiddlesticks, who has a really healthy clear with lifesteal.
I also think that this is the first time Fiddlesticks is not spotted on his clear. Also, we potentially scouted it. We thought it might happen. Look at the solo laners here from the side of Lightning Sabers. They are swapping. They're sending Valka to the mid lane. They're sending Renekton on Storm to the top lane. They are wanting to keep these favorable matchups favorable for him, right? They're trying to zone off. I will say, though, Valka is zoned off of a lot of XP here just because he got himself pinched against the wall. We'll say he's going to potentially get it. He didn't get the auto into the W, so it's not as bad of a trade, but I'm cutting over top side. I mean, these are favorable matchups for Lightning Sabers, but you got to think. Malphite mid's not bad, and I guess Renekton, he's in his home in the top lane. But
Storm's
what's the response here
home.
from 10K?
Storm's back home as well. He's up in the top lane.
Storm is back home. The resident top laner switched to mid. He said, I'm going to go back top when it matters most. But, like, man.
Been my highest ranked player in the movie. Hope the...
They say, we're going to put this guy in the dirt. He said, I want to avoid this guy. I saw what he did on Yone. I don't want to put this guy in another 80 damage dealer is what's going to happen at the end of this day. We'll say both of these people are probably familiar with how this matchup goes. Valka, probably a fan of the Malphite into Darius. Renekton can probably just do whatever he wants into the Galio. Not too bad here.
Something to mention as well. Cherry, she is zooming through her clear. She is already almost done with the red buff as Fiddlesticks is barely finishing up Wolves.
I did think that Fiddlesticks' clear was a little bit faster. I do think he gains a little bit of time on the blue. I thought that Fiddles could do both at the same time. I'm wondering how practiced he is on his clear. It looks like he's not doing the like fiddler tech that I've seen some people do. I saw Ludwig do it one time, so the fact we're not doing it in Emerald, that says something.
We have an early ward in the tri-bush to spot out Cherry, as they know that she has finished her full first clear, heading up to the scuttle. And Fiddlestick's still clearing his blue. It looks like Malphite is running up to the top lane, trying to get the lanes back into a favorable state.
Yep. I was gonna say maybe this is the angle that they go for. I think Valka showed a little bit earlier. They might look to go. Oh no. He takes. Oh.
There
were two flashes that happened at once, and then I just saw a dead Darius. That is the exact way you want to get this game started. A kill over to the instigator. Oh no, Griff. Griff might be in trouble here. He's going to be perma-slowed. He might be forced to flash out. They're choosing to brawl it out, and Exhaust goes down onto Rezi, forcing out the flash from Grezi, forcing out the flash from KOJ. Griff falls, and that is a kill over to Resilient. Wow.
Well played from the side of 10KBs from their bot lane. They were able to finally get a 2v2 kill onto Mustard and Griffin.
Hey, who would have known that counter pick mattered here in the support role as KOJ finally freed from the shackles of being blind pick. He gets the counter, he gets the recon, he knocks up the Kinch, and not in the good way, and he says, Frog, you're not allowed to run around this map.
Nope. But also something to mention, there's no exhaust for this Fiddlesticks. It just caught my eye.
There is none.
Fiddlesticks jumps on top of your whole team.
Cutting down bot side, great use of W to buy enough time for his Ashe, making it so no crazy business ends up happening here. Storm, it looks like these top and mid laners are just going to keep swapping back and forth on each other. It's kind of hard, kind of playing that cat and mouse game of, hey, who's going to end up in what lane? You never really know at the end of the day, but just some aggressive trading here from these players. Ooh, as we see a good return kill there from the side of Super Saiyan. But yeah, I mean, right now it's technically a really, really close game.
Really close game, but
Cherry, she just full clearing after full clearing. She is speeding through this jungle, especially through all her clears.
I mean,
She
hey, that's
is
what
gathering us big size.
Gwen is known for it. The biggest of sizes is what she is gathering, right? She is getting so much gold in her pocket. And when Cherry shows up with 6, she has the ghost. She's just going to show up basically on one of these solo laners and say, hey, man, I'm going to kill you. Also, KOJ does spot out the FG from Fiddlesticks. I will say, okay, there's a TP
coming out from Galio.
I think we forgot we are in Season 15, and TPs are slower than my grandmother sometimes. But regardless, right now we see that it is the members of 10KBs that are taking this dragon to the face. They're going to be the one that with priority. They have botline priority. Rezi got that kill. It's looking good. And Fiddlesticks, he doesn't have his known Crow Storm. Oh, you are right.
It might be just a 5v5.
It might be the 5v5. Malphite does have 6. Darius, I think all the solo laners have 6, so it technically could be a fight. But right now, it looks like they're being zoned off. And it looks like Jin is isolated. But Rezi does not have ulti, so it looks like actually they're pinging. They're trying to go in. Griff uses his W, but it looks like the members of 10KBs, they're just choosing to retreat here. As now, cutting over mid side, we see that it is the Galio and Mui are taking the fight to them. Storm is trying to take a lot of damage. He gets the Q off, but it's not going to be enough. Mui picks up a return kill, returns the favor, and makes it back to an even lane here in the mid.
During this whole time, Cherry runs to her jungle, quickly gathers I don't even know.
I'd love to keep you talking, but we see a little bit of action there, making it so this mid lane is aggressive as we see the rock smash comes out. Galio ulting. He dies mid-ult, you know? The classic is Cherry is forced to run away, not able to get enough value there. Forget what it is. It's the unstoppable force. As we see Griff is going in with that W. There's just action all over the place. Action, action, action. It is not stopped. Rest, we might be tired over on the casting desk. Onset, he's probably not tired. He stays up pretty late. I stay up late too sometimes. But these teams, they're playing like they have all the energy in the world right now.
That is correct. As Darius is stepping up, he has no ulti, but Galio has no ulti as well.
A two-man pull
Cherry
here.
Ulting.
Cherry is getting a lot of value here with her blades here, but she is out, and it looks like the members are going to try to get away. I think Valka does not have flash. They're trying to fight it out. He goes in with the Crow Storm. Darius is buying a lot. That is a 3-man top from Super Saiyan. That might be enough to fight it. They get the kill. That's a 2-for-0. Cherry is on the hunt. Cherry is running away. Instead of Cherry being scary, she's the one who's being scared. Storm's having to run. And it ends up being, honestly, they got the grubs on the side of LS, but 2 kills, and with one of them going to a Darius, that's not too bad.
A little scary if you're on the side of LS. Because we saw what Mui can do whenever he gets fed some kills. He is a monster to be reckoned with as he misses onto Storm.
Movement there from the
disaster.
Gator. The Gators, it's like he's moving through water the way he's moving so fast, right? He is not landbound. That guy is on the water, except he's not in the river. But, you know, that doesn't matter. That don't matter. We see right now, Storm, he does not have TP, so he's kind of in an awkward lane state, right? Because right now, he can't get a clean reset. He's down a level, and right now, the wave is pushing into him. So unless it's a cannon wave, it is. So he buys a little bit of time, but Mui spots him, and now Storm's forced to stay. This is kind of actually tough mid lane. I think Mui might be able to get to... Oh.
Ash Arrow.
The Ash Arrow from Narnia there.
That got me.
Mui dodging the W. They're trying to buy enough space. I think Mui, actually with KOJ here, can get some value. The exhaust does come out. Griff is exhausting the target. We see that the Fear Archery lane just Witch finds the angle. KOJ forced to flash out. The Nimbus Cloak is going to get him out of safety, but hey, good response there from Witch, making sure the flash, boo, I'm going to spook you, is enough to take out Mui. Right now, it's, you know, I thought it was going to be Mui who was leading the charge, but right now, he's the one who falls.
Indeed for sure. Something to mention, Witch, he has 2 kills on his champion. He is a force to be reckoned with. This guy is, I really hope he makes a big play. I
hope the Fiddler shows up as we see the Unstoppable Force land on Super Saiyan. I don't honestly know how he ended up in this position. It's probably Griff being a little stinker and getting some stuff done as the cheeseburger, the cheese wheel, is going to get it done to take out the Galio there.
As heavy trading in the bot lane.
The Fiddler is on the move. He gets the fear. Are you cleansing there, boy? What are you flashing?
Lens flash coming out of resilience.
Rezi, you know better than that. And Griff is on the hunt again. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Onset, I think I saw this top side, and I think, oh no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, he took a tower shot. Wait, is it
The
enough?
Griffin
Oh, we got
would-
Triumph. Wait, did he get Triumph? Wait, what was that? Oh,
Run,
Cherry-
Griff! Run!
Griff is not able to get away from the 1,000 needles. I think that's no, it's called needlework. Never mind, I was just kidding, guys. But you know, Cherry is there to make sure that the play is for naught. Honestly, well played there for Mui. To honestly, what I thought could be a potential bad play, they turn it around. They end up making it a 2-for-1 actually, which is pretty good for 10K.
Storm must be kicking Griffin right now for not ulting him.
Ulting him
Early.
away, making sure he can't get the R off. Honestly, I'm wondering, did the R actually like? Did it not stop? Oh, Slayin. You
There's
are in
nothing
no
much.
man's land. I know of all champions that Galio is not the one to be known for his proxy, but maybe if the Fiddler is not in the area, it's potentially fine. As Griff, he's doing Griff things. He's licking them down. He's making sure that they know what's up. KOJ is kind of asserting his dominance. He is on cloud 9 right now. He's feeling good. He has not died yet for the first time before 10 minutes this entire series. He is unstoppable. So, as we see, it looks like the next dragon that's going to be up is this Mountain Drake. It looks like all members here are in contention. They want to fight for this mountain. As right now, big ultis are up. The Unstoppable Force for Malphite's coming up. Fiddler, the Fiddlesticks, the Crowstorms Unleashed. I think this could be a potential fight, but what I thought would be the fight ends up looks like it's going to be a trade on these objectives here, as both sides are conceding.
I feel like maybe Resilient should just back to the mid wave, let the Galio go mid, let Resilient run up as Ash as the AD carry up to the top side and just try to take some plates. Just to get something from, just gain an advantage somewhere, go even so they don't drop so many waves down in the bot lane.
Oh,
But
you're
that is
right. I mean, yeah,
really
they
not
are
happening.
they're losing a little bit of time. That is a good call. I honestly didn't even see it. I mean, on the bright side, Mui is taking a good amount of waves up top, so it isn't just trade for trade. It's basically both sides are losing. Griff going in with a W. He's trying to find Resilient. Thankfully, Resilient has the quick feet, but oh, look at the Fiddler! He doesn't get the angle, though. Rezi was out of range. He gets the fear, though, and it's actually, wait, he's carrying the Crowstorm. KOJ, is he going to burn? Is he going to burn? It's not enough as he's trying to dodge. That's one. Nah, I wasn't going to count to 4. It
on
didn't matter,
the
though. He gets him
second.
with the second. As that is
Must
a
be.
really, really good engage. It didn't matter if you got the fear. The Fiddler is here, and he finds the engage that they need. Good follow-up from Lightning Sabers. As Cherry, I honestly think I thought she was going to go in for 1-4 there, to be honest. I honestly think there was an angle. They used a lot of ultis there. Mid, Cherry, she's kind of been the unslept, not hero of this game, but we haven't been talking about her, right? She is up 20 farm on this Fiddlestick. She has a shutdown. She has her Nashor's Tooth in base. And would you look at that? Hey, do you see a frog moving up top lane? Do you think he's going for what I think he is? But you know what? That don't matter right now as we see bot lane. Storm is unleashed. The Ruthless Predator is going crazy. Super Saiyan is stuck here. He cannot... Actually, no, I guess he wasn't. I honestly thought Storm could have kept going there, but he's the Renekton main. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe you don't know enough.
Maybe I don't.
We have the Tomkinch and the Fiddlesticks both resetting as Tomkinch just now completes his Heartsteel. Let's see what Fiddlesticks buys. He finishes off his boots with an amp tone. Heading down towards the bot side to clear off his camps as all lanes have come to a stalemate. You know, they just
Come to a halt, right? There's a little bit
Come
of
to a
calm before the storm, as they say, right? And also, just looking at how the feats are going, I'm trying to think who got first blood. If you do you remember?
I believe the side of LS got first blood
LS.
onto Mui, if I'm not mistaken.
On to Moobert, you are right. Mui was the first to fall. So that does mean at this point, because the objectives have not been taken and a tower has not been taken, this is in the advantage of LS to get those feats of strength. I don't recall off the top of my head. Oh, you know what? We'll have to wait on that. As Legends Never Die ulti is landing. Rezi does not hit it, but you know, there are 3 members. They're forcing the tower down, and oh, Valka, you might be in a bad spot, buddy. You are buying space. That's actually a good flash. Actually, very well played to survive that. I mean, it sucks that you lose your flash, but uh-oh. Cutting over mid. We see Fiddle is here. He flashes in the cleanse. I don't think he cleansed anything. Did he cleanse? Oh,
He cleansed, but it was just not enough. There's too much CC. This Fiddlesticks has so much point and click CC, I feel like. Also, Jin landing the crucial W for Fiddlesticks to get more damage down as Super Saiyan is chasing down the Renekton. They're also dropping mid prio as Mustard is quickly running towards the mid lane.
Mustard did have to use his flash to secure that kill onto Rezi, so it wasn't for naught, right? But you look at it, and it looks like 10KBs are trying to force this. They can't with that TP coming out, but they are going in with the engage. Moobert is the one to fall. as we see 5 members in a ram here for the side of Lost Lightning Sabers. They are not lost, they are found. They find the angle, they find the picks that they need. And it's honestly, a lot of it is on the back of the Frog. A lot of it's on the back of the Jin. But you know who I'm really highlighting at this point in the game on set? Who is it? Who is it?
The Fiddlestick.
It's the Fiddlesticks, the fiddler himself. He's getting it done. He is causing a lot of commotions, causing a lot of problems. Even though he's not getting his fear on the Crowstorm, he's basically just flashing, he's showing up, he's going boo, and he's spooking whoever he could find. They don't have enough damage. The cleanse is not enough. I'm wondering if maybe a better timed cleanse could have saved him. I don't realistically know, but like, Fiddlesticks is getting so much value here.
He is getting insane value this game.
Oh.
Maybe cleanse. Could have timed it better, but who knows? Let the CC like stack and then cleanse, so you can immediately get out. But also something to mention is Jin is still sitting on a pot, you know. It's kind of funny. We're 16 minutes of the game. We're still on pot. Fiddlesticks.
He doesn't need HP. If he dies at this point, I'm saying pot diff. He hasn't completed his thing. He's going in with the ulti here. He does get a fear onto Rakan. It's going to be enough as we see that Gwen might be the first to fall, but the W, she is immune, but it's not going to be enough. Cherry's trying to buy enough space with the ultimates. Mui is trying to buy enough space. He finds Mustard. That might be a kill. That's enough. Mui might be on a reset. He might be able to clean this fight here. Fiddle's in a bad spot here. Valka's going to be the next to fall potentially. The unstoppable force might not be enough. We're trying to look at how the fight goes. Mui picks up his double. We see that Witch is in the next one to fall. Rezi actually is doing a lot of damage. This might be the fight that they need to get back into this for 10k, but Storm, he is pretty strong. They got to be careful. He's buying enough space. We see that Storm, he's doing enough. Is it going to be enough? Rezi is forced to do enough damage. Griff is eating him. It's going to be enough, maybe. It's just Rezi. Storm, he gets the triple. Is it going to be a quad? He's going to find the way to turn back around. It's enough. It's a quad for the Gator. And that is a great fight. I thought it was bad, but then it became good. And Lightning Sword.
Bad, and then good, and then bad, and then good.
And then bad,
what?
and then good. And it's a quad for the Gator.
Quad for the alligator. Wow, Storm really popped off during this fight. But an honorable mention is Griffin. He waited to use his eat for so long. He used his eat for the Renekton just to buy enough time. He also landed a crucial stun onto this Ashe that allowed the Gator to get his Quadra. As now we are heading back onto the map for this dragon. Second dragon for both teams, or would be second dragon for both teams, as Gator is running back onto the map.
As we do see, the fight's happening immediately. I wanted to keep you going on set, but it's not going to be enough as Mui finds the angle on the Griff. Griff, I think you went a little bit too close to the Sunbuster. You're going to be the one to fall, and that might be a dragon. Actually, so the one benefit of Fiddlesticks is you do have vision advantage. You got to make sure that Witch does not have that free engage in with the ultimate. I know you can go for something, but KOG finds the ultimate on, or the knockup onto Valka, but I think you don't have enough damage there, man. Fiddlesticks is on the hunt, but Mui is doing a great job of zoning him off, making sure that he cannot go in for free, but he was spotted. That was a great farsight to make sure that Fiddle doesn't get full value here. Fiddle immediately gets popped. Unstoppable Force comes out from Malphite. KOJ's trying to do enough to buy time. Cherry picks up the kill. Rezi is firing. He's trying to get Storm. Is it going to be enough? Rezi's doing a lot, but Storm, he gets the double, but it's not enough, and the shutdown goes over to Super Slay, and that's when he is Super Saiyan. And I think that's going to be the mid tower over to the side of 10KBs. Actually, no, the wave. The wave on set.
The wave. Wow. What a mistake coming out from Griffin. Maybe he said it's worth because I'm getting my Heart Steel stacks. But in the end, it wasn't worth. But why did we decide to go in? You know, we're down a man. We didn't have Jin ulti up during the time. Like, we were just having to face check. Our Fiddlesticks didn't get an amazing ulti, but it's okay. It's just one fight that was thrown. But
look, man, the real MVP of that game. Actually, I don't know if it was Super Saiyan or Resilient. It is. I don't know if the observer can go over. It is that Farsight that is hanging out by that dragon pit, right? That spotted the Fiddlesticks from getting that massive fear onto the pit. They still did the damage, but that fear is such a big part of the kit, and it just made it so that fight didn't go the way that Lightning Sabers were wanting.
Yes, and also feat have been completed for the side of 10k. As they are now starting up this Rift Herald. They are kind of shredding through this Rift Herald.
They are, but it looks like Super Saiyan is trying to buy enough space. He's forcing out the jungle and the top side here as Super Saiyan is going in. He is going in, he's trying to find it, forcing out Valka's flash. That is actually a massive cooldown to lose. And on the other side, well, they did give over Rift Herald. Storm, the instigator himself, is trying to trade on the bot side, trying to find angles back in. As we see, he's actually moving up. They might be looking for a mid collapse here, but he is spotted. So it is going to be tough, as we do see that 5 members, excluding Mr. Super Slan, are trying to pressure this mid tower. They want to break it open. They want to match. But, like, what's it going to be? It's hard to find these engages here, especially when Malphite is down flash, right? Because if Rezi's allowed to just free hit, if the Darius gets the resets, especially, you know what, I haven't even talked about her in a while. Cherry, she's going to do a lot of damage. These fights are tense, man. Now, that might be the fight that they needed, as the E, it does get him out of safety. He doesn't get hit by the knockup, but right now, you got to be super careful, man. I will say there is that one word that does help them out if they go for it, if the Fiddlesticks chooses to go on the other side of the wall. But right now, it's just such a tense moment here. You see all members of both teams are in this mid lane. They're trying to fight over. They know, hey, if any fight goes wrong here, it might be game over. It might be our season.
The nerfs
It's
are
so
hitting.
tense. The
We
nerves are...
decided, let's just ARAM it down mid. We're dropping top waves. We're dropping bot waves on both sides. We are just nervous.
Who needs
I
farm?
wonder how the players are feeling at this given moment.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm nervous for him. So like, if I'm sitting here, I'm stressed, right? It's a tense game, but like, hey, both teams, they better be proud of how they've gotten here. But like, they have been duking it out. We have seen it both sides, and I mean, it's been battle after battle. Also, I think this is the 5th game in a row we have seen the respawn Otacon. So I think Ruinous is the king of the day here, as both teams, they want to go in with their mini Elder Drake. They want to find the angles for success. But we'll have to see. It looks like right now that actually Lightning Sabers are potentially positioning. You know, I got my words mixed up. Kill me. I mean, I've been in this for 5 hours at this point, right? I'm going to mess up every now and then. Oh, Storm actually might have found an angle onto Super Saiyan here. He's trying to buy time. He doesn't get the Empowered W, but it's just going to be a quick trade. That Galio is pretty tanky, and like Renekton, he has his Eclipse, he has his Black Cleaver, but it's still Galio. What's the point of going after him?
Galio, he has 2 armor items. He cannot be slept on. Or maybe, is the Hollow Radiance also give armor?
It does not. I think it is only magic. It is only magic resist. It does give a lot of HP though, so that is one thing. Maybe if the Renekton went Bork, or the Trinity. Hey, the Trinity Force build. Shout out to Mr. 420, not the inventor, but basically the pilot,
Alligator.
the ordinaire who gets it done. The alligator pilot. He loves his Trinity Force into Yomu's. I still need to build it to this day, but regardless, we see now the members of 10K, they do get spotted on a ward, but they're looking to get this Otacon.
Griffin quickly running there. We see Super Saiyan resetting. He should be TPing into this fight to back up his
Mui.
team.
Wait,
As we see
Moobert.
KO.
Look at Mui going around for the flank. We're going to see if he can buy enough time. He does get spotted out by the effigies here, so it might not be as good of a flank as they are wanting. But on the downside, Super Saiyan is just contesting this dragon for free, as actually Cherry was forced to use her ultimate there. This might now actually be a Otacon for the side of Lightning Sabers here, as we do see a TP comes out. They're trying to find the angle. Wait a minute. Cherry, what are those 3 members doing there? Like, we're on opposite sides of the map here. Super Saiyan, he's trying to find the angle onto Valka. That might be the angle of the Fiddler. It lands. He was on vision, though. It's not going to be enough. They find the angle onto Cherry. Fiddler is doing a lot of damage. Cherry is going to look to fall. She's actually buying enough time. Is she going to be able to heal? It's scary. Mui on the other side finds the angle, forcing out the flash on Mustard. Mustard is going to be the one to fall. Rezi and Mui find the angle. This is a massive pick. Storm is next. He pops the ultimate, the Ruthless Predator. Cherry is low, though. This fight could go either way. Storm finds the angle. He gets the Q. No, he does not. That's not going to be enough. Griff is trying to buy enough space for his team. The Fiddle is trying to get it done. That's a massive 3-man taunt. Storm is just so big, though. And you got to be careful. We see Griff picks up the kill onto KOJ. Storm doing an excellent job of buying his team space, and then ends up being a 2-for-1. Actually, maybe there's a little bit more.
Going over to Fiddlesticks. That is a huge gold injection towards this Fiddlesticks, because he is down farm. He is lacking a little bit of that gold, and this is perfect for him. There's also Drake has spawned. Cherry sprinting to Otacon. Could be Otacon, or she's just looking for her camps.
It looks like the members of LS are actually going to back off. They say this Otacon is not actually worth it. It is the respawn one. They're actually choosing to contest this Drake. You know, I've been trying to have some downtime to talk about it, but Storm, he's been so fed, so unleashed, and like...
Arrow,
but that might be the angle they need. The arrow lands. The miracle. Oh my god.
Ash Arrow. Gwen ulti just completely shredded this Renekton. This Renekton has no MR. This whole game is on Cherry's back.
But something to also mention, Cherry didn't have an ulti during that last fight up in
Yes.
the Otacon.
That is,
Wow.
of all the Ash arrows to hit, that is...
Resilient misreading Rift
I
Herald.
didn't even notice. How did Resi end up in this position? He doesn't get punished for it. As we see, Griff goes in, this time for Noct, as he gets pulled in by the Darius. I don't think he has enough damage here. As Super Saiyan, he does land up a Naka, but Griff is pretty tanky. As we do see the tower... You know, I'd love an instant replay. Did we charge into the mid tower, or like how, did we miss?
We completely whiffed. We completely whiffed on hitting the top. Resilient. You might need to get your eyes checked. Maybe get your driver license.
The Wrestler does not get it done. He lands the arrows. He does not land Shelly. And you know what? Sometimes that's okay. You're not gonna hit every shot you make, Rizzy. It's okay. But right now, you got to be hitting your shots. So
this is when it matters the most. Darius just taking the blue buff away from Cherry.
No. It's 25 minutes. He said, "I want the gold. The gold matters." But honestly, I think the gold matters more on Cherry at this point in the game. Yeah.
Well, also, something to quickly mention: it looks like Ash is going to be building Hullbreaker.
Oh, the cleanse. Oh no.
Uncoordinated.
The cleanse and the ultimate from TK. I hope that doesn't get punished, as we see Rezi is looking to complete his base. As the Hullbreaker is finished. Rezi has the Hullbreaker. Also, just looking at this gold, dude, this game is neck and neck. Oh my god, it's 6K. It's 500 apart, by the way. Oh my god, what a banger game 5 on set.
Such an amazing game. As 2 items onto this Fiddlesticks, 2 items on this Jin. Like, this is a force to be reckoned with. But Mui, he's also building really defensive. He looks like he's going to be aiming for the Jack Show. He is going to be such a hard carry to kill. Same on top of this Gwen because of her W. How does Jin ever hit? How does
Jin play this game? As Rezi is absolutely throwing fisticuffs as Griff is the one. Oh, we see that a ton is going to land, but they don't have a ton of damage in the tank as Rezi doesn't have a whole lot of tank shred at the moment. I think he's going to go Mortal Reminder third unless I'm dumb. 80 carry man, is that a possibility here?
It can be a possibility. Can be. It depends how he likes to play. Maybe he'll go some attack speed on. Maybe we'll go Runan's Hurricane to apply it. To apply the
word.
The
you know, I will say, I think this Otacon has probably done more damage than the supports have at this point with how many times it's been started and finished. But, you know, I think right now it looks like that's the ultimate that they need. Ultimate is going to fall. Valka does not have enough angle to go on for the ultimate. Oh, wait, the nice flash. But KOJ, he's on the hunt. Super Saiyan is able to pick up the kill. This is the angle that they need. Griff is next. He's going to be the one to fall. Resi's doing a lot of damage. Must be trying to find enough cover fire, but it's going to be enough. The boom lands from Mui. That's a double kill, and that ends up being a 3-for-0. The Otacon gets reset one more time, but it looks like this time he is going to eventually fall. Storm, he's stuck mid. He might be trying to push out that mid wave, but that is a massive swing over for 10k. Valka, he got caught sleeping. The Wrestler fires the ultimate. He's not able to get away, and that's a massive swing. With Baron as well.
Baron is on the eyesight of the side of 10kbs. as Rakan immediately pops his GA. Now he's off to the map. Maybe he's like, let me quickly refresh my words, get back onto the map. But the Baron goes down.
As we see,
side of LS.
Mui man himself, he's throwing up the okay. He's letting him know, hey, I have my GA for the 5th game in a row. I'm unkillable. It is awesome. I'm having the time of my life. But man, what a back and forth.
Also, they're sitting on Soul Point on the side of 10k.
Ooh.
They can honestly do whatever they would like to do. Mui completing his Jack Show. Resilient upgrading his boots. You're starting to worry on the side of LS. Like, how am I going to get through this whole team?
I mean, if I'm LS, the thing I'm thinking about is vision control. Vision control. Give Fiddlesticks the opportunity to try to find the angles in. Honestly, shout out to KOJ. Shout out to, honestly, the entire team. They've been doing a good job of not letting Fiddlesticks find his angle in, right? He's always sitting in brush. Every time he's ulted in, at least in these past, it's been that he is on vision. So he doesn't get that max fear. He doesn't get a lot of value out of it. They need to be sitting in vision. And that's honestly one of the downsides of playing Fiddlesticks in competitive is vision's a little bit higher. Like, you look at it, like...
coordinated.
It's coordinated. It's hard. It is hard to play. I will say, though, I don't know how Cherry has 15 vision score, but that is besides the point. Like, I think we have to look at this situation as they're playing it out. They're trying to find the angles back into this game, as it looks like the vision score is finally catching up to us. But right now, 10KBs are in the driver's seat. They are trying to get this soul, and it looks like they might just have to give it up.
Ooh, that is such a difficult soul to give up, especially as you're playing Jin AD carry. This guy cannot pump enough damage.
If I am a collector Infinity Edge Jin in this game, oh wait a minute, that might be the angle they needed. They get the root, but you got to be careful. Remember, this is a GA. They're trying to buy enough space, but if you can maybe kill Mui and get nothing else. All right, that is a Crowstorm coming out from Fiddle, but they're choosing the bait. KOJ is able to get so much out of the charm. Cherry is unleashed. She's getting the kill. Malphite finds the angle onto KOJ, though. Galio's trying to buy enough space for his team. Storm is the one to fall. There's good flash out there. Cherry finds the double kill. Mustard forced to flash away. The tower is going to be able to keep them alive, but we see the root actually land on the target. Oh, it's not enough, though. As it ends up being a 4 for 3, it could have been a lot worse there for Lightning Sabers, but with the fact you got the Hullbreaker Ash, you got the Baron, this tower's butter. As we see the flash forward from Wrestler, the Wrestler goes crazy. He takes the tower damage. He's buying enough space. Cherry is absolutely slicing through it. She is snipping away. And right now, it looks like, are they going to try to keep going? They still have that Baron power play up. It's not sponsored by Red Bull, unfortunately, but it's still a power play nonetheless. As we see, that was a great play there. They get the soul, they get the 2 towers, and right now it's getting a little dangerous here for Lightning Sabers.
A little spicy. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, is it even worth to go in there? They still have their GA up. They couldn't even get Mui down. They have Ocean Soul. They just simply don't have enough damage to even get through anyone, it feels like.
They don't.
Also, big shout out to KOJ. He is finding some of these engages, and he's also following up really, really well with his ulti and his W. He is playing extraordinary well.
He is playing well. I will say, we've been throwing not some shade, we've been throwing some jabs at KOJ. He has stepped up when it matters most. He is absolutely playing phenomenal. He is denying a lot of that vision. He's making sure this Fiddle is on display always. He's finding that quickness. That was a nice quickness in that fight, even if it only resulted in 2 kills. He has stepped up big when they needed him.
Indeed, he has. We have seen Jin. He has now bought he's now bought the Executioners, so he can get through. Maybe, hopefully, someone. Who knows? Maybe they don't. If they don't out heal him, but this Galio is also something, a force to be reckoned with.
Forced to be reckoned with, indeed. That guy said, I don't need damage. I'm just going to build full tank. But we see they're trying to make the play now as Storm is going to be going in. He pops the Ruthless Predator, which is doing a lot of damage too. But right now, that guy is taking absolutely no damage. Now cutting over to the other side, we see Malphite lands a 2-man ultimate. I'm trying to cut on both sides. Witch is able to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Mui is forced to ultimate out. But we see, oh my god, Cherry just melted them alive. That is 2 people down. The 2 tanks are gone. It's just Mustard. The ultimate doesn't land. It's a Legends Never Die ultimate. But sometimes, hey, you got to keep firing. And right now, Rezzy's landed the ultimates that matter. Mustard has pulled the curtain. They're trying to do damage, but I think he's tickling them at this point. Unfortunately, he's not doing enough. Right now, we see that the members are in. Cherry is slicing away. She's doing it. Onset. It's the inhib's gone. It's tough. It's hard. What are your angles back into this?
I fear that it is really difficult to get back into this. It's not they just did a play to they're shadowing the laners to try to get a quick pick, but it is so difficult.
And that might be the quick pick that they're looking for. Storm is forced out. We see that the ghost is coming out from Cherry. This is going to be the angle. She is getting sliced and diced. That guy is going to be Boots with the way he got absolutely cut up. And we see Galio also TPing in just to be moral support. But right now, they potentially have a push to potentially look for an end angle. I don't know if it's going to be for sure, but they're trying to pressure here. They're pinging aggressively. Here's we see the root does land.
They are looking to back for this Baron that is spawning up in 20 seconds.
I think that is fair. I think the Baron does potentially seal it out, but actually, Witch, he gets caught, and I think Mui is going to have enough damage to follow up on the tank. They're all moving in. They're trying to run to help fill this out. It's a 2v3, but I think right now you got to be careful as... Oh, ow! It lands on the Mustard! Mustard, that's not the person you want to get hit by! That's scary! Mui gets the double! That might be curtains here.
That might be the end of the game as we see them.
Oh, what a pull from Mui! As we see Valka forced to flash out instantly. It's tough. Onset.
What a shot from
Onset.
Brazilian. Oh my.
Is this indeed? This is what 10k beads needed. The unstoppable force comes out. Is it going to be enough?
KOJ with the quickness.
No. KOJ, the
Oh.
quickness. It's going to be enough. Is that first tower going to fall? Indeed it is. Is that second tower going to fall? Indeed it is. And is this series going to go the way of 10 KBs on set?
Indeed, it is.
Indeed it is. And with that, after a hard fought series, going back and forth between both teams, it ends up being that 10 KBs, they do take it home. Cherry doing an absolute astronomical amount of damage, 34k. I mean, that's part of her champ, right? She's playing in 2 champs, but still, great performance there. She said, hey, I'm okay to make this game go late. I'm okay to play it slow. I will scale. And you know what? Scale indeed she did. This was a super hard fought series from both teams. Both of these teams deserve to be in this losers finals for sure. Onset, what are your thoughts after that series?
My mind is just boggled. There was so much fighting going on in the early game. It looked close throughout the throughout the mid game. Storm holding this team together, like being so far ahead, but it just seemed like he couldn't just do anything after he got all those kills. His team just kept on fighting without him. They forget that Storm had all the gold on the team.
I mean, yes, but also, like, if your Renekton's the only person with gold, who's doing the rest of the damage, right? A lot of it was on Jhin. And the way that team built, how does he play? He can't really do damage to the Gwen. He can't do damage to the Galio. The Darius was building tank. He can kill Rezi, but, like, who cares? Rezi's just firing ultis. And especially as Hullbreaker, he's going to be a little bit more tanky. It wasn't enough. And, like, it's good that Storm got the kills, but, like, if the Fiddlesticks wasn't able to go absolutely turbo in these fights, we saw what happened, right? We saw that the vision was set up by KOJ. We saw that the vision was denied by Cherry. It was tough to play for Fiddlesticks. And I mean, with everything on the line, it's just they weren't able to come up big, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not, but oh my god, congratulations to 10KB to making it to the finals, where they will be facing Way.
Or
And
Weird
then-
Al Yankovic Esports, if you want to use their full government name. But I will say, I think this is not a rematch, if I'm correct. Have these teams played? I think these teams played in winners finals against each other. I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they did.
So this will be a rematch in winners finals. I'm trying to see if someone can remind me what the score was last time these two faced.
It
was
was 3-2.
3-2. So it was a best. It went all to 5 games. I guess Silver Scrapes. It's not just happening once. It's not a shot in the dark here. It's maybe. It's gonna happen a lot. It's been crazy. I'm excited for this match. I'm hoping to still be able to cast it. Also, I want to say I've appreciated casting. Also, Onset, props to you. You did an excellent job for your first cast. You got thrown in for a bit of a banger, but I hope you had a good time.
I had an amazing time.
Oh,
I'm
boy,
glad to
oh,
have you by
boy.
my side.
Oh shucks, oh shucks. But with that, we congratulate the players who have made it this far. We congratulate the players who are going to be moving on. We also want to shout out all the members of Lightning Sabers. Like we said, they fought hard for this. That game was on the edge. You guys deserve to be here. Obviously, it's going to suck for a bit, but be proud of how you got. So, but with that, I think it is 1 a.m. where I am. I think Onset's in the same boat. Thank you, everybody who's been watching. We appreciate you guys. Also, just wanted to give a quick shout out. LXC, our winter season, is starting up this week. We will be having streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I just want to confirm that with my producer before I just spout that out for you guys. But if you haven't, drop a quick follow. Maybe subscribe if you're feeling crazy. But we'd love to see you guys. We'll be having a great set of casters that are going to be casting the matches. Hopefully I return maybe sometime this week. I'm not 100% sure. I know I'll be back eventually, but we appreciate you all, and I hope you guys all have a good rest of your night.
Goodbye.